Yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome to our first endurance race for the broadcast. I believe this is our third or fourth overall endurance for Sim Racing 604. But it's good to have you guys. It's quite early for one of our broadcasts, so it's definitely going to be a little different pace overall than what we've been accustomed to here at 604. But if you're already here, welcome along, guys. It's great to be here. It's going to be 6 hours at Kyalami. We're going to have roughly 16 or 17 teams. I believe I saw 18 at one point total. It looks like our leaderboard only says 16, but I'm registering 18. So hopefully that list tends to grow in quite a bit here. But yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting time. We have 6 hours of racing to cover, which if you guys are longtime viewers, you'll know most of our races last about 45 to 50 minutes. So it's going to be quite a bit of a challenge here. Further on throughout the event, we're going to have different voices as normal. We're going to have Landros Radic, a.k.a. Giancarlo Lenzi. We're also going to have Paul Muir, as you guys know him, the Gamer Scott, the Flying Dodgeman. It's going to be great to have those guys later on towards the end of the stream. And we have a couple of new broadcasters that might potentially jump in. Peter O'Brien, as you guys know him, the Season 7 Pro Inter-America Challenge champion, as well as Joel Dallas, our silver driver for our the runner-up, to the Pro IAC. And potentially Mr. Christopher Greer, the data man, who will be stewarding throughout this event. I do think the stewarding is going to be a bit more limited, but I did see him active this morning. So we're going to find out how that goes throughout this entire event. So we're going to get set up here in quite a bit. We're still in qualifying. We have less than 12 minutes left. And let's go ahead and go on board here with, well, not on board, he's back in the pits, Brennan Schmid, someone we all know fairly well around here. Looks like they'll be driving the Audi. We see it parked towards the end behind the Mercedes. Oswin Wilson, another fan favorite here. And looks like he will be driving his Bentley. We saw him drive that throughout the Inter-America Challenge at Season 7. And he's rocking those colors, man. I want to say Jamaican, but I know that he is from an island neighboring Jamaica. I'm almost curious to know who his teammates are. I know Joel Dallas is out on vacation, so he won't be participating as a driver, but curious who Oswin is teaming up with. We'll pull that up here in just a second. We have Mr. D. Braze, a.k.a. DB Cooper. We also saw him in Season 7. Quite a bit of love for the NSX, I would say. That's a very nice livery. So as far as qualifying goes, it looks like Mr. Brennan Schmid has put in the fastest time of a 140.8. T. Carver not too far behind. Although if you consider that, that's about 0.8 seconds away. So that is quite far off. So it looks like Mr. Brennan Schmid has done a great job here of qualifying. If we look at his teammates, though, we do recognize Derek Anderson as well as Dean Solomon. We've seen them previously before. Robin Borden, Charles Saylor, Josiah Farrow. That's an exciting matchup, honestly, for that second team. You know what? I wish I also had team names, so I'm going to have to drop in on SRGP to get that information. T. Carver and C. Irvin we have not seen before, as well as O. Cripps and E. Chase. A. Santana, E. Berg, and you're going to have to forgive me. I'm going to say K. Sarnecki. I'm going to take a guess there. Ooh. P6. I'm going to say D. Lush. We're going to go with Lush. And there's two, D. Lush, M. Lush, and C. Meyer. So these are all brand new names that we've actually not seen before during our regular seasons. C. Burning, D. Krebs, all new. And there we have Oswin's team, Jay Green and K. Rickford, which I believe are brand new. I do not recognize these names. I do recognize, though, Dan Lund, Ilpo. I'm gonna I know we talked about it, but I'm gonna say Rutsalainen. I'm just gonna go with Ilpo. Sean, thank you, man. All right, so it looks like D. Lush, M. Lush, and C. Meyer are all 604 rookies. So this is a great time to talk about rookies. Most of you probably already know what that is, but if you don't, if you're not familiar with Sim Racing 604, I'll go ahead and drop the link in the chat. We do offer sim racing coaching, and there's a dedicated season to rookie drivers. There's a link if you want to join. There is a dedicated series for the rookies led by sim racing coaches here at 604. And it looks like we have one of the rookie teams, so that's great to see. We're going to keep our eyes there on you know what, let's go ahead. Let me pull up Sim Racing 604. I want to get their team names. And so after Dan Lund's team, we have Jay Butkus, who I don't believe we have seen before, but Larry Foster, we all know Larry. He's one of our sim racing coaches. D. Monroe, I believe, first time out as well. You know, Sean, now that you bring up Davin, I don't see Davin here. Oh, there it is. It looks like he's not with Larry, but he is with Marcus Zyman and Jonathan Corkle. Yeah, Marcus Zyman also is a coach there, and they're currently P13. Jonathan Corkle, great friend, great driver, so let's hope they bring something good. Yeah, definitely, Chris, rookies are holding it together, I will say. A. Alimongo and S. Kelly. I believe S. Kelly we've seen previously. I believe that's Steve Kelly. M. McAllister, S. Rabin, G. Zazera, S. Bonfatti, and M. DeRosa. All brand new names as well. As I pull up here quickly the teams. All right, so the number 31, that's going to be Backroad GT Racing. That is Brandon Schmid, currently in P1 at the moment. We have our provisional race leaders there. Then P17, or sorry, number 17, currently number 2 there, Robin Borden. That's going to be Porsche North American Racing. In our P3 slot, we have car number 6. And that's going to be Team Lamp. So I should probably write these down, so I don't have to continuously come back to this. And thank you guys for tagging along. Thanks for being active in chat. This is definitely a different type of event, so I do expect there to be some mistakes here on the broadcast end. And I guess to give you guys a little more a look behind the curtains, typically this is why we wouldn't cover qualifying. Unlike in other, or I will say like in Formula One, there is just with Assetto Corsa, there's just not a lot of access to the different types of camera views and lap times. There is some access, but it's just not an easy thing to cover. it can also be a little, I guess on my part, it's hard to convey the excitement. If you look again at the lap times, it looks like not much has changed. I did see a bit of a move earlier on, and it looks like we have a new team that has jumped in. There it is, Peter O'Brien, Eric Neville, and J.D. Daniel, whom I believe is also Pedantic Squirrel, currently now in P10. So great job. I believe they just joined in the last couple minutes. But you know what? I would not expect less from Robin Borden and Charles Saylor. We saw them a lot in Season 4, if I remember correctly. And it looks like a Bentley just took it off the track. It was not Oswin, so it has to be either Horizon Racing or... Nope, not these guys. One more. There it is. So unfortunately that is going to be a lap not counted, as it looks like the number 6 gets around them, and that's going to be T. Carver. So you know what, with 2 minutes left, let's go ahead and learn these liveries here really quickly. Brennan Schmid there, that's going to be the Back Row GT Racing. So we're going to ignore the team name in ACC. I'm going to go based off of what was entered in SRGP. So Back Road Racing, we're going to have the Audi number 31. Oh, and it looks like Owen Cripps has moved up now into P2. At least that's what it's saying on my end. Nope, looks like he's back to P3. So for a second there, moved up in the second. And then Robin Borden taking it back. And so the number 22 here is going to be the Alpino Aston. All right. So I'm going to take a sec here, write all this down, and I got to get my makeshift spotter guide, so I guess you guys can come in for a bit of my process. So we start off, ooh, Robin Borden. That's unfortunate, mate. You know what, that 17 Porsche reminds me a lot of the Driven by Diversity livery driven by Giancarlo Lenzi in Season 4 for Project DRS. All right, so let's go ahead and write this one down. We have number 31, Bentley, or actually it's an Audi. There actually is way more Audis than we've ever seen before on the broadcast. I believe we're seeing more Audis in this one race than we have in the last 7 seasons of broadcasting. All right, and that is going to be Back Road GT. Since there are roughly 2 to 3 drivers per team, I'm going to focus more on their team name than their driver name. Oh, and there it is, Peter O'Brien coming in P2. What a move by Peter for the Melon Lords. Well done, Peter. As you guys know, Peter is our Season 7 champion for the IAC. Yeah, Camilo, I agree, man. Peter, JD, and Eric, that team is going to be OP. So Brennan Schmid, Robin Borden, I mean, those first 3 are looking pretty stacked already. All right, well done. Well, good job for to the Melon Lords. All right, so that's going to be number 495. They're in the 720, and they are the Melon Lords. All right. So a bit of a backtrack. Back Row GT, Melon Lords, Robin Borden, number 17. And you guys can go ahead and watch the qualifying order here. Gonna quickly drop away for a second. All right, and it looks like we have a 5-minute break here. We are going to reset. So typically this is where we would come in with the broadcast. There's usually quite a bit of, I want to say, housekeeping to get done at this stage. Usually this is when we have to relaunch our director tool, as well as get our driving view set up once again. So here's going to be the qualifying order. We're going to have Derek Anderson, who looks like he's going to be in the car first, at least according to the table here. So that's Back Row GT in P1, Peter O'Brien for the Melon Lords P2, and NA Racing P3. And it looks like Charles Saylor is going to be taking on that first stint. Although it looks like this might be incorrect. ACC says Brennan Schmid is in the car, but our tool says Derek Anderson. So hopefully that settles out. Yeah, actually you can probably see the confusion if you look at the leaderboard. That says Derek Anderson, but on the bottom right-hand side it says Brennan Schmid. All right, so we have Back Road Racing P1, Melon Lords, followed by NA Racing, followed by the Albino Aston. And then we have 259, which is our rookies, driving in the Audi as well. And their team name is Prius Repellent Racing. I like it. PRR for short. Prius Repellent Racing. So that is going to be the team of our 604 rookies. And it looks like it's going to be driven by D. Lush, or unless it's Mitch. We'll find that out. And then we have the 246. Also an Audi. And that is Caribbean Sim Motorsport. Interesting name. All right, dropping back. Ty Carver, number 6. That's going to be an Aston. And that's Team Lamp. Interesting. All right, 21. We have another 720. And that is... the albino macaw. Interesting. All right, so I'm not sure who started the trend of the albino cars, but there you go. Oswin Wilson, 592. In the Bentley, of course. And that's going to be Golden Jaguars Motorsport. Love the name. Yeah, everyone is scared of the Audi. All right, number 69. Great number. It's going to be another 720. And then it's going to be Dremoment Racing. All right, let's hope I pronounced that right, but that's DREH Moment Racing. All right, we have D Brace here, the number 12 NSX. And that's going to be Plan B Insomnia. Wow. Great names, guys. All right, the 343 AMG. And that will be Hello Kitty Racing. Now, based on their livery, I should have assumed that one. Hopefully we get a nice closer look once the sun starts to come up. Oh, and it looks like we just had... Alright. The list here is doing its thing. There we go. Alright. Unfortunately, it still says Brennan Schmid down there. Hard to know who is in what car. So we talked about the number 12, the NSX. We have... Nope. That's not right there. Number 12 is not Dan Lund. 343 is Dan Lund. So, yeah, this is definitely doing interesting things. Yeah, this is why ACC is weird when it comes to the leaderboard. All right, number 1. The Blunderbuss. Nice. And that's going to be a Porsche. All right, we are almost through here. Number 126. It's going to be a 720, and that is Scuderia Fricandy. I love it. And that's spelled F-R-E, 1 E, Candy, with a K and an E. So, good job. Good job. All right, the number 4. And that is going to be Big Promble Motorsports. All right, not sure what a Promble is, but let's hope that doesn't turn into a problem. Number 70, another Bentley. Motor Sim Italy. I like it. All right, keeping an eye on the formation lap. And last one, number 5. And it looks like we have another big Promble. So there's going to be 2 big Prombles. That's the number 5. And it's actually big Promble number 1. That means that our number 4 car is big Promble number 2. All right, so there that is. Let's hope I can keep track. Plumbus knockoff. You know what? Maybe. Although the only Plum anything I know of is Plum Bob, and that's Peter O'Brien. So I'm not sure what a Plumbus is. All right, so typically this is the point when the broadcast will begin. So let's go ahead and get excited for this race. Welcome, guys. Thank you for joining the 6-hour race here at Kyalami for Sim Racing 604. We are about to cross the line here with with Brennan Schmid in the lead. And I always get confused with that first one. But there it is. The lights are green, and we are now racing. We have Brennan Schmid up in the lead. Peter O'Brien closely behind with the Melon Lords. Looks like we're going to battle it out into turn 1, followed by E-Chase and Robin Borden in the Albino Aston. Peter O'Brien trying to go around the outside. Brennan Schmid keeping it nice and tight on the inside. We have the Albino fighting with the Audi in the back. And it looks like E-Chase is going to have a nice, clean, empty road between Peter O'Brien going now up into the hairpin here, up the hill. And it looks like the Audi of Brennan Schmid is doing a great job of keeping away of Peter O'Brien. It looks like we are getting pretty congested towards the back. There goes Peter. Now Robin Borden keeping his place. You're going to have to forgive the leaderboard if you can check it out there. It's doing all sorts of weird things. But there's Robin Borden now in the 991. It looks like E-Chase was in the Albino Aston. Brennan's still keeping that lead. Peter O'Brien still chasing him down. Robin Borden is now going to have to handle E-Chase in the Albino right behind him. There goes E-Chase getting that draft. It looks like Robin Borden make the move to cover up the door. A little bit of a tap there from E-Chase, but everything good so far. Not much of a problem. It looks like Brennan Schmid is still keeping that lead. We have the contact there from E-Chase on Robin Borden. Still right behind him. Going to drop out of the helicopter cam for a second. And Brennan still with the lead, and it looks like Robin Borden fighting it out now, going around the outside. the Albino Aston trying to get down inside of the North American Racing Porsche, and it just not seems to be working at the moment. Going to drop back with Oswin Wilson as he tries to get around the number 69. And that's going to be the Fremont Racing. Back with the leaders, Brennan Schmid still leading so far. Looks like we've only covered about 2 minutes now of this 6-hour race. We are into lap number 2 now. Brennan Schmid still leading the race. Peter O'Brien following closely behind. Robin Borden still leading back from each chase. It looks like we have not had much movement from the first couple of drivers. And it looks like the only one so far has been number 246, B. Mandeville, who's lost that one position thus far. Robin Borden still, Brennan Schmid still keeping the lead. Robin Borden fighting it out very hard with the Albino Aston, driven by Ethan Chase. And it looks like Mitch Lusch, that's going to be a tough one. Mitch Lusch right behind for Prius Repellent Racing. And if I remember correctly, this is our 604 rookie. So this is our quote unquote underdog, but you know what, where they qualified, I don't think so. So we're going to keep an eye on them, definitely. It's going to be great data to have there for the coaches. And the Melon Lord just not bringing it up close to Brennan Schmid where he thought he'd be. But if we look on Robin Borden, still fighting it out. Ethan Chase closely behind. Mitch Lusch right there on him as well, leading quite a bit of a truly train here. Down into lap number 3 we go. Going back a little further, Eric Berg with the Albino Macaw, as he's being chased down by Brian Mandeville in the Caribbean Sim Racing, or in Caribbean Sim Motorsport, CSM for short. One more time, Robin Borden, and it looks like the distance has widened quite a bit there for him. Ethan Chase did see the Albino throw up a good bit of sparks there, probably going a little too wide there on the outside of the turn. Robin Borden has given himself quite a bit of space, as has Brandon Schmid now. Melon Lord just not having the pace so far in the first couple of laps. Brandon Schmid now 1.1 away from Peter O'Brien. Ethan Chase still chasing down Robin Borden, followed by Mitch Lusch. And Eric Berg still defending P6 from Brian Mandeville. Coming down the hill now, Christian Burning, car number 69. That is Fremont Racing, as he's being chased down by the Golden Jaguars, right now driven by Oswin Wilson. Oh, and something happened to the Hello Kitty, as I read in chat there. The number 343, and that's Dan Lunn, and they are all the way in the back. Oswin chasing them down. Here comes Marcus Saman for Scuderia Free Candy. Chasing down Oswin Wilson. Ty Carver as well, the number 6, losing out quite a bit of positions as he started out in 7th, currently now in P11. That's quite a ways for Ty Carver and the Team Lamp Racing. And it looks like D. Braze there with Plan B Insomnia is catching up pretty quickly. It's just quite a bit of a nice train we have, led by the CM6 Macaw. Actually, that's Fremont Racing. I knew I had to double check that one. But yeah, there's Christian Burning. Further look down the field there with the blunderbuss, Gerentis Butkus. Right behind D. Braze, Arlo Alamongo, And that the number 4 with a Big Promble number 2. And unfortunately for Big Promble, looks like they are unfortunately in a big problem. Although not too badly. They've actually moved up a position. But they are pretty much far behind. 2 seconds from Jurentis Butkus. Morgan McAllister right behind. Oh, I don't want to say that's commentator's curse. And that's the number 5, Big Promble. As we talked about a big problem, now Big Promble number 1 is in a bit of a problem themselves. Moving up all the way down. And that's Mattia De Rosa now with Motor Sim Italy getting ahead, as well as Dan Lund with Hello Kitty Racing. And it looks like the 343 had spun earlier, according to our head steward for the moment, Christopher Greer. And back up the lead now with Brennan Schmid still leading the Melon Lords. And it looks like that 1.1 has now turned into a 1.2 gap. With 5 laps down, it looks like Backroad GT Racing is pretty much in the lead. Not much of a response from the Melon Lords, being driven by Peter O'Brien. Not to say that they're not too far off, as Robin Borden is still quite a ways away, now 2.8 behind Peter O'Brien. Ethan Chase right behind him, though, and it looks like Mitch Lush has lost quite a bit of a distance from this battle, now being 2.7 away from the Albino AMR. It looks like they are in middle of Nowheresville at the moment. Eric Berg trying to catch up now in the Albino Macaw, as Brian Mandeville is right up on him. And Christian Burning quite a ways away from Brian Mandeville. Oswin Wilson 4/10 behind. Just can't seem to find the break to make the move just yet. And, you know, I think this is one of the differences when it comes to covering a, I guess what you would call a sprint race versus an endurance. There's not a lot of position changes happening at the moment. Mostly everyone's going to be driving, trying to maintain whatever they're currently at, with the hopes of fighting for something else. But I think the position changes are going to start to come up a bit later. I almost there. I believe that's David Manice. Yeah, for the most part, for the moment, I'll be in the booth by myself. I'll try to pull off the entire 6 hours, and throughout the event, we'll have some of our commentators and a couple of guests jump in. So hopefully I won't be truly alone the entire time. As we saw a bit of wobbliness there under braking from Christian Burning. Oswin Wilson trying to make the move, just could not find the place to attack. Oh, and now Oswin Wilson. Something going on with Oswin as Marquis Zyman gets around him around the outside. Now Ty Carver's going to try to make a move around Oswin Wilson. Not sure what would have happened there for the Golden Jaguars. We just saw him lose all sorts of power, and then he just could not find it. Maybe he had to slow down and find the grip. Oh, man, I hope that was not commentator's curse as he goes round very wide there. It looks like Ty Carver tried to send it down the inside. Door was closed back up by Oswin Wilson. D. Brace trying to catch up now. Looks like the blue lamp is starting to slow down quite a bit. NSX trying to make a move. Is he going to send it down the inside? Chooses not to. Stays within the slipstream. And it looks like the blunderbuss trying to make a move on the NSX. It's not going to work. That's Jurentis Butkus there in the number 1 Porsche right behind the NSX of D. Braze. Back up with the leaders. Brennan Schmid still ahead. And that 1.2 has now turned into a 2.4. Peter, what's going on, my man? That's quite a distance he's dropping away, although Peter O'Brien is maintaining the gap, and it's steadily increased from Ethan Chase, who's now taking the position away from Robin Borden. Ethan Chase has gotten around the North American Racing Porsche, driven by Robin Borden. And it looks like we have a nice report there from our head steward. Borden and Chase had an epic side-by-side through Sector 3. Both held it together amazingly. That's fantastic. Looks like Ethan Chase was the victor, came out ahead. Now he's currently in P3 ahead of Robin Borden. Let's find out now with the open space. Can Ethan Chase bridge the gap to Peter O'Brien? And it looks like he has. That 4-second gap is now sub 4, 3.9. So Ethan Chase might just have a little bit more pace there than Robin Borden. Will he catch up to Peter O'Brien will be the next question. Mitch Lush now 2.9 away from Robin Borden. We're going to keep track of that. Hopefully that does not turn into anything more, so he's able to keep the pace. But it looks like Eric Berg is right on his tails now, 1.8 behind, with Brian Mandeville in tow, still not managing to make the move. So I'm going to go ahead and keep track of these times there with the Melon Lords. 3.5 behind Schmid. And it looks like Eric Chase is starting to catch up to Peter O'Brien. That's 3.5 the last time we saw it. Or it was 3.9, now it's 3.3. Looks like Eric Chase is making quite a bit of a distance to catch up to Peter O'Brien. Yep, agreed there, Camilo. Giving a lot now might be costly later. And I think this push here by Ethan Chase might be something that we'll want to remember. Whether he catches up to Peter O'Brien, he's now 3.0. That's almost an entire second we've seen him bridge within the last few laps to Peter O'Brien. And it looks like he's starting to drop Robin Borden. He has him now 0.5 away. He was last 0.5 away. So it looks like from Steve Kelly, the two big Promble teams are here as amateurs. Yeah, so as Chris said, there are a good bit of pro drivers, but there's also a good bit of drivers that I myself don't recognize, whether that be in any of our leagues. But I can tell you for a fact, these two in the lead are one of our strong Season 7 competitors. Brendan Schmid unfortunately had a bit of unlucky season this time in Season 7, and had it not been for those few moments, I think he could have ended up a bit higher than he did. And you can tell from his pace, currently running 4.3 away from Peter. Peter was our Season 7 champion for the pro class, and it just, you know, we've seen them race together before. Although we've seen Brendan in the Bentley and not the Audi before. And so I think that might be a bit of the difference why we're seeing such a wide gap between these two. And we've clearly seen them race wheel to wheel prior. And it looks like Eric Chase now is living up to his name. Or sorry, Ethan Chase. Ethan Chase is chasing down Peter O'Brien with a vengeance. Now 2.4. He is pretty much right on him. And just quickly, guys, if you get a message from Streamlabs, go ahead and ignore that. It's a weird problem, so just ignore that. Now into the 2.1s. It's not going to be long until Ethan Chase is sub 2 seconds from Peter O'Brien. Unfortunately for Robin Borden, Ethan Chase is starting to pull away. Hopefully for Robin, it looks like he pulled it back 2/10. And it looks like we have our friend from across the pond, Psycho Syndicate. What's up, Matt? Yeah, it's quite a bit of a different experience running here with an endurance broadcast. And looking at our 604 rookies with Prius Repellent Racing, the number 259, the Audi. Still in Nowheresville, unfortunately. 4 seconds away. Both ahead and behind. So they have a good gap, but they're just going to have to clear it a bit further. But you know what? I think that they're having a great strategy, keeping it nice and consistent. As long as they keep it away from the dirt and the walls, they should have a good strategy to get good places back. And it looks like Brian Mandeville here with CSM has gone around Eric Berg. We saw these two fighting it out quite a bit earlier on. And that's Caribbean Sim Racing here with 246, Mr. Brian Mandeville. Unfortunately for the Albino Macaw, that is a position lost. Christian Burning still ahead of Marcus Zyman, but he's not too far behind. It looks like this Truly train is still going on. And unfortunately for Oswin Wilson, he's lost out quite a bit of places now. Not only to Zyman, but Ty Carver, D. Braze, and Jurintis Butkus as well. And it looks like Ty trying to make a move there on Marcus Zyman. We saw him under braking, get nice and close, but he just does not have the pace to make the lunge. And it looks like Oswin Wilson trying to also make a move. That's not Oswin. That's Oswind. Not sure who I might have clicked on there for a second. But there's Oswin chasing down Jurintis. Yeah, definitely 6 hours and talking. I think I'm built for that. I'm built different. But welcome along, guys. If you're brand new, if this is the first time joining the broadcast here, this is the 6 hours of Kyalami for Sim Racing 604. A bit of a departure from our normal broadcast within the leagues. And it looks like we pretty much have the entire midfield backed up here by Christian Burning. And not backed up, I should say, but being led by Christian Burning. I believe if we're going to see any stellar overtakes, they're going to happen within this train. Let's quickly jump on board here with Ty Carver as he chases down Marcus Zyman. Let's go ahead and watch his racing line coming out into turn one. Great job braking at the 100-meter board. Nice and tight around the apex. He's keeping it a lot tighter than previously. Same as it goes up into this corner. Great job. Definitely hitting all his marks, and looks like Marcus Zyman as well. If anything, I think these guys are showing very great consistency. Nice and tight. Dropping it at the 50. Looks like he's going a bit wider on exit than Marcus Zyman. Tiny bit of slip, potentially oversteer from Zyman up ahead. And it looks like stakes around the outside there for Ty Carver. That's an interesting line. Potentially trying to maximize his braking distance by not falling too closely behind the 720. You can just see he's definitely shining those lights in that rearview mirror, letting him know he's right there, putting on the pressure. Fantastic layup by Ty Carver. Unfortunately, just not enough to catch up to Marcus Zyman. But he is keeping his time. It looks like they are all within half a second of each other, give or take a second. Or a tenth, sorry. But this train might stick around longer. It's going to come down to whoever's able to keep the consistency up. Any little mistake and you have the next guy there ready to take the position. Unfortunate for Oswin, I think that's what might have caught him out. And going on towards the backfield, we have Arlo Alamongo. 5 seconds away, pretty much in Nowheresville. Same with Dan Lund with the Hello Kitty AMG. Morgan McAllister, 5 seconds behind as well. And Mattia DeRosa, 10 seconds away, currently in last place. One more time here with Brennan Schmid up in the lead. 7.5 seconds ahead of Peter O'Brien. That is quite the distance now. 7.7 as he crosses the line. As we take a look at our fastest lap times, it looks like Brennan Schmid has put in a 141.2 as his best time. Peter O'Brien 2/10 slower with a 141.4. And surprise, surprise, Ethan Chase only 200th behind on his best lap time from Peter O'Brien with a 141.48. Oh, Peter dipping that wheel on the outside. That's going to cost you. With Ethan Chase close behind with as much pace as he's carrying, Peter O'Brien cannot afford to make any sort of mistake at the moment. Not to mention Robin Borden is behind as well, although that 1.7 difference is now 2.1. Yeah, Ethan has made a move, and it looks like we're talking about Ty Carver. And that might be from previously. 1.2 now for Ethan Chase. 8 seconds for Peter away from Brennan Schmid. The Melon Lord must be struggling at the moment. Dropping on further back with Mitch. And it looks like he has dropped back 2 seconds away from Robin Borden. Unfortunately, Brian Mandeville seems to be catching up. So the Prius Repellent Racing team is going to have to step it up quite a bit now. If not, it looks like the Caribbean Sim Motorsport team is going to be right on their bumper as Eric Berg still chases down Brian Mandeville. Definitely their Puck Hog Backroad Racing is showing us who's boss here at Kyalami. And not to mention, I hope we see the Cruise Missile out on track today. If you guys aren't familiar, Pug Hog, that's AKA Cruise Missile. And that 8 second gap is now turning into 8.2, and it looks like Ethan Chase is now 0.9. He's under a second from Peter O'Brien, but as we discussed earlier in chat, Ethan Chase has definitely been pushing that car, stretching the life of those tires pretty hard. So this might be costly if he's able to make the move. He did start out P4, so Robin Borden definitely qualified with a faster time, but here during the race, it looks like Robin Borden has just not been able to keep up, whether that be due to track temperature, depending on if their tires were set up properly. Looking at the best lap from Robin Borden, 141.7. That's 0.3 slower than Ethan Chase, and a lap-by-lap analysis. So Peter's last lap was 142.3, and that's 3 seconds slower than Ethan Chase, who just put a 142 flat. So at the moment, that's 0.3 faster by Ethan Chase. With a 0.9 delta, it looks like potentially, if he keeps this pace within the next 3 laps, we should see Ethan Chase within striking distance of Peter O'Brien. Unfortunately for the grid, that means that Brennan's currently, his last lap was a 141.8, which is faster than the best lap from Mitch Lusch, was a 141.9. That being said, Mitch just put in his best lap in his last lap, and that is currently the 4th fastest lap. So definitely, the Sim Racing 604 rookies have shown incredible pace. So I wouldn't count these guys out as rookies. And Ethan Chase with the oversteer coming out of the exit there, that might cost him quite a bit. He's 1/10 faster, or 1/10 closer now to Peter, although based on his previous lap analysis, that should have gone down from 0.9 to 0.6, and it looks like it's gone up now to 1.1. So Peter O'Brien is picking up the pace quite a bit, although he's still 8.2 away from Brennan Schmid. I believe that's remained consistent, so definitely Ethan Chase, with that bit of oversteer on the exit, has now lost out 0.2, which is going to push him back one more lap to that striking distance. And of course there, Mr. Actually, you know what? Can you let me know how to pronounce your username? I've always said Exotite, but I know that's wrong. Exoseti. I'm gonna need that Ilpo type of phonetic spelling here. Exoset. There we go. Exoset. Yeah, definitely. That's brought to you by AWS. Actually, Chris. I'm gonna call it CGS. There you go. Exoset, you'll know why it's called CGS. Well, it looks like that those 0.2 he lost within the last lap have now come back down. He's at 0.9 away from Peter O'Brien. Although he lost out 0.2 within that last lap, 142.4 for Ethan Chase. Now crossing the line, his current last lap was 1/10 faster than Peter O'Brien, 142.0. But we did see that oversteer on the exit of the last turn. So even though his lap time was faster, he has lost out 0.2 again to Peter O'Brien. I think at this moment, Ethan Chase is close enough that he might be over pushing the car just a bit. We've seen him catch up due to his high level of consistency. But at this distance to Peter O'Brien, he might start focusing on chasing the car a little more than hitting his braking marks. And that might be costly to him. And it looks like we have a yellow flag. That's number 126, Marcus Zyman. Not sure what would have happened to Marcus. Hard to tell if that front end is a little scuffed. But he's now away from Ty Carver and D. Braze. As Morgan McAllister gets around Marcus Zyman. That's unfortunate for the 604 coaches. Back here with Peter, and it looks like Ethan Chase now 0.5 away. Peter O'Brien has now dropped 9.2 from Brennan Schmid. And I know we talked about this, about pushing the car a little too hard. It's possible that Peter O'Brien just chased down Brennan Schmid a little too hard. Now just can't find the pace. Ethan Chase trying to make the move, not finding it around Peter O'Brien, still keeping that lead, now 0.3 away. We are in within that third lap of the striking distance. This might be the time where Ethan Chase will make the move on Peter O'Brien. The Melon Lord's going to have to make that car a lot wider to be able to keep the position. But for how long, I think with the current pace that Ethan Chase has shown, Peter O'Brien's consistency might not be enough for him to keep the position away. Ethan Chase might prove to have the pace to catch up to Brennan Schmid. Trying to go down the inside, and there he goes now, wheel to wheel. Ethan Chase trying to get around Peter O'Brien. Peter O'Brien keeping it nice down the outside. It looks like the Aston Martin might have more pace as he goes down into the inside. Gets around Peter O'Brien. Peter O'Brien trying to look for the switchback, not having enough space to make the lunge. Now closely behind, right on his bumper of the Aston Martin. The Melon Lord's going to try to make the move on the albino Aston. It might be that Ethan Chase just made this position stick. We're going to go down into the main straight. Peter O'Brien's going to be right on his bumper as we come into the turn. We're going to go on board with Peter as he chases down Ethan Chase now, who has taken over P2. And it looks like Peter O'Brien is just much later on those brakes. That curb did send him a little wide there. The bounce sent Ethan Chase quite further out on the outside than I think he wanted to be. But it looked like Peter O'Brien just did not have enough grip in those tires. Bit of a lock it looked as the car just slid into the apex. As he's now lost 0.2 away from Ethan Chase. It was a great, fantastic move up the hill in the hairpin from Ethan Chase. Unfortunately for Peter O'Brien, just seemed to lose out all sorts of pace when it came into the braking zone. It looks like he tried to push a little wider. The tires just did not have it in them. You can see it here. He's just going a lot wider than Ethan, not hitting the apex as closely. Peter O'Brien might be a little tilted at the moment. We're going to keep an eye on Robin Borden's Delta. That's 3.7 away from Peter O'Brien. And that's a 10.2 from Chase to Schmid. Peter O'Brien now dropping 0.6. That was a 141.8 from Ethan Chase this last lap. And unfortunately for O'Brien, that was a 142.1. However, that's 0.5 faster than Robin Borden with Clean Air, who's at a 142.6, almost matching an identical lap time to Mitch Lusch. Unfortunately for Peter, he might just not have it in him to catch up to Ethan Chase. Now, within 20 minutes, we're going to run into our first stint timer. It's about a 65-minute max stint length. So we might see them come in for, I don't know, maybe a new set of tires, refueling. Hard to say at the moment how long they're going to push each set. We might potentially see our first driver swap within the next 20 minutes. Now Peter O'Brien 0.8 away from Ethan Chase. It just does not look like he has enough of that, enough of the pace that Ethan Chase showed as he chased him down. Although it looks like he's gone up 0.2 now. That's a 142 flat from Peter, 0.1 faster, and 141.9 from Chase, which is a 0.1 slower than their previous lap. So it looks like they might meet towards the middle at a 142 flat. So Peter O'Brien might not be out just yet. We're going to move away slowly for the time away. It looks like Robin Borden and Mitch both are running their own races at the moment. Pretty much equidistant from any sort of competition. Although Mitch is 8 seconds away from Robin Borden. But that has maintained a consistent pace. And it looks like Brian Mandeville has dropped back 1 second away from Mitch. He's pretty much running his own race, as well as Eric Berg. Ty Carver now leading the Truly train. If I remember correctly, we had a white macaw here, the albino macaw, the number 21, which that's Eric Berg. So he has pretty much pulled away from Ty Carver. Being 8 seconds away, that's quite a time to pull away. D Braze now 1.1. So it looks like our Truly train has pretty much dissipated. Juventus Butkus 1 second away as well. And it looks like Oswin Wilson now trying to make the move on Christian Burning. Will Oswin Wilson have the pace? The Golden Jaguar trying to make the move around the outside. Looks like he was a lot early on braking, going for the switch, trying to go around the outside. It looks like he might make a little bit of contact there with the bumper, trying to find a move on the outside, not having it. Christian Burning doing a great job of closing the door. There goes Oswin Wilson trying to get around the outside, make the move early, position the car early on, but Christian Burning just doing a great job of closing the door, putting the car, making it nice and wide, not allowing Oswin Wilson to make the move where he wants. And it looks like Arlo Alamongo now not too far away. There go Oswin Wilson trying to make the move around the outside. Gets on early. We've seen this before. Will he have the switch? Down the inside he went. One more time. There he goes. Oswin Wilson with the move down the inside. And Oswin Wilson's done it. Great job by Oswin getting around Christian Burning, but Christian Burning is not out just yet. What an interesting line from Oswin Wilson. It looks like he's making these moves not only on attacking and defense, he's doing it much earlier on than Christian Burning. And if he's not careful, Arlo Alamongo in the Bentley is right behind as well. He might just be put in another moment of deja vu as he has another green Bentley approaching behind him. And it does not seem like Arlo is going to have the same type of pace we saw from Oswin. Christian Burning might be getting his bearings a bit now, as he's going to work on chasing back Oswin. We move on further down the field. Dan Lund maintaining his position. Unfortunately, that's quite a bit of a loss from what he started in. Looks like the 343 started P12. They've dropped back into P14. Well, they were down in P17 after their spin, and they've moved back now 3 positions. So it's not a total loss just yet for the Hello Kitty AMR. Unfortunately for the Sim Racing 604 coaches here, we have Marcus Zyman running down in P15. We saw them start not too far away from where they currently are. They started out P14, so they've only lost 1 position, but they had a massive gain at the start. We saw them previously running behind Ty Carver ahead of D. Braze. So they're not too far out of where they started, but it is a hard moment there. I think they're just going to keep their head down and keep it running. And from Grumpy Gamer, it looks like 343 has a bunch of damage from the spin. So hopefully for them, within the next 15-20 minutes, they're able to come in for their first pit stop, as State 1 is about to come to an end. And hopefully they're going to be able to fix up any sort of damage. Morgan McAllister, 1 position up from where they are. Big Prumble number 1. And it looks like this is one of our amateur teams. And Mattia DeRosa still running behind. It looks like it is 5 seconds further than from what we saw before. Brennan Schmid, 25 laps in, leading this race. Not much of a competition. He's pretty much pulling a Mr. Universe here, and AKA and Eric Diaz, otherwise known as, I guess pretty much just leading the race. There's really no one else there. But Brennan Schmid now joins the ranks of those who have pretty much led a race in the fashion of Sir Lewis Hamilton. And as Pedantic Squirrel pointed out, the battle for P2 is still raging. Unfortunately for Peter O'Brien, he is now 0.9 away from Eric Chase, which is a little further away than he was when we last were on board with Peter. Although the 3.7 delta to Robin Borden has now changed to 4.2. So these two have increased their pace away from Robin Borden. It looks like the distance has somewhat maintained from Peter to Ethan, although that 10.2 from Ethan Chase has now gone up to an 11.1 from Brennan Schmid. So while they are boosting each other up away from the rest of the field, Brandon Schmid is consistently plowing through, and it looks like that now is an 11.5 to the race leader and a 0.6 away from P2 for Peter O'Brien. So he's made up 3/10. Unfortunately for Robin Borden, that stays at a 4.3. And it looks like Mitch Lush has dropped back to 10 seconds. We previously saw him down at 8, so that's quite a ways away. Fortunately for him, Brian Mandeville has dropped back another 2 seconds from him. So the distance from the midfield is starting to, they're starting to distance themselves quite a bit. Not really catching up to the guy ahead. And with about 15 minutes in the hour left, let's go ahead and explore some of our driver cameras here. So if you guys want to go ahead and check out all the other driver streams, I'm going to paste one more time the link in Discord. Or sorry, in the chat for Discord. Go ahead and find the event streams channel. And there is a nice big list of all the drivers. So let's go ahead and find out with Back Row GT Racing what's going on. Let's pull up their stream.
Wow, this new Coca-Cola's...
Gonna mute that ad for a second. And let me get this set up to be able to jump on board with Brennan Schmid. All right, so we're going to start listening to Brennan here as you're going to see a lot of my background and all that, all the behind the curtain stuff. So here's an exclusive look at how we all set it up.
But it's always a pleasure.
This is Brennan Schmid now, as we're going to jump on the screen for a second.
You need to tell Doxy she needs to pick up the slack around there and get it working on those essays. It's about time to put the gloves on. I'm getting myself ready. Do you fix the pressures of the wheels? So we can adjust the tire pressures at the pit stop. Just take some air in and out, because like 1/10 of a PSI makes a world of difference. I'm actually going to probably tell Brennan to take click out of the front. The rears should be okay, but I want a little more grip on the front here, because we don't. I think the temperatures are increasing, so I need to make sure that the front tires aren't too overinflated. I like supporting my streamers when I have a chance. Oh, Q, you're too kind. Oh, melt my heart, why don't you? All right, let's start. Like I'm already getting antsy, which is never a good thing. But you know, the butterflies start building up. Like, man, just getting excited to hand the car over.
So we're on board here with, I believe,
Gap hasn't really pulled
Back
much,
Row GT Racing.
But, it's been kind of holding steady. I think everybody's kind of in the same boat at this point with the tires. I think everyone's let me check to see. Oh, that's the problem. I can't check his temperatures. That's the annoying thing. I can't see his numbers in front of me. Surely I could run better in 45s, but I got a feeling I'm going to lose a little bit of time here. Yeah, I can't run 141. The best
so we're
I've
on board
done
with
in racing is
Schmid,
about a 42.8-ish.
And who you guys hear in the background is his teammate, Sure Reaper, which I forget his driver name.
Thank you, Christian. Appreciate
So forgive me for that, guys. But it looks like they're getting ready to hand off the car. Brennan Schmid will come into the pits in, I'm not sure when. But it could be the next couple minutes. Could be the next few laps. But let's go ahead. Let's go back on board with their team chat. And maybe we can find out when that pit strategy is going to come into play.
Throwing up the BGTR. If you don't know what BGTR means, well, that's the car you're looking at now. That is the name of the race team here that I have. Backroads GT Racing.
Looks like he's getting ready to take the car.
The 6 hours of Kyalami. The gloves are going on, folks. It's time to put some work in.
Let's go ahead and resize our screen. Maybe we can see a picture-on-picture action.
All right. Oh, he hit this curb.
No.
We'll lose a bit of time there. Yeah, I think his grip's gone. That's not going to help his cause. He lost a lot of time there.
And it looks like P5 has spun. According to Sean here.
Lost a lot of time there.
I'm going to assume that was Brian Mandeville.
Oh, man, we lost like 3 seconds there with that off. It's bound to happen here. This track, it's difficult at the best of times on ideal conditions. And The cold conditions are making it a bit tricky on the
Ah,
wearing
no,
the tires
P6.
out. I'm pretty sure he's
Oh,
probably
Mitch
worn his
Lush.
fronts completely out, which I'm sure I'm gonna feel here when I
And
go
he's
out
now
there.
in 7th as it looks like Eric Berg has gotten around.
And we're into the stream. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for stopping on by on your Saturday, or maybe Sunday morning, if depending on where you're at in the world watching this. But thank you so much for stopping on by.
I have an idea here.
Get ready to hand off here. Looks like there's a whole gaggle of cars there. Alright, go easy through here. Thank you, Brendan. It's an easy corner to mess up that one, but you gain a lot of time.
Looks
when
like
you
they're
hit it
not
right.
pitting this lap just yet. So that's unfortunate for the 604 rookies running in the previous Repellent Racing Audi. They had a spin and dropped down into P7. So that's going to move up Brian Mandeville and Eric Berg. Also, as we're pretty much figuring out this stream, you guys let me know what POVs work out, whether you want to see the main broadcast at the same time as the drivers. It's a first-time event, so we're just going to play around with it quite a bit.
Team here to kind of do the field crunching for me. Go down a little slower. Yeah, 102. See if he gets by the car. Yeah. 102 for the fuel. I need 102. That's my fuel.
Looks like they're setting up their race strategy. Or pit strategy, I should say.
I want to wait till he gets by this lap car before I tell him what he needs. He's still got another 10 minutes. We're allowed 65 minutes to race per stint. Then we have to get out of the car or we get a penalty.
And it looks like he's about to catch up there on
Derek.
Morgan McAllister.
I need fuel at 102 and then take one click out of the front tires. Just the fronts.
We're going to let them set up their strategy a bit, and we're going to come back with Backroad GT Racing. So Brendan Schmid now trying to get around Morgan McAllister. Take a quick look here. Yep, definitely flashing, trying to make his move. This is going to be tough. McAllister did not make that one easy for the Backroad GT Racing. And this will not be their stint time either. So we're going to move on to P7 and P6. Looks like we have a nice battle going on. And it looks like Mitch Lush has gotten back up to Eric Berg. Eric Berg, as we saw, definitely going wider on the outside. Putting those wheels in the dirt. And it looks like Team Lamp is not too far away. Ty Carver is pretty close. And the 126 is in the pits. That's Marcus Zyman. They might be going for a driver swap. And there goes Eric Berg now into the pits. Mitch Lush is going to get that position back. Zyman in the pits as well. Jurentis Butkus as well coming now. We might be able to find out who they are subbing in.
Yeah. Alright, all good. Change tires, spit strategy 1. Tire pressure is all good. Fuel 109. Ah, damn it. Sorry.
So it looks like they're in the
ignition's
pits.
back on? Oh, ignition's off actually. Sorry, my bad. So that has prepare ignition. Wait, no, wait. It's on. Never mind. I take it back. It's on. All good. Stressful situation here. Yeah, tire set 5. Yeah, that's right.
Looks like Backroad has yet to pit as well.
Can't tell if they're pitting yet.
I'll switch
they're
around.
not
So
pitting
just
yet.
starter.
A lot of guys
good to go.
pitting a little bit early here, right at the hour mark.
Yep, good to go.
I'm thinking Brennan's probably running light on fuel.
No, first gear.
All right, so it looks like Jurentis is now switching
Good
out
luck. I'm
of
gonna go take a break.
the blunderbuss. And let's find out who just came in. All right, so for Hello Kitty Racing, that's going to be Arjun. I'm going to go with Lakshmi because I don't think I can say Narasimhan. So I'm just going to go with Arjun. Forgive me there, Arjun. All right, so if we remember correctly, that was Dan Lund previously. Now the car is off to Arjun. Marcus Zyman maintains the car, did not do a driver swap, so we're not going to see yet from Davin Sturdivant or Jonathan Corkle. But Jurentis now has switched, so we're going to see Dejas Monroe, or Dejas. Forgive the pronunciation, guys. And we have a new car in the pits now. Looks like Robin Borden. We might see the return of Charles Saylor with this stint. And from the looks of it, it looks like Ethan Chase in the pits as well. Brandon Schmid yet to make the move. Brian Mandeville now coming into the pits. Ooh, and we have a yellow flag from the number 1. That's David Monroe in the blunderbuss. I wonder what would have happened. Actually, I might be able to see. Ah, and it looks like he just took a spin, unfortunately. You know what? I've never been happier for stream delays, I think, more than right now. I would have not have been able to see that had it not been for the stream delay. Ooh, I was afraid that might have been another one there. And there it is. Brennan Schmid now in the pits. Let's go on board with his team. Oh, and there comes
Okay,
Peter O'Brien
got
now into the
2
pits.
track warnings, my bad.
Well,
one of them,
at least
I
you
have
didn't
no
spin.
idea how I got it, because I was
Yeah.
in the sand at Cheetah,
Yeah.
and they gave me a track warning, like I even lifted. You got 8 seconds.
Copy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we're underway here, folks.
And there he goes. It looks like it's Derek Anderson now taking the wheel.
We're underway here, folks.
And that's a 30-second stop and go for JD. Unfortunately for Peter O'Brien, it looks like it might have been an issue with the pit limiter. So Peter O'Brien might have just cost the Melon Lords a bit of time. Ty Carver now our provisional race leader. As he has yet to make his first stint stop. I believe that the 65 minutes are about to expire within the next minute. So if he wants to avoid a disqualification, he's going to have to make his pit stop in this lap. And there he comes now, Ty Carver into the pits. Ooh, interesting stop there as he approached the line. Derek Anderson now going to be moved up to the race lead, and it looks like JD is going to come in for that 30-second stop and go. As now Derek Anderson's going to have to get through the lap traffic of Marcus Zyman. If we take a look at the real-time board, Derek Anderson now leads the race once again, followed by, I'm not too familiar with his first name, but O. Cripps and Robin Borden. Looks like we did not have a driver change for the North American Racing Porsche. And that's going to be Owen Cripps in the Albino Aston, which they've gone for the driver swap. So they've pitted and they've moved up from, actually no, they maintained their position because this was Ethan Chase. So this is the part where it might get a little more complicated remembering who was previously driving. But here comes Owen Cripps trying to make the move on Derek Anderson. We saw a bit of contact there with the rear bumper. Goes round the outside. Owen Cripps trying to make the move. Going now for the switch down the inside. Trying to get on, make the move on Derek Anderson. It looks like Owen Cripps just is not going to have the pace to do it for the moment. He's putting his car into position to attack pretty early on. We saw that from Oswin Wilson. Derek Anderson doing his best. And it looks like so far he's succeeding, closing the door right on time as he needs to. But from the bit we've seen from Owen Cripps, he is not afraid to get aggressive and get up into the bumper of Derek Anderson. We saw the Albino AMR come out with a lot of pace with Ethan Chase. Now putting in a stellar drive by Owen Cripps, if he's able to make the move cleanly around Derek Anderson. And he's just hugging that apex nice and tight. Derek Anderson might be in a bit of trouble here. Now let's get a picture-on-picture play here. I want to know what Derek Anderson's thinking. Oh, it might be a little too late for that. Although he keeps it in the lead. Fantastic job by Derek Anderson. Let's listen in.
Sorry, I'm not going to be very focused on the chat. I got that car behind me in the mirror. Oh yeah, I got to fix the mirror.
Your front brakes are getting a bit hot.
Oh, that might have been it. And he got around.
Damn it.
Derek, don't let him get away.
Sorry about that. I was too busy cycling my cameras at the wrong time.
Yeah, unfortunately for Derek Anderson, that was not the best time to go for a camera change. And it looks like Owen Cripps has gotten around now, and we have a new provisional race leader. This is the first time where it's happening outside of the pit strategy. So we have our current race leader now. Now, their current lap times aren't reflecting their proper pace, so I'm going to wait a few more laps until we get pretty solid numbers in. They're pretty far away from their previous teammates' times. It could be just tires warming up, could be their fight on track. That was a nifty little jump from Owen Cripps that sends him out wide into the grass. This might be Derek Anderson's chance to be able to retake the lead as he comes now down the inside. There he goes, retakes it from Owen Cripps. Fantastic battle. We're seeing 39, I believe that's 40 laps in. That counter's always one lap off. That's 40 laps in, and we're seeing a fantastic battle for the race lead. Hopefully this time we won't have a mirror change. And there he goes. There's the switch from Owen Cripps getting down the inside of Derek Anderson. And he's gonna make the move stick. Great job by Owen Cripps. Definitely getting his head down after that unfortunate bump off of the apex. Just the curb just sent him nice and wide, and then just launched him into the air. But he put his head down, got back on track, and made the move back on Derek Anderson. We're going to hop on over to C. Irvin for the moment. And it looks like we have a nice Truly train, and that's Carter Irvin, and that train is being led by Carson Meyer. Now our second rookie driver to take the car. JD trying to make the move on Carter Irvin. Carter Irvin spins for Lamp Racing as he made contact going into it with Carson Meyer. And unfortunately, he's also going to lose out now to the Bentley of Kay Rickford. Oh man, what a scene we just saw. Carson Meyer keeping his position. It looks like I believe that's Carter Irvin attempted to make the move down the outside, made a bit of contact with the Audi, ended up spinning himself around, and JD Daniel got through. Same with A. Friday and Kay Rickford. So now Carson Meyer is going to have to handle JD. As JD goes for the move, there goes the pedantic squirrel down the inside in the Melon Lord 720. Carson Meyer is not only now going to have to handle that overtake, but it looks like M. Friday is right up behind him in the NSX for Plan B Insomnia. And it looks like the NSX just carried a lot of speed, had to scrub it off. Bit of a slip there, got back right behind Carson Meyer. And he's going to attempt it again. That NSX is hungry for the position. Down the main straight. Here goes Aneem. Down the inside. And it looks like Rickford's going to have a look as well inside of Carson Meyer. They're going to go wheel to wheel now. And it looks like Carson Meyer was able to keep the position. Khalil Rickford, though, for the Golden Jaguars, is definitely going to have another go at it. And I want to commend the Golden Jaguars after the initial the initial stint there with Oswin Wilson. Oswin did a great job of getting the position of the car back into position, and now Rickford is in contention for valuable positions as he's going to chase down Carson Meyer. And there he goes. Sneaky move down the inside. They're going to fat it out into the hairpin. Round the outside. The Bentley's going to go. Audi doing a great job of maintaining the position. Wheel to wheel. Down the hill. Who's going to keep it flat out? And it looks like Carson Meyer decided to pull back right on his bumper. Ooh, we saw the sparks flying. Looks like that rear end is bottoming out quite a bit. But the position is going to stick for Khalil Rickford. Now moving up into P7. So JD now moving into 5th. Aneem Friday coming up into 6th. And Khalil Rickford. Although Rickford looks like he's right on the NSX, this might be another takeover from Khalil. Aneem's going to have to put in that Mr. Saturday hat and try to keep him behind. A bit of an oversteer there from Rickford. Definitely bringing in a lot of speed with that Bentley, getting that rear end nice and out, doing a great job of putting the car over the curb, and it looks like Aneem Friday is struggling on exit. There goes Khalil now, round the inside, trying to make the move now. Did he have a look down the inside? Had a look down the outside, decided to pull away, keeping it right behind Aneem. From what we saw with Carson Meyer, Khalil is a man who is going to keep it right behind and strike right at the perfect moment. Right on the bumper of Aneem, Khalil Rickford doing a great job with the Bentley for the Golden Jaguars as he chases down the Plan B Insomnia Racing NSX, driven by Aneem Friday. Up into the hairpin we go. Great job late braking, putting that car right where we saw it before, down the hill. Here he comes. He's going to keep it around the outside, flat out. Khalil Rickford. It doesn't look like the NSX is dropping in pace, and there it is one more time. Khalil Rickford making the same move that we saw on Carson Meyer. This might be the place where Khalil Rickford gains back those positions. JD Daniel, I hope you're taking a look at this in your rearview mirror, man. It's going to be an interesting feat as when he comes right up on him. He's 3.3 away. Let's find out if he's able to have any sort of pace now with clean air in front of him. Khalil Rickford is definitely a driver we're going to have to remember. We're going to head back up with the leaders. Owen Cripps still maintaining that lead. Hopefully that was not a lot of damage we saw from him, but that's 11 seconds for Derek Anderson behind Owen Cripps. Now, we saw this before, but it was a complete Uno reverse card with Brennan Schmid leading this race 11 seconds ahead. And it looks now like the albino AMR now, driven by Owen Cripps, has pulled out that Uno reverse card and is 11 seconds ahead in the lead of the Back Road GT Racing team. Robin Borden going on strong for a second stint, and there he goes. He spins Derek Anderson. Derek Anderson has spun for the Back Road GT team. And it looks like Robin Borden now is going to move up into P2. The track has gone up 1 degree since we started roughly 1 hour and 50 minutes ago. I want to say about 1:15 because we did cover qualifying. Unfortunately for Derek Anderson, that was a position losing spin. And Brian Mandeville running comfortably in 4th now. Pretty consistent race from him. Have not seen too much of Brian Mandeville. We've spoken about him, but he's just pretty much been in his own race for quite a bit. Oh, and it looks like that Audi, just a bit of oversteer, probably taking a little too much speed down the hill. He's going to have to keep it more consistent than that if he wants to maintain that position, although JD is 22 seconds away, so he's pretty much in a nice comfort zone. I don't think it's enough for him to pit without losing a position, but he's doing great so far in his second stint. JD now for the Melon Lords, unfortunately for Peter, or for the Melon Lords team, starting out P2, now in P5. That's quite a loss. It's going to be up to JD, and unfortunately they did have a stop-and-go penalty after their driver swap. And Khalil Rickford now 2.6 away from JD Daniel. That was a 142.2 from Rickford, so that's 6/10 faster than JD's current lap time. And Rickford's about 2.6 away. So we might see a move within the next 4 laps. He might be within striking distance of JD Daniel. So presumably that's going to be lap 49. And it looks like JD just came in with a 142.5, which is an equal time to Rickford. So if Rickford's not able to keep his previous pace, he might just stay within that 2.5 seconds behind JD. As we move on to Zyman now for Scuderia Free Candy as he chases down Arjun Lakshmi. We're going to keep on this battle as I take a quick break. All right, so we've just entered the ACC broadcast booth here at Sim Racing 604. I've pulled in Mr. Plumbob, a.k.a. Peter O'Brien, and our head steward, Christopher Greer. What's up? What's going on, guys?
Getting stop go 30s, being a bad driver, the usual, things like that.
Yeah, that's
how about
normal.
you, Garrison?
Well, it's been 1.2 hours here. We're watching Marcus Zyman chase down Arjun Lakshmi, as it looks like Marcus Simon's about to send it down the inside, making the same move we saw Khalil Rickford make on Carson Meyer, and it looks like the Hello Kitty AMG goes wide, and the position's going to be for Marcus Zyman, although they might have made contact.
Oh! Death.
Oh. He slowed down to give the position back, so I guess he felt he was responsible for pushing him out wide. But unfortunately for Marcus, he's now lost out to Monroe as well.
I think actually that was the lead car that just passed him.
No,
If I'm not mistaken. That looked like an Aston.
You know what? Yes, you're right. Let's go ahead and check out the... Yep, definitely. O'Crips, we can see him there ahead of P14 and P15.
Yes, sir. He is certainly fast in that Aston. He was pulling away from me in a straight. That upsets you.
Ooh, just look at the slip into the
Ooh.
corner.
Just sliding through there. Drift car.
That's aggressive.
Drift car. Oh.
Now, this is Owen Cripps driving. The guy chasing you down was Ethan Chase. But it looks like
Yes.
they both have incredible pace.
Yeah, no, they're both very quick. Especially in the Aston, I think something that definitely helps them is the cheat code TC18. Really helps with them not graining their tires. They had really consistent pace throughout the entire stint, and it was really hard to keep them behind me. And then when they passed me, they were just gone. So it's going to be a long race for them. But I feel like unless Robin or someone else finds a sudden burst of pace, they might just pull away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, we were watching him at Ethan Chase as he got around Robin Borden, and then the lap time just kept decreasing as he got closer to you. It looks like he just could not bridge that the position when it came down to being within a second away from you. But after he got away, he just pulled away.
Yeah, no, he definitely is very quick. I tried to tail him for as long as I could, but my front tires were absolutely dead. I needed to come in, and then I came in and gave us a nice penalty, so that was great.
Yeah, what happened there? Did you just forgot the pit limiter?
Yeah, I don't race with the pit limiter on, like, it's on automatically for me. So I went into the pit lane, and I turned the corner, and I just mashed the gas, and I was like, oh, I'm still accelerating. Oops. And I slowed down, turned the pit limiter on. I was like, okay, well, that's probably a stop go 30, so guess we'll just move on. But I don't know, luckily, JD's been doing a great job in the car. I had one tiny slide through Sunset, but other than that, been good. He caught it really well, and I don't know, he's just making time up on everyone right now, so that's all I can really ask.
Yeah, what do you think about Khalil Rickford right behind him? He got through Carson Meyer and Aneem Friday pretty easily, about a similar move as we almost saw Marcus Hyman making here on Arjun. What do you think his chances are of catching up? He's now he's 3/10 away.
He's tailing him. I'm watching him right now. I don't know. I think that JD definitely has the pace to keep him behind, but seeing that he's climbed through the field kind of consistently and also made up just as much time on Friday and Meyer as we have, it's definitely going to be a good fight, to say the least.
Yeah, so he's racing for Golden Jaguars. They started out P9, and that was driven by Oswin. Unfortunately, they had quite a bit of an interesting stint one. Lost a lot of positions. Oswin brought him back. Now Khalil right on the bumper of JD Daniel trying to make the move. You guys saw this before with Carson Meyer. You saw it with Aneem. He's round the outside. It looks like JD's putting the car nice in the position where it needs to be to keep
Brings it
Khalil.
right around.
This is fantastic driving we're seeing. I'm actually surprised to see such close racing almost 50 laps in.
Yeah, it's been kind of wild out there, especially considering how, spread out the field has gotten. But it's nice to see that there's still a nice tight mid-pack battle. When we came out in, I think, 7th out of the pits after our stop-go, we were right in the thick of like 4 cars fighting for position. So it's definitely nice to see that there's some type of battling with people around similar pace in the middle of the field. It's just been good racing so far.
That's great to hear. Definitely, we've seen it on our end here. I've actually had quite little moments to break away. There's always been something to look at.
Yeah, I wondered how it was going for you in here. Eric told me that you were wondering if you were going to be sitting here all by yourself for a while. So, oh, around the inside. Is he going to go for it?
That looks like a track
no, he backs out.
Yeah, he definitely had all 4 wheels inside the apex on that one.
And it's tough, and we're seeing these two cars remarkably similar across their different sectors. Maybe they're trading a 10th or so, but the pace is really even. So it's going to be interesting to see how this battle plays out over the next few laps and who breaks concentration first.
If you guys aren't familiar, that's Christopher Greer, a.k.a. Exoset. And he is, I believe you're stewarding, correct?
No live stewarding today, but everybody's actually been behaving themselves very well, so big shout out to all the teams there. It's been really clean and professional so far. We've had a few bumps and bruises in a few places, but I think everybody's driving a really good race so far.
That's great to hear. And I'm pretty sure Peter's going to be happy that Khalil Rickford just has not been able to make the move on JD.
Oh,
Dang.
almost lost it on the corner there. A little squirrely.
Oversteering.
Oh, and then
for
JD
Khalil.
slides through the corner. Oh, ooh, okay.
That might
A little
be
deep
it.
in the brake zone.
Nope. JD doing a great job putting the car on the outside.
Oh. JD is doing great right now. Absolutely impeccable driving from him right now. Right before I left, I was like, JD, you're doing a great job. Keep doing you, man. And he gave me like the cliche, thanks, guys. I'm like, all right, okay. Do you.
You guys heard it here first. JD Daniel, a.k.a. Pedantic Squirrel. That's the perfect impersonation. That's how he sounds. Okay, guys.
Come on, you guys have heard him before on the stream. He's definitely been in here a few times.
You know what he has? I remember his icon. I don't remember the voice, so now that's what I'm gonna remember.
All right.
Hi,
Well,
guys.
maybe you can drag him in here too. Maybe I will persuade him to come in here and visit after he's done with his stints.
Sounds good. And it looks like the Dodgeman has now joined the booth. What's going on, Paul?
Hey, how's it going?
You are now joining in on lap 51, and we are down to 4 hours and 30 minutes. It's been pretty cool. It's been
Sounds-
quite interesting.
So what you're saying is I've missed the best part.
No,
Yes.
I think, well, they've
Yes.
been good parts. Let's hope there's better parts.
There's been some good racing, but I think once we get closer to the end, it'll definitely. Ooh, oh!
And JD
alrighty.
spins.
Little tap from the rear, but we stand. We keep going. I wonder how that's gonna pan out.
Wow, Peter, what are you feeling right now?
Honestly, I'm not too worried. It's a long race. We're only a quarter of the way through the race. We got quite a long time left. There are people ahead of us that are definitely not on pace with us, and there are people behind us that are definitely faster than us. So I think there's still a lot of time for this race to kind of figure itself out, and I don't know. That's just a part of the endurance experience, I suppose.
Wow, Peter, I'm gutted for you, Peter. Absolutely
Eh,
gutted.
it's all good, Garrison. I am perfectly fine. I got us a stop go 30, so I can't really feel upset about anything that happens out on track. I already blew it, just doing something that I should have been capable of without screwing up.
Now, not to incite any drama here for the Melon Lords, but what's going on through your head here, thinking about starting P2 and now running P6?
I mean, it's frustrating for me specifically because I know that I'm the reason we're in 6th. But overall, I'm not too worried about it. Like I keep saying, very long race. We have tons of time. I know that we're capable of catching at least a few of the people in front of us. I think a top 3 is very doable here. It's gonna have to be a whole team effort now. Now that we've dropped back to 6th, and we're just gonna have to keep chugging along.
Well, that's
Keep my head up.
that's great leadership there for our driver 1 of the Melon Lords. As we move on back with Daniel Krebs now chasing down Carson Meyer. For you guys in the booth, Carson Meyer's driving the Prius Repellent Racing Audi, and that is a team of 3 604 rookies, as I was told by Sean Suds in the chat. We saw a great stint from Mitch Lusch. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Lugsch, or Lugsch. We're going to go with Lusch. So we saw a great stint from Mitch early on. Unfortunately for Carson Meyer, it's been a different story. He had unfortunately lost the positions out to Aneem, JD, and Khalil. And it looks like Daniel Krebs now is in contention. He's lost about a tenth as we've been covering their the race, but he's 0.6 behind with Carter Irvin not too far behind. I don't know if you guys would be aware of this, but Carter Irvin attempted to move down the inside on Carson Meyer early on into turn 1. Unfortunately spun himself out, which allowed JD to make the move. And it looks like Daniel Krebs now trying to go around the outside of Carson Meyer.
Very tight racing.
These guys are forming a nice truly train now.
But I think Carter's definitely got some good pace. Previous lap, 2 seconds ahead of these the Audi and the McLaren in front.
Yep, that's a 142.7 on his last lap, and these two are at a 144. So, yeah, I think even if Daniel Krebs makes the move, Carter Irvin is going to probably move into P8.
Hot on his tail. I think Carter will end up getting around both of these cars. I think it's just going to take a few laps, especially considering how I don't want to say frantic they seem like they're driving in front of him, but Meyer looks a little uncomfortable in the car, just with the way he's taking some of these corners.
Yeah,
that's
you know
definitely...
what? Go ahead.
Go. I was going to say, it's definitely a big thing with these races, especially getting out in endurance. You know, you've got to have that pressure and be able to withstand it and also put it up for a long time. So for these new drivers, I think it's going to be it's going to be a tough experience, but I'm sure it's going to be a good learning one for them too.
Most definitely, yeah.
I think Peter can agree there.
Yeah, no, it's going to be... this is my first like genuine endurance race, so I'm learning as well. I don't know. It's all part of the experience, as I said, but I think it's been fun so far. I'm really enjoying it. I'm really excited to get towards the end of the race and see how the field pans out towards the end, but overall, it's been good so far.
You're just missing Joel.
I'm missing Joel. I mean, I am kind of missing Joel, but at the same time, we'll survive. We will survive.
Yeah, as Paul pointed out there, it looks like Daniel did go for a move and just could not make it stick.
Didn't make it around the outside, no. The outside lines here are very slippery. But now we see Carter kind of trying to guard the inside. Kind of a smart move. Into the hairpin.
Paul, is it possible you can get a little more volume on your mic?
I should be able to. Is that any better?
Oh, that's perfect.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and it looks like Joel is in the chat there, and he's missing you right back there, Peter.
Oh, hey. Hell yeah. Let me get the Twitch heart emojis going.
As we move into lap 55, Carson Meyer still ahead, keeping that P8. Daniel Krebs making his best to catch right up on him. He's moved up 0.3 from when we first started. He's 0.351 behind.
Carter Irvin falling back a little bit as well behind them, but it seems like kind of a pattern going on. They'll pull away a little bit, they'll try and make a move on each other, and then Carter will catch right back up.
Man, as I look through the field, it looks like we have only one other battle that's closely as this, and that's Brian Mandeville catching up on Derek Anderson for P3.
Oh. I wonder if something happened to Anderson then. He was quite a
there
ways
it
ahead
is.
of Mandeville.
Carson Meyer just couldn't keep the position. It looks like Daniel Krebs sent it down the inside, decided to slow down, probably trying to pull away, was probably thinking he wasn't going to make it, and it looks like Carson Meyer just lost his cool. The car oversteered on the outside, on the exit, and just absolutely lost it.
Now Irvin is absolutely looking to pounce here.
Oh, yeah. Urban lost quite a few spots at that little accident with the Audi earlier, and I think he's really looking to take back those positions that he lost.
Yeah, that move was, he was trying to get around Carson Meyer, who he's now behind again. So I don't think for either of these guys it's a pleasure. It's a nice experience to be within 0.3 of each other. As we head now into the same turn where it previously happened, hopefully it's not a repeat of what we saw.
That'd make for some good content, though.
Oh, definitely.
Seems like that Audi kind of just pulls away from the Aston on the straight, though. At least with the way that they've got it set up for this track.
I was actually thinking exactly the same thing with the McLaren and that Audi. It's like Krebs is
Yeah.
pulling away in the straights, but definitely losing it on almost every corner.
Yeah, I really think there's some setup play going on here because the Aston P1, whenever we were behind them, they would just pull away from us, and I was genuinely slightly frustrated with the fact that I was being out-accelerated by an Aston Martin. But, you know, I don't know. I think there's some setup play going on in here.
It's part of the game, right? It's,
Yes, sir. Exactly.
Oh,
Ooh,
aggressive
going around on
move
the
by Edwin.
outside. Will he make it stick?
Ooh, he's
Side by
not.
side.
Ooh, all right. Still side by side. Ooh, he's squeezing him a little.
Oh,
Bit cheeky.
this is
Yeah,
going to
gets the
be
spot back.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's going to look to go to the outside on the right-hander.
I don't think. Nope, not going to get it. Good defense by Meyer once again.
Yep.
Keeping it tight.
Well done by Irvin, too. It's knowing that, not being overly aggressive, not trying to send anything up the inside with still 4.5 hours to go. He's playing it cool. Look for his opportunity.
Yes, sir. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Bentley behind them get in on this action if they keep battling for a few more laps. Seems like he's made up a couple seconds in the last little bit.
Yeah,
You're
I
right,
think
though,
this,
Paul. Krebs is pulling away.
Yeah, it's like on the straight. It's just like, nitrous is kicking in. He's off.
The NOS bottle's open. Oh, wait. Here, what happened here? Friday, I think, spun out coming through the
that's
left-hander
gonna-
there.
Ooh,
That's
That's
going
gonna
to shake
upset
things
Maya.
up a little more.
that's unfortunate for Arjun. But yeah, the Daniel Krebs putting in a 142.7. That's about 1.3 faster than Carson. So he's pretty quick, and he's matching up pretty much the lap times of those ahead of him. It looks like he's pretty much the line after him. It's a sea of 144s and 146s.
Ooh, this is going to be a fun battle into the hairpin. Looks like Meyer might get him on the outside. Ooh, maybe.
It's like we've seen pretty much 4
There you go.
exact replicas of this move.
Yeah. Yeah, Joel, I don't think you're going to get away with that one. Unfortunately, I'm still going to have to fight you on the track, not in the booth.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah, Peter, I think, you know what? You mentioned post-race a lot that you would always say, well, what do you say when you're broadcasting? Well, I think you pretty much nailed it. I think maybe it's time to start a second broadcast team.
Yeah, we can broadcast the anything but the pro split because I have to be out here to fight Joel now just because he said that.
Yeah, I think we need to see you and Joel in the booth for the Silver League.
Ooh, that would be a good combo. I would
Yeah.
like that.
We got to get Christopher Greer with all his data knowledge and CGS analysis.
Not on the Silver Knight. I'm running down there after taking a demotion from pro after the kick to the teeth I took in the last season.
Oh man, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know,
Looks like that Audi's.
we did see
Go
you
ahead.
just not have a lot of luck this season. Why do you think that was? You had great qualifying, but then somewhere throughout the race, you would start to drop.
Yeah, no, I think for myself, I think my racecraft kind of fell off a bit. It had been a bit of some other things going on in my life, but yeah, definitely I think needed some improvement. And I think just seeing that we had a really, really high level of competition, the highest we'd ever seen in the 604 series, I think without a doubt. And when you get paired up against really talented drivers, you really get yourself tested.
Yeah, pretty sure Aneem here is going to agree with you, as Carter Irvin saw a bit of a flash there to get around him, and just it's quite intense with the NSX here.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't really want to give the position away, but at the same time, Carter is very tight to his tail.
Oh. It's very confident closing the door, knowing he's right there.
Seems like the NSX has a little bit of rear damage. I don't know if that's affecting his cornering ability or what's going on, but I see a little bit of paint kind of missing from the rear of the diffuser.
Yeah, I think Aneem has had quite a bit of a hard stint. I want to recall his teammate.
Who's in the car with him? Daniel Braze. Ah, yes.
Braze,
Silver League Porsche driver. Yes.
No, Dan Lund actually.
No, Dan Lund is with
Hello
Arjun.
Kitty. Yeah,
Yes.
okay. That's who I'm confusing. Aneem and Arjun.
Ooh, there we go. Death.
Hold the brakes, my man. Hold the
again.
brakes.
No, I don't know. That looked like it might have been deliberate.
I really don't know. It was definitely plausible.
On whose part do you think? On Irvin?
On Irvin, yeah, I think he's been stuck behind a couple of different people who he's faster than, basically. And Friday's been holding him back. Where's the other cars in front of them now? You know, he's been held back, I think, a couple of times now. I can understand that frustration.
Yeah, I think that's why we were seeing the flashing going on.
Well, gents, I'm going to take a look at the replay here. We'll get you an unofficial report and get back to you in a few minutes.
All right.
I don't want to say it was necessarily malicious, but I think it was maybe just frustration got the better of him.
I think from what I seen, it looked like the NSX kind of lost the rear a little bit through coming through the corner, and they were already so close that his momentum kind of just carried him into it and finished the spin for the NSX.
Okay, I didn't see that on my side. Okay, so
I mean, no, yeah, that
a bit better. I'll take that one. That's fine. I'd much prefer that happened.
No, I don't think Carter would just send him off the track like that. I mean, it's not something that I couldn't see happening, but I don't think it would have been something he would have went out of his way to do.
Are you familiar with Carter Irvin, Peter?
Yeah, he's in the Pro League this year. He was in the Rookie League last season. He's pretty fast.
Now, Pro League for season 8, right?
Yes.
Okay, because I was gonna say I've never seen his name up until today.
No, yeah, I believe he did Rookie League for the last 2 seasons, and last season he was always a top 5 pace guy. He has a really bad tendency of making mistakes in the pits, though. So we'll see how that plays out for a nice long 6-hour race, considering they have to make quite a few pits and there's only 2 of them. But seeing as he's also teamed up with Ty Carver, it's going to be interesting there because Ty and Carter are both very quick. They were both top 4, top 5 pace guys in the Rookie League last season, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see where they come out of this.
Yeah, we and you said that was Carter, right? I already forgot his name. Ty Carver?
Yes.
Carver or Carter?
Carver, I believe.
Carver. Yeah, there's a lot of names here. There's only 17 cars, but there's like 3 names behind each one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we unfortunately stint 1 didn't seem to be that great for him. I can't recall anything specific that I might have taken note of, but I did note a spin from the Team Lamp Racing, and then he seemed to have like you said, the similar pace that Carter does, the same aggression, but just could never get around. He seemed a little more reserved than Irvin does.
I mean, maybe. I've only raced with Ty once or twice, but he doesn't seem like the type of person that'll just punt someone out of the way. But neither of them really do. It's all about just being patient in this type of race.
Well, Grissom here quickly from the replay booth on the Irvin Friday incident. Does look like Irvin a little bit slow. He was slow coming out of Sunset. Carter can really brought the pace up to him going into the left-hander. Looks like Friday was a little bit slow at the apex, and Irvin just didn't anticipate and ended up with some rear contact. Now, for Irvin's sake, we'll say he did slow down, try and give him some pace, but I think when he saw that Friday was not in a position to really come back, take the position back. He carried on. So it was tough. It's a bit of a challenging incident, but hopefully these guys can continue on and have a good race for the rest of the afternoon.
If you had to
Yeah,
unofficially rule that as a steward, who would get a penalty in this case?
Well, yeah, as our standard 604 rules, which we really, try to, apply pretty evenly throughout these kind of things, you'd say, okay, well, it's avoidable contact resulting in a spin, so that's usually a pretty slam dunk DT. Now, of course, like I said, we did see Irvin had slowed down to try and see, can Friday, can he come back to swap the position back? But, I think it was pretty clear. So, but again, this is just a friendly race this afternoon. Everybody's, I think, driving really well. And, unfortunately, over 6 hours, we will have these kind of knocks and incidents here. But, yeah, it's a, bit of a tough one to see.
Yeah, I've like my experience so far of the people in this league is I don't think they would do that. It doesn't seem like a malicious thing.
Oh, absolutely not. No, I think Friday just probably caught him a little bit understated. I think Friday got up a little bit more on the curb, and of course, if anybody has driven the Aston, it's pretty peaky when it comes to its torque. Didn't want to lose the rear end, so just a little bit slower than expected. And world drivers, you've probably all had that happen when car in front of you is a little slower than you think, and yeah, it's challenging to react in that split second.
I get that. It does look like Irvin might have taken some damage. I don't think he's as quick now as he was a couple of laps ago.
Wouldn't surprise me because the as you said that we were talking before earlier, the Aston seems to have quite an advantage out here in terms of straight line speed. But in ACC, when that front splitter gets damaged, you really can start to see some top end your speed really being badly impacted.
Yeah, a quick very unscientific look at a couple of the drivers going there. He was 20 kilometers slower than the car in front in the last straight, that's a lot. Right.
That's Porsche slow in a straight line.
Oh, seriously? All right. Now I need to do my own testing. Let's see.
Brian Mandeville trying to get around Derek Anderson now. Been following them for a couple of laps, but this time coming down the hill, it looks like Brian Mandeville was a lot closer to Derek Anderson, but Anderson's doing a great job of maintaining the other Audi right behind him. We have, I mentioned this earlier, I think this is the most Audis we've seen in one race that we've seen in the last 4 seasons.
Yeah, the Audi is notoriously strong here at Kyalami. It's probably the best car for this track. It's definitely known to be quite quicker on the track if you know how to make it handle and know how to set it up. It's interesting to see how many Audis we have, and you say that this is the most Audis we've ever seen, and we literally only still have 3 of them. So that says something about how well the Audi does around other tracks, at least relative to the BOP and ACC.
Yeah, I think I can easily remember we've seen Nick King in an Audi. Andrew Marsden has been in an Audi before. Dean Solomon, but that was a GT4. And I believe that might be it. We might have had 1 or 2 others that dropped out of the season, but yeah, there hasn't been an Audi that's been notable.
I know Derek and Dean both drive the Audi, and that's probably why Brennan Schmid is in the car with them today. I think Brennan just decided he wanted to race with someone, and he just picked a team and filled in. Because none of his usual Boatley buddies were doing the race today, and Oswin already had a team, so it doesn't really surprise me that he's in a less picked car. But it's definitely interesting to see that he's just as damn fast in the Audi as he is in every other car that he drives.
Yeah, I was surprised to see him 11 seconds away from you, and I brought this up, and I kept saying, I'm like, I can't believe our season 7 champion is 11 seconds away from Brennan Schmid, who came in, I believe, 4th or 5th. But then it was an interesting Uno reverse card to then see Owen Cripps 11 seconds away ahead of the black, what's their name? Back Row GT, not black. Back Row GT racing Audi. So yeah, it's quite interesting. Brennan showing how much pace he had in the car, but then Derek Anderson maybe not finding the setup to his liking as much as Brennan was.
I don't really know. I mean, I know Brennan is very quick, and no matter what he drives, if you give him a car, he's I don't know what a good term this is, but the only time I've ever been talked to about it, it's called a monkey driver. Basically, you just put them in a car and they're quick. It doesn't matter what they drive. I've seen him drive the Bentley, the McLaren, now the Audi. I think I've seen him in a Porsche, and he's just as quick in all of those cars if you let him set up the car and kind of tune it how he likes. And I think that even if Dean and Derek were both in the team together before he joined, I feel like they would have been the ones to set up the car, and I think that Brennan is just really finding it to suit him well around this track.
It's quite interesting you mention it that way. Monkey driver.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I think Joel called me that. I'm not really sure. I remember we were driving the Porsche around here. I think someone said that.
That might have just been an insult from Joel, not a compliment.
Well, I don't care. I'm rolling with it.
You probably thought, oh, nice, monkey driver, I'll take it.
Well, you know what? My saying is drive car vroom vroom, so you know what? I'll take it. I don't really care.
Oh, man.
I need to know what the opposite of that is, because that's me. I can make any car slow.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Brian Mandeville is finding the room. They're pretty much evenly paced here. Brian Mandeville's 0.3 faster. They both put in a 143, but Mandeville's at a 143.5 this last lap.
Looks to me like Mandeville's just a little nervous around Dean, or Derek, sorry. I think that Mandeville has the pace to be able to pass him. I don't know if like tire graining or something is affecting how the car's handling, but I think he has the pace to pass him. Every time they get close, though, he seems very cautious and almost like nervous around the other Audi.
Well, hopefully he doesn't make the move while we're away. I'm going to drop back now to Camille. I'm going to say Charnecki, as they're right behind Deja's Monroe in the blunderbuss. It's a nice Truly train we have. 65 laps in. Oh, is that the albino macaw? Was that Owen Cripps? No, that he was in the
no.
albino AMR. Who is in? It's not Krebs, is it? No, there's another one.
Are we talking about the McLarens here?
No, Camille. Yeah, the McLarens. Coming down the hill, he just lost all sorts of pace. Looks like the Hello Kitty is now coming into the pits. There goes Arjun. And we are coming down into the end of stint number 2, so this might be a driver swap. We saw it before with Dan Lund. Was that Dan Lund? That was Dan Lund, right?
Yeah, Dan Lund was in the car first, I believe.
Or that might just be a refuel, as we've seen Robin Borden jump in for 2 stints. Same with Brian Mandeville. And I believe those are, and Marcus Zyman. Oh, and the blunderbuss with a blunder.
Monroe around. Zayman takes the position. Looks like he got into the wall, but it doesn't look like it did too much to the car.
Oh, and here comes Arnecki. The albino macaw will get around the Porsche. Yeah, that's it's been a tough stint here for Dejas. When he was on his outlap after taking the car from I believe it's Jurintus. I forget his last name, but when he took the car over, he had a similar spin coming out of Sunset. So it's just not been the best stint. I don't know if the Porsche has suited him quite well, but that rear end has just gotten away from him constantly.
Yeah, very twitchy around through Sunset, especially. The weight transfer when you hit the brakes and get back on the gas doesn't always like to keep the rear as the rear, and sometimes the rear becomes the front.
Isn't that the best, Peter?
Yeah, it's super fun. I love it when the rear becomes the front.
Our in-house monkey driver. Thanks, Joel. Even when he's not here.
Ooh,
Carson
Sarnecki
Meyer.
getting a little slidey through that last corner.
And a few laps ago, Sarnecki had looks like he lost it at the rear at the hairpin top of the hill. So maybe he's suffering some really bad tire wear.
Yeah, the tire wear in the McLaren definitely seems quite odd. The tires don't really wear; they just get very grained. I think after one stint, I had significant graining on both my front tires, so the car just refuses to turn after about 2/3 of the stint, as is evident by Zarnecki just driving into the grass.
Oh, and Day just coming back
Too
around
wide.
the outside.
Ooh.
And it's just not going to pan out this time.
No.
Now, you said Zyman before. Zayman, how did you pronounce that?
Marcus Zamin, I believe that's how it's pronounced.
Zayman. I've been going with Zyman.
He's one of the 604 coaches. I think that's a whole team of coaches actually. I believe it's
You just cursed them.
why did I
was
curse them?
thinking
What
he's at
happened?
You just came off wide there in the sand.
It's fine. He didn't die completely.
Yeah. You know what? I was gonna say, I was like, oh, you just outed them as coaches, and now they're messing up. But it's all in
that's
how
good.
they recover. So hopefully.
Hey, you know what? If me calling them coaches gives or makes them blunder, then that's on them. That's just me calling them out as they are.
I appreciate the transition as we move over to the blunderbuss. Still chasing down Zarnecki, who comes into the
Zamin
pits
into
now.
the pits. Yeah, both of them into the pits.
Zayman. All right. Do you think we will see the return of Davin Sturdivant? It's
I
been
don't
two
know.
stints for Zayman now.
Ooh, Zayman's getting his stints out of the way early then. I don't know. I really don't know who they're gonna put in the car. It might be Davin's turn to ride. We'll see.
Could be Corkle.
Could be Corkle.
Actually, you know what? Let's go on Brian Mandeville. He's still chasing down Derek Anderson.
Yeah. I'm really wondering how the Audi feels with that tire wear. Seems like they're just not able to carry as much speed through the corners.
And it looks like we have Ilpo now for the Hello Kitty Racing AMG. Do you know how to pronounce his last name, Peter?
Ruotsalainen? I probably butchered it.
You know
He
what?
put it in the Discord somewhere.
Ruotsalainen. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. And yeah, look at that. A Santana with.
Nice little drive-through for speeding in the
drive-through.
pit lane.
Well, you know what? That's interesting. You got to stop and go 30. Why would they do the drive-through?
It depends on the speed that you use through the pit lane. I
Peter,
came
go
through the
vroom.
left-hand corner and I just put my foot down. And I was like, oh, I'm going 98 kilometers an hour. That's like twice the speed limit. And I was like, oh, hey, wait, the pit limiter's not automatic. I should probably turn that on.
Looks
And
like
then,
Peter,
yeah.
Peter went vroom too much.
I went too vroom.
And
Oh.
yeah, look at that. We see the return of Davin Sturdivant for Scuderia Free Candy.
Oh. It's going to be interesting to see how he handles this car. I know he's been practicing in the McLaren, but we're gonna see how it goes for him. Seems like he's a little uncomfortable with the heavy car coming through the S's.
Now, I'm not as cultured as Mr. Greer. Chris, what is Itachi? He might have disappeared for us for a second.
I believe I was filled in on this by Davin and Loic. Itachi is, I believe it translates in Japanese to ugly car or something like that. Basically, it's just like when you stick dumb liveries and stickers on your car and make it look kind of cringy is kind of how it works. Somebody who is more cultured in Japanese things would know how to explain it better, but that's how I've been explained the Itachi liveries.
Interesting, because I'm quite fond of it. I think it looks great. I don't know what that says about my style.
Ooh,
Larry
Larry with the stop go
Foster.
30.
Ooh, what's with our coaches in these? Well, actually, it's not their fault. I think that was more Deja's Monroe there. Looks like he went vroom.
He went a little too vroom in the pits. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, well, it's all right. When you learn quickly. So,
Yeah, it's quite
I don't think I'm gonna do that again. I know I'm gonna hit the brakes really hard and turn the pit limiter on when I go into the pits this time.
Yeah, no more of this auto pit limiter, Peter. You gotta
man,
use your
but it's so
Peter tingle.
nice. No, I don't wanna.
and Arlo in the pits as well. We're actually seeing them pretty high up, the number 4. And that's Big Promble number 2. So funny. Oh, and just look at that Audi back there. I believe that's Big Promble number 1. And that is the number 5 with Skylar Rabin. So we have the number 4 and the number 5. Big Promble number 1 and Big Promble number 2. And unfortunately, I think they've both had pretty large problems throughout their couple stints here. As Robin Borden now becomes Josiah Farrow, another one of our sim racing coaches.
Another one of our coaches.
Yeah,
a little bit of an update on the Brian Mandeville-Anderson battle. Mandeville seems like he got around him.
Wow.
Got about a half-second gap. I don't know what happened, but they're now flipped in opposite order with Rickford a second behind Anderson. So we're going to see how that pans out coming into the end of the stint. It doesn't look like either of them have come into the pits.
No.
And it looks like that Audi is getting very twitchy through corners.
Oh, and here comes
Doesn't want to
Rickford.
carry a lot of speed.
He's going to make the same
right
move.
around the outside.
We've seen this 3 times. This will make it 4 around the outside. The victim
Is he gonna
stays
get
on
it?
the inside. Dude, he will.
He got it. Oh, he got it.
Oh my gosh. He's made that move 4 times. Carson Meyer. We saw it on JD. I believe we saw it on Irvin or Kyer or what was his name?
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, Khalil, man, Osmond picked a great teammate here. Stint number 2 has been fantastic. And as he comes now into the pits, and Anderson follows.
Yeah, that's probably a good call. Rickford is insanely fast in that Bentley.
Golden Jaguars started P9. They moved up into P3 now, coming into stint number 3. So that's fantastic. That's a fantastic job from that team. Oh man, poor Anderson. It looks like he was
messed up that stop there.
What do you think this means for Mandeville? Is this going to push him in to the pits now?
I think he's probably going to be coming in this lap anyways. This lap or the next. His stint timer has to be very, very low.
Man, that sucks being the lead driver and just getting left out. I'm pretty sure he didn't expect them to come in.
I mean, I don't really think it's going to be a huge deal. I think Mandeville and Clean Air is going to be able to make up a decent lap time anyways.
That's if he maintains the drive. Who was driving this before? Do you remember?
Who's driving which
For
car?
The 246, the Audi.
I believe Mandeville's been in for both stints so far, so he's probably going to switch out after this when he comes into the pits. At least I believe he started.
Yeah, I think he did. And Owen Cripps now in the pits, our race leader. We saw the switch from Ethan Chase to Owen. I'm
I
curious
wonder if they're going to keep him in the car or if they're going to switch back. Oh, back to Ethan Chase. All right.
Interesting. I feel like Owen Cripps might have had a little more pace.
I'm not really sure. Oh, he knocked the board out. Now we're never going to know when to turn off our pit limiters. God dang it. Brian Mandeville into the pits as well.
Paul might be saying that was purposeful.
I would have to agree.
That's exactly it. That's deep tactics right there.
Let me say it.
No,
like
he
Paul.
drove right into it.
I believe that was on purpose. I sounded more British than Scottish.
That's okay. It's probably less offensive that way.
Oh, let's see who comes out in the 246 Audi here.
It's gonna be quite
Daniel
a
Krebs into the
stint.
pit lane. Seems like Rickford
Went
stayed.
wide though.
Yeah, it looks like Rickford did stay.
Rickford stayed in the Bentley. So that's going to be interesting seeing him come around the last corner. He's going to be right on the 246's tail almost. Oh no, I lied. Still about 10 seconds back. Forget that the pit lane, all the pit stalls are right at the front for us because we're kind of a short field.
Well, actually, now I'm curious who Kevin John Manning. So it looks like Mandeville did switch out. Now Kevin John Manning will be taking over the Caribbean Sim Motorsport Audi. Josiah Farrow has taken over for the North American Porsche team from Robin Borden.
It's going to be an interesting switch.
Yeah, definitely.
I wonder if Josiah's going to be faster in the car or if Robin's going to be a little bit more well-versed and be able to pull out that little bit of extra pace from the car, especially around here.
Well, you know, even if Josiah doesn't have as much pace as Robin, we still have Charles Saylor right behind him to take the last stint, and we've seen both Saylor and Borden have tremendous pace in the Porsche.
Oh, all three of them are very fast Porsche drivers. I would not want to be behind or in front of them if they are behind me. They're scary quick in that thing. I don't understand how they can make it handle so well, but the way they set that car up, it rotates so well. There's a 41.9 for Josiah. Yeah, they're gonna be all right.
Yeah, that's only two tenths off of Robin Borden's fastest lap, so that's nothing.
Yeah, and I think the track temperature still has not gone up. It's kind of surprising now that the sun's starting to rise. I'm waiting to see the ambient temp go up a little bit.
It's gone up about 1C from when we started, but yeah, from stint 2 to 3, it's pretty much stayed consistent.
Ooh, who else got a stop go 30 in the pit lane? It looks like
Christian
who is
Burning.
that? Christian Burning with Krebs, a 69 McLaren.
Yeah, damn
Nice.
Krebs. So I'm guessing most of these guys don't run manual pit limiters.
No, I mean none of our leagues have manual pit limiters. And this is the only league I've ever been in. I've never had a reason to turn it off. I have a button bound for it when we did the team swap practice servers. Those don't have pit limiters.
D-Braze goes down into P10 now, getting around, or P11 going through Christian Burning. Those cold tires must not be holding up now. Looks like Davin Sturdivant will be seeing a move into P12.
I think that's going to be interesting to see. I think Davin's going to be a little cautious around him, but he might just send it straight in. We'll see. Ooh, quite a big break there. But he's going to get a good, nice run out of the S's.
I'm hoping he makes the position change versus waiting for the penalty.
Ooh, that was dangerous. But I think after that one, he's probably going to just let him go into the pits. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, a bit
This
of
is quite a
Khalil
battle.
Rickford there, but
Seems like the two cars are the ones that are having issues and not the drivers.
oh, he's gonna stick it down the inside.
Oh, he's going to get it as long as he doesn't get the switchback on him.
Oh, he went a little wide.
Looks like he's got it. Oh, you can run that curb so wide here. Coming out of that hairpin at the end down the bottom of the hill.
And we just have a nice train now with Santana, although they are being lapped as Derek Anderson.
I believe Dean Solomon's in the car now with Eric Neville right behind him. Half a second off for position.
I see what's going on now. Ah, but Dean Solomon in 5th. What's going on there, Peter?
I think Brennan Schmid is their quickest driver, and
They're just dropping back.
they're just dropping back. Yeah. I think that's why Schmid started in the car first, because he was able to pull out a gap, and then he was just going to let them drive. I don't know if they're going to do 2 stints in a row or what they're going to do, but it's going to be interesting to see how they play their stints out. Considering that Brennan is definitely the fastest driver, it wouldn't surprise me if Derek or Dean one of them only runs 1 stint and Schmid runs 3. I know that was talked about for our team. We didn't really decide anything yet, but we've talked about it.
Hey Peter, do you have your Tactical socks on?
My tactical socks on? I actually do, yeah.
It looks like we have Le Cyclohexan.
Oh, Loic.
Ah.
Yes, I have them on, and I'm following the Lucas Lichten strategy.
Interesting.
Ooh, a little bit of curbage there for the one of the 2 McLarens up there. I believe that's Santana right behind Davin.
You know what? I can see why you were so excited about Eric Neville behind Solomon. I just realized that's the Melon Lords up into P6.
Yes, sir. We are climbing back after the few mistakes. Ooh, Davin running a little wide.
Yeah,
Eric running a little
Santana trying
wide.
to get down the inside. It looks
He
like
got
he
the
made
position. Yep. This is an interesting little train.
it. Yeah, it's
I
like
think
two battles going on, 4 drivers, but not for the same positions.
no.
We have a
Davin
front end
back's
battle.
out there.
That
Going
sucks for
into
Davin.
sunset. I think he's feeling a little nervous in the car. It looks like the car's a heavy McLaren. It doesn't feel very good. It does not handle very well. It's kind of a lethargic car when you fill it full of fuel. And I know he was having a little bit of trouble with the responsiveness of the car.
But I think overall the worst thing here is the blue flags, having lost out the position and then having to lose 2. Now the battle with him and Santana is just dispersed completely.
It's gone completely. I mean, I don't know how if Santana's going to pull away from Solomon and Neville, but it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out, because if they continue to spread the gap between the 2 drivers, I know that Santana and Sturdivant were having a good battle, so we'll see how that plays out.
You know, I'm pretty surprised that the endurance chat is pretty dead right now.
I mean, it's been a relatively clean race. I don't think there's been a lot to really talk about. It is surprising that there hasn't been any real conversation, but you know.
I mean, 0. I think we've been more active than anyone else.
I don't
just
know. I think
listening,
everyone's
that's it.
yeah, everyone's just out there having a good time. That's all you can really ask for.
So I've got a question. On the topic of ambient temperature.
Yes.
So what, like how much of a difference does there need to be before the cars start behaving differently?
I mean, the biggest thing for ambient temperature is really just your brake ducts, at least to me. The only other real notable, like, feeling difference is that the car is just a little faster in a straight line. You gain an extra little bit of horsepower just because of the denser air. But other than that, it's really just a game of, okay, how cold is it now? How cold is it going to be when we're finishing the race? So where do we need to run the brake ducts?
Hey, Peter, does wearing your tactical socks, does that help with your brake pedal problem?
My brake pedal actually seems to just have fixed itself. I don't know how. I got on yesterday, and I went on Alton Park and did like 15 laps and ran my fastest lap time, and the brakes didn't give me any issues. They didn't give me any issues during my stint. So I'm gonna hope that it's the socks. That's the goal. I hope the socks are helping.
I think we're all about socks in this league these days, right?
No, I think Loic, our local Frenchman, is still
just
going
socks.
barefoot.
Everyone's
He is still barefoot. Ooh, what happened to Chase there? Coming out of the pits. The P1 driver now dropping back into 6th.
Ooh, Eric
coming in on the
Neville.
inside. All right. That's going to be an interesting battle. Let's see how that plays out. Oh, a little bit of contact.
Slight nudge there.
There might be another one.
They're keeping it kind of clean. I'm surprised.
Oh, no.
Another one.
I don't know about that. I think
All
Chase
right.
is eager to get back to where he was. I don't think he wants to lose this.
A little bit of slide. Yep.
Yeah, I went too wide there.
Oh,
Yep.
I thought that second one was an echoed thing, but I could be wrong.
I think they just were
camera
both
angle
trying to
had
drive
this.
the same line. Yeah.
Peter, this might be costly for the Melon Lords if the albino Aston makes a wrong move.
Yeah. Kind of nervous, honestly, watching this battle, but I'm hoping that they'll both figure it out. I know Eric is very comfortable in the car.
In this
he
moment,
said he likes it.
would you advise your team to, since that position was already one that you didn't have, would you feel more comfortable letting this guy pass, knowing he was ahead, and just saving the race? Or would you take advantage of the position and
I would.
or do you have confidence in Neville to keep.
I
chase
know
behind.
that Neville can be fast in the car. I don't necessarily know if he's going to be able to keep Chase behind him for the entire stint. But seeing as he went into the pits for something, and he was already in the car, I don't know if they got a drive-through or what happened, but they were the leading car. Now they're back into 6th. That means their tires have gone through at least a little bit of a heat cycle, so they're probably not feeling the best.
You know what? It's possible that when they driver swapped, they did not change tires. And they probably didn't realize it until now.
Ooh, a little bit of slide through the corner from Eric. That's going to give Chase a good run coming into Sunset.
Just a good little slippy boy from the macaw. Oh, but there he
Ooh,
goes down
up
the inside.
Oh, and he's going to get the spot, but
Pushes
that's
him
fine.
wide, yeah.
Yeah, no, I would have done the same exact thing. I would have gotten so scared seeing the radar pop up.
And it looks like
Someone
cruise
in the
missile.
chat driving in Crocs. What's going on? Are you okay?
I think we realize why the Castrol NSX struggles. It's not the NSX.
Yeah.
It's the Crocs,
It's
my man.
the Crocs. Holy shit. I think if you can wear Crocs and drive on G29 pedals, you have a death wish, but you're also very skilled.
You know what, Paul? This is, I think, like your 4th stream overall, but I think it's your 2nd stream where we focus so much on feet talk. What do you think about all that?
I assume you're just, I'm not here to kink shame. You're into what you're into. That is fine by me. Like, I think, Quentin Tarantino will be happy if he's watching.
We definitely need to get Loic in here so he can, Loic, our resident French guy, he had a great way of talking about how he loves to have his barefoot and his toes curl behind the throttle, and just the feeling of the cold pedal on his bare foot. What's going on here with
Bray?
Yeah.
Bray's, I don't want to butcher his name. I don't know, man. Looks like that NSX is just really not handling Kyalami very well. It definitely didn't seem like a great car for this track, but it's known to be very, very hard to set up. And Chase with a drive-through for track limits after that little grass touch there. That's going to change a lot of things.
And just look at the oversteer. He's just sliding everywhere.
Yeah,
I mean,
think
his tires were dirty, but
yeah, but still, I think you might have been right about something with the
tires.
Something going on with the tires. Right behind. Does he save it? They both saved it. All right.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Bray didn't just give the spot there, considering they're a lap down, but wonder how Eric's feeling after that.
Now?
I don't think it was a big touch. It's probably fine. Really, the biggest thing with the McLaren is don't hit the rear and don't hit the front, and you can get murdered on the sides and you're still fine.
What about the side of the front?
The side of the front?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like the fender, the corner panel.
Yes.
I don't know. It should be okay. He seems like he's fine. The car isn't wanting to kill him.
Ooh.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, JD.
Pedantic squirrel in the chat.
Can't really do anything about it. Don't really see a reason to close the door like that, but it's all good.
Yeah, Loic in the chat. I thought that was Spanish for a second. I'm like, what? What? Took me a sec.
Shout out sock wearing driver gang. Yep.
Oh, love socks. I can't drive barefoot. That's just nasty.
No, I can't. I mean, only your feet touch the pedals. So is it really that nasty?
That's the problem. My feet touch the pedals. But you know what?
Okay, well, that's fair.
But if I wear shoes, that's even worse. So like, I don't know why socks just works.
I'm not gonna lie. When I play Dirt Rally, I used to wear shoes. When I had a really crappy like plastic set of pedals, just because it felt better than wearing socks, and like my socks would catch on the pedals all weird and shit.
That sucks.
So wearing shoes was helpful there. Oh, and then he gives him the spot in the same corner. All right, that's kind of odd. Oh, here we go. He's going to try and pass him back on the inside. Oh, no, he's not. All right, cool.
Why would you do that under a blue flag? Just let him go.
kind of nerve-wracking there watching them fight, but really unnecessary.
I would actually love Chris Greer's input here. Well, I don't think he's here. All right, we'll wait for him to come back.
Chase going in for the drive-through, serving his penalty.
Man, that's gotta suck. You're leading the race for a good bit, and then on your stint, now you. Where do you think this is gonna push him? Behind Lush?
Where's Lush? Let's see. P8.
No,
I
Lush
don't
is
know. I
far
think
away.
they'll probably come out P7.
Oh, he just kept it.
Oh, they didn't even. All right. Well,
They
then
were
yeah,
like
he'll
30
be fine.
seconds away. But he did lose
Yeah.
out to Neville, so that means Neville's gonna have to deal with Chase again.
I mean, 15 seconds is a lot of time to make up. They were definitely quicker in the Aston than our McLaren has been so far, but at the same time, I don't know if they're going to be able to make up 15 seconds in a stint.
You know what? That's interesting. We are about halfway through stint number 3, and yeah, the albino AMR it's had so many issues. That's about like its 3rd issue so far. So this entire stint has just been them losing positions.
Yeah, and once again, since that's now their 2nd time through the pits on the same set of tires, they're going to have heat cycled them again, which might affect the way that the car drives, since you were talking about them sliding through the corners.
Do you think
Could get a
potentially
little more.
with that stop we saw Chase took, we assumed, or at least I assumed, it could be due to him or them not setting up their tires at all in their previous stint? Do you think they were just going for a quick bonus stint to pull out, an early, like, was that an undercut, do you think?
I don't think so. It wouldn't make any sense, especially with the way the stint timer is set up in this race. It's a max time of 65 minutes. So
you have a point. It
you
wouldn't make
can-
sense to reset it.
it would make sense if you go in at like 310, so then you can do 2 65-minute stints or 64 and a half, and then come in and only have an hour left. But at the same time, I don't really know. We talked about strategy-wise how to maximize stints, and like if we should run 64 minutes for all 5 stints and then the last stint just take fuel, or what we should do. But also, when you do a driver swap in ACC, it's an automatic 30-second pit stop, which is the same as changing your tires and adding however much fuel you want. So if you're swapping drivers, you might as well put fuel and new tires on the car.
Watching Khalil now in 2nd, and I mean, I'm pretty impressed by Golden Jaguars here.
I think we've also got
Yeah,
a
it
nice
did
little
have-
battle brewing 3rd and 4th.
He had a little nudge with Lugs a minute ago. Rickford, just a few corners back. I don't know if he was just too fast. I think that might have been the thing. There was no real outcome. But yeah, I don't know if Lugs just didn't realize that he was supposed to pull over, but he did that on the next corner. So maybe that was just a way to get attention.
I mean, you caught our eye now. Ooh, number 5. That's Plumbo number 1, or not Plumbo. Big Prumble number 1. And it looks like they're facing another problem. That's unfortunate.
Struggling a little bit tonight, yeah. Tonight, it's 5 p.m. Today, this afternoon.
I mentioned Plumbo there accidentally.
It's all good, you know. People have a tendency of calling me that. I don't know why.
I mean, it is your...
They just forget the B.
Oh, I get it. I said Plumbo, not Plumbo.
Yeah, no, people call me that. I go into random servers and they'll be like, Plumbo. I'm like, what? Can you read? There's a B there. I don't know.
Yeah, you went from Plum Bob to Plumbo. That's funny. It's like Plumber Bob.
It's a silent B.
Yeah, Plumbo. You're just a clown. Plumbo.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's so funny. Because I didn't realize what my mistake was. There were 2, and I was still unaware of the other one, Plumbo. That's great. I was
Still
just
a
like,
good little
I was
What's
like,
up?
yeah, of course people call you that. That's what your nickname is. I didn't, I didn't realize.
Yeah,
that.
no, I mean, it's really weird sometimes because I'll just be, you know, in a server talking to people and then they'll call me Plumbo. I'm like, what? Plumbo? You mean bow? There's a B there. Like, I don't know. Is reading hard? Davin always says people don't read, so maybe that's actually the true problem.
Yeah, it looks like Loic said, I can see Peter with a mustache cosplaying as an Italian Plumbo.
Hmm.
Oh, and it
Yeah.
looks like the Plumbos, that's what I'm going to call him, Big Plumbo, number 1, is now having to let go of Manning, Kevin John Manning.
And Solomon through the first corner.
Oh, man.
It's going to be interesting to see how that bit of traffic affects Neville behind them, since they're 2 cars that are both multiple laps down. It looks like the Audi's going to let the P10 McLaren by.
Man, how crazy is this driver order? Let's actually go ahead
It's been interesting so far. We've had a lot of moving up and down. I think that the different paces of the drivers on teams together is helping keep the race kind of interesting throughout.
You know, I never like to run the real-time leaderboard, but I think, or at least for broadcast sake, but I think for an endurance, it's almost needed because it's like, wait, why was Adam Santana there? Why is he right behind Dean Solomon? Oh wait, he's lapped.
Yeah, it's helpful. But also, you know, when you're watching people in the cars, it's definitely different. You know, like I'm sitting here watching people driving from a driver's point of view, and you're sitting here in the like a helicopter cam type thing. It's totally different. So it's hard to keep tabs on who's where.
Yeah. Yeah, all I know is the overall, and like, okay, you're behind this guy, great.
Let's see what Eric does on his lap here. 42.6. All right. I see the track temp and ambient have both gone up a degree. Sun's starting to finally peek over the horizon a bit.
I'm gonna go back to the overall. I don't like the other one.
Something I will say about racing at Kyalami is coming over the hill, off the hairpin, looking down, seeing the city with all the lights. One of the prettiest things in ACC. It's only rivaled by going down Skyline at Bathurst.
Oh yeah. You know what? I always like to pretend that Bathurst, when you go down, after the elbow down the back straight, that you just have a sea there. I just like thinking it's by the sea.
I mean, it would make sense. It would be even more pretty then, though.
Yeah, looking on here with Steve Kelly as D. Braze now pretty close by. But you know what? It's such a weird thing to see D. Braze after who was in the car before him? Just this past stint.
Friday.
Yeah, Aneem. So it was weird because comparing Braze's stint now versus his first stint, it's completely night and day. And I mean, I guess you could be literal about the track time. His last stint was at night, but the car just, it seemed like he drove it so much more confidently. And in this stint, he's just had, I mean, maybe it's just been luck, but it's weird after Aneem had the car, you know. Like, I had this visual of this car being at this place, and the driver switched, then it lowered. Then Braze got it, and I expected it to shoot back up, but it seems like it just hasn't.
Yeah, I know Friday had a lot of issues in the car, and he I don't know if he spun out a few times or what, but Braze has been having a little bit of trouble with it. The NSX does not like curbs, and even like the little bit of curb mounting you do here can really kind of throw the way the car reacts. And I think that might have something to do with it, especially coming through the S's and whatnot.
Yeah,
handling it well there. I'm probably a couple
about
seconds behind.
We talked about the curbs with the NSX in the last season as well. We were where the Bentleys felt that they had the the big advantage, and the NSX was really struggling to get over those curbs. Seems to be like pretty global.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason why you're not going to see many NSXs. I don't think we have any NSXi, in the season 8. Any of the I don't know. I think we have a couple in the Silver League, but I don't think there's a single NSX in the Pro League, just because of how bumpy and curb happy all the tracks we're going to are.
Yeah.
I think people seen that and kind of decided, it's really not worth when I can drive a different car.
It
No,
seems
that's
like
fair.
the people who drive it because they like it.
Yeah.
As, looking at D Braze getting around Steve
Going-
Kelly, just sent it down the inside. What a tricky place.
Ooh, are they gonna go too wide through the sausage corner? Oh, yes, they are. They both survived, even if Kelly goes into the grass a little bit. It's gonna give him the inside line coming into the corner there. I'm watching this on your stream, so I'm probably a few seconds behind.
I was like,
wondering.
wait, yeah.
Yeah, I got Eric on my screen and then the stream up on the other one, so I'm trying to double watch them both.
Hello and good morning from Germany. Dream Moment Racing. It's morning and it's morning time in Germany.
I think it would be 12 a.m. right now, midnight. So I guess
Just after
technically,
midnight, yeah.
yeah. Still a good battle here for third place between Solomon and Manning. I think Solomon just got around Manning, coming through Sunset. But I believe, I don't know, for me at least, one of their cars is matte black and the other car is black with various colors on it, so it's hard to differentiate the two.
Yeah, they're both running custom liveries.
It's odd that I can see the one, or parts of it at least, but I can't see. I mean, I know I can't see the second one because it's completely custom, but it's almost like black colored cars, like black liveries for some reason work, and the rest of them don't for people who don't have them downloaded. It's odd how ACC does livery management.
720. Where is the car number 7? Oh, wait. No, car number 69. Burning.
Back in P15.
Yeah, we have, I don't know who Drum Moment Racing is, but that's also their team name. Do you guys remember who was driving this 720 before Christian Burning? Christian Burning started out in it, and then they switched. Now he's
Krebs.
back. Krebs, there you go. So I think Drum Moment Racing might be Krebs. Was it
That makes
Daniel or
sense.
Dan Krebs? It was Daniel, right?
I believe it's Daniel, yes.
Daniel Krebs.
Okay. The tactical socks are starting to hurt a little bit.
Too tactical.
They're too
Ooh.
tactical.
All right, Khalil now gonna get around the blunderbuss, and he's not letting him go. That's a lapped car. He's not letting him go.
Oh, Larry, come on now. Blue flag rules. What are you doing? You're a coach. You got a standards to uphold. Oh, he's really not giving it to him.
Oh, I thought he was going wide there to let him go through the inside, and
That's what I thought he was
just
going to
didn't
do.
get it.
He didn't.
All right, we'll give him some time. He's probably gonna do it down the main straight. Maybe?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I would hope.
All right, this is it.
Maybe coming into T1.
He's gonna have to do it.
Yeah,
Okay,
looks
there
like
we
he's
go.
got it. There it is. All right. You're redeemed, Larry.
Had us scared for a moment.
It's interesting to see how everyone takes that uphill left-hander. Everyone has a different line through there, including me and all my teammates. We all take it slightly differently.
Speaking of your team, he's actually caught up now to Ken John Manning. It's not Ken, it's Kevin, right? Yeah, Kevin.
I believe so.
I don't want to call him Ken John by accident.
Oh yes, Eric is right on his tail, and right in front of them there's another McLaren, so...
Pedantic squirrel, differently meaning wrong.
Differently. Nah, I mean... Nah, you can gain time through there doing different things. Ooh, were they going to go into the corner too wide? No, they aren't. Alright. Nah. Differently doesn't mean wrong. There's multiple ways to take that corner. Some people like to take a tighter line and accelerate later in the corner, while other people like to swing a little wider and hit the apex a little later. They can accelerate faster, though.
Looks like Dean Solomon has broken away from Kevin Manning. Actually, nope, that's the other way around, isn't it? No.
No,
that's
you got it right.
For a second, I was like, wait, maybe they're lapped.
No, it's going to be interesting to see how Neville handles Manning here, if he can catch up to him with Santana right in front.
Yeah, it looks like, according to JD, the albino macaw is what's broken them up.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. I think he was behind, so that checks out.
Interesting. So he's gotten through them.
Something else that's interesting to notice is P6 Chase. I don't know if the tires are a little messed up or what's going on, but his last lap was a 42.8. A little bit off the pace compared to how they were running earlier. I know pretty much their whole stint they were doing low 42s or high 41s.
You know what? That might scare you because Neville just put in a 44.1.
Yeah, I mean, when you're chasing around traffic and like just trying to take position, you're going to be slower, and you're always going to be a little bit more cautious, especially in an endurance race, seeing how many times we've hit things so far, or people have hit us.
Yeah, looking at Manning and Neville, they're both in the 44s, but Solomon and Up are all in the 42s, so yeah, it looks like they've consistently slowed each other down.
Yeah, that's just how battling works, especially around here where there's a lot of very high braking zones where you're just mashing the brake and hoping it sticks.
Ah, yes.
Coming into the
floor is
hairpins.
floor.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Krebs. Hey, Mr. Krebs. It's like Mr. Krabs. We'll stick with Krebs, though. Alright, let's actually... I want to go to Ilpo. Back to Ilpo. Because the Hello Kitty has had a hell of a time making up through the grid. And he's actually in the points now. He's back into P9 and chasing down Lush. And this is the other Lush. This is Dean Lush. We've seen Mitch Lush. This is the first time we've seen Dean now.
They were both putting down impressive lap times in practice in this Audi here. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do when they're in more of a battle.
You know what? We've yet to do this for a while. Let's watch what's going on with Hello Kitty.
Oh, just as you say that, Lush
No.
completely loses it coming into the hairpin.
No. Oh, and I just watched it on their onboard, on their replay. Oh,
Yes.
That's gutting for Lush.
Tire in the sand, straight around. At least he didn't hit anything though. That's very good, especially coming into that hairpin. You can send it a little too hot and just fly into the wall in the back of the hairpin.
Wow. I kind of wish we would have switched, 5 seconds sooner. But oh, that's unfortunate. They're now
Unfortunate,
in P9.
but another spot for Ilpo. Climbing up the leaderboard.
Great for Ilpo, but if you think about the 604 rookies, they started out in P5. They were up in P4, and they're just now moving down to P9. So, yeah, they've had each stint has gotten harder, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that's the nature of the Audi, but it's not a very driver-friendly car, and
You say
especially
that
when
as
you dip a
P3
tire in the dirt.
Dean Solomon gets around.
Hey, yep. I mean, from what I've been told, you have to set that car up right, and there are a lot of ways to set it up wrong.
Wise words from Peter O'Brien.
Just been on that subject. I've been watching the battle between Neville and Manning for the last couple of laps. And the difference in the way the cars look going through the corners, the Audi, it just seems squirrely all the time.
Yeah.
Like compared to the McLaren behind it, which is planted. It's super weird.
Ooh, as you say that, Manning gets a little squirrely through there. Oh, I think Eric's going to pick up a track limits right there. No, the Audi, that's exactly it. From what I've been told by
Yeah, he's gonna
Eric
lose it here.
Diaz, our local Sim Racing 604 alien who knows how to set up every car, the rear diffuser doesn't really do a whole lot on the Audi, and you have to really crank the wing on it in order to make it stick through any of the corners. Ooh, going too wide through the sausage curb. Here we go. Ooh, Manning, little deep.
Oh, it pushed it too hard.
This is a good battle here, though. Can you get the switchback on him? Oh. Oh, this is like extra nerve-wracking for me because this is just me. This is where I'm going to be in like 20 minutes probably. Arjun, you're right. If the Audi had 5 wing.
Like for, you know, a car that is basically known for 4-wheel drive system, it's really surprised that it seems so unstable.
Yeah, I really don't know. It's just known to be an extremely squirrely, kind of, like I said, driver unfriendly car.
Yeah.
Just with the way it handles around the corners.
I want to get right on the bumper of Eric Neville here.
Oh, I feel like he's probably hating every minute of this because the McLaren, when you get tight to someone, just has such terrible aero wash. You can't turn through any of the corners. I like how the headlights show through the bumper cam.
Yeah. Here, maybe this one feels better. Man, there it is again, Paul. Under the braking, it just lunges.
Yeah, I don't understand why it's prone to do that. It just, I mean, I don't know. I've never
Ooh,
driven
A
it.
this
little
might be
wide
it.
into the last corner. Ooh, I think Eric might have backed out a little there. Would have been some contact.
I was gonna say that, like, I was expecting some contact there. He was heavy on the brake.
Interesting development while these two have been fighting. Chase is now only 5 seconds back behind the two of them.
Oh, just look how close he is. It's like the moment the headlights get under the wing, it's over.
Save it! Woo! Holy crap.
Your teammate's stressing you out there, Pete.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna. Oh god, watching it on the stream and the replay, just seeing the wheels turn. Oh
Poor
god.
Bob isn't enjoying this one.
No, I'm a little nervous now. We're not even halfway through the race yet either.
Oh, I actually even want to look right here at Lucian Santana, just ahead of them.
Ooh, good point. Ooh, Manning getting a little squirrely through the S's. Taking a little too much curb there.
Oh, around the outside, Eric Neville. Nope.
Backs out of it. No, to your point though, Paul, it seems like the Audi is doing kind of poor on the brakes almost. Like, it doesn't want to handle as well under braking compared to the McLaren.
Is it narrower? I don't know. I mean, I'm my head's just like trying to work out why it looks so much worse through the corners. Like, are the front tires narrower than the McLarens? Like,
I don't know if that's how it works, but
is it right
really
on
don't know.
bicycle tires?
It could be. You know, 1962 Formula One tires, grooved and tiny.
Might explain it.
Yeah. I think the I don't know, considering the fact that the rear end doesn't have a lot of downforce. Maybe the heavy braking zones kind of drift car. The heavy braking zones might kind of push all the weight to the nose, which makes the rear end even less stable. I would want to say maybe.
Looks like Neville's dropped back.
Yeah, he kind of Tokyo drifted through the left-hander up the hill. Lost a bit of time. But also I know that we've been dealing with really bad graining on the front tires, so once you get later into the stint, even on low fuel, the car just doesn't want to turn in.
We're actually about to reach the halfway point. We're at 3 hours now. I'm surprised. It doesn't feel like I've been sitting here for 3 hours.
You say that, and I don't feel like I've been sitting in the booth for an hour and a half.
There you go. You've done your first season official season length broadcast.
Heyo.
And quite well, I might add. So if you guys want to see Peter broadcast Silver Season 8, feel free to
What
drop
night
it in
is
the
Silver?
chat.
Monday nights? Oh, God.
Monday nights. We want to see Plum Bob in the booth.
Plum Bob in the booth. Gonna have to assemble a ragtag crew of secondary broadcasters for that one.
Oh, you already have Joel DeLoss. Joel DeLoss.
Joel DeLoss.
Oh, beautiful sparks by Lush. Looks like Santana's just gone away from him. Interesting. So the McLaren broke away from the Audi, but in this other case, the Audi broke away from the McLaren. Nice little inverse we had. Ooh, right behind him, Chase.
Yep.
Ouch. He's not too close, but he's at a 1.5 now. That's the closest he's been.
All right, well, I'm going to bid you to adieu. I am going to go prepare to drive the car now instead of just watch it nervously.
How many stints do you have?
I've only done one. I don't know if I'm doing... I know I'm doing the next one. I don't know if I'm doing another one after that. I think that's kind of what we'll decide as I'm driving the car. But I'll be back here at some point either way.
All right, Plumbo, good luck. Oh, by the way, no pressure. Just think every moment the camera's on you. No pressure.
Okay, all right. So just like the Pro League then, since my bright green car was constantly in shot.
Pretty much. and Paul here will talk trash about it.
That's fine. We changed it up this time. We went with a honeydew color scheme. That's why we are kind of like a yellowish with the green and orange.
I like it. It's subtle, but it's still there.
Definitely more subtle, yeah.
Yeah, it's more subtle, but it's still melon-esque.
You know what? I appreciate the pink LEDs. That ties it all nicely.
The funniest thing is that I was on the grid when it was completely dark out, and I was looking at who was behind us and who was next to us. We had pink lights. The Porsche behind us with Farrow and Borden had pink lights. The Aston of Chase had pink lights. So I don't know. It's just pink lights are the thing people run, I guess. I don't know. It's interesting to see that.
Yeah, I you know what? I think bridging away from sim racing, I think there's a nice little juxtaposition where you have like something. I don't want to genderize things, but when you have something that's been like heavily masculine versus pink that's been more of a feminine color, there's a nice sort of like juxtaposition when you put both in together. You're like, oh, that's a pairing I never thought. Like a lot of pink camo skins in COD look great, you know.
Oh no, they look amazing. I honestly love the color pink. I think it fits really well in a lot of things. I don't know a lot of things. That's kind of vague, but it's true. I like it on cars. I like it in hair color. I like it in camos. You know, it suits a lot more things than you would think initially.
All right, Paul, we've learned a lot about Peter. He likes pink and he likes socks.
Yes, sir.
Also, pink LEDs give 10 extra horsepower. That's well known.
Oh, okay, all right. That
That's
makes
it.
sense.
Before you leave, Peter, who is Jumpy Whale? I heard you.
Arjun.
Arjun, thank you.
Yep, no problem. All right, well then, gentlemen, I will be back at some point later. Until then, I will bid you adieu. Have a good stream. All right, thank you.
And looking here at Baseballer, it looks like they have damage in the 259, and the 259 being the 604 rookies car, who are in the pits at the moment. So with 8 minutes left in the hour, it wouldn't surprise me that they're fixing whatever damage and just doing an early run on stint 4. We're going to see if that changes back to Mitch Lush. So Paul, how's it been, man? How's it going? What's this event been for you?
So far, so good. I mean, I didn't get a chance to tune in before I actually joined, so I've been on for the entire thing that I've seen so far. But we've seen some interesting moves, and I'm happy about that. I was a bit worried when I joined, and you were like, "Oh yeah, it's been an interesting race, and this has happened," and that's like, "Oh great."
You were like, "Oh, now all the boring bits."
That's it. But come, lap 58, things were starting to kick off here, so that was great.
Yeah, it's interesting. This entire race, there hasn't been as many dull moments as I expected. There's always been something to look at. And just side note here, Carson Meyer for the Prius Repellent Racing with a drive-through. And yeah, it looks like it was that pit limiter again. It's been catching everybody off. Which, you know what, I want to mention, it's a little weird to me. I was going to mention this was Peter was here. According to Peter, the auto pit limiter is always on. But I know that usually the only thing we run on is auto clutch. So auto pit limiter, according to Peter, is always on. But for the most part, at least myself, I will always have that button mapped, and I'll slow down and I'll use it. So you know what? I think that it's in the driver's interest to always assume that it's just not on and just slow down before it, than to just drive in and then just realize, oh, there's no pit limiter here.
I wonder if some of them are maybe like hitting the pit limiter on the way down while they're still braking, and it's just they're not slow enough when they hit the line.
Yeah, you have to, for it to engage, you have to be down in the first gear. And then first gear won't engage unless you're at a certain speed. You'll just get stuck in second, and you just have to spam it. So you really have to slow down into first to then turn the pit limiter on, because all the pit limiter does is keep you from going faster than 50 kilometers. It doesn't slow you down to get you into the pit limiter.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, which the auto pit limiter that does. As soon as you cross the line, it just drops your speed magically. Which I guess it saves you time, but it is a little bit of a, not a cheat, but I guess an advantage if you have it on.
Yeah, it removes something that you have to think about, right?
Yeah, because when you're approaching the line, you have to slow down beforehand and make sure you activate it, or at least you don't go past that speed, which is kind of funny. It reminds me of a time here in Kyalami when I had my actual shifter just break on me. It was a mod to my wheel, but there was a screw in the back that you had to screw into a certain point so that when you clicked it, it engaged the switch. And so for some reason, the downshift paddle, the screw came loose, and there was no way to tighten it without removing the wheel. And so I was stuck in 5th gear, coming down from the hairpin at the top of the hill, coming down. I could not get out of 5th gear. And so I had to go into the pits and just keep the car from stalling and just keep it at that speed to swap out. But it was one of those stories that I just remembered, and it wasn't an endurance. I think it was like a 4-hour here at Kyalami, and it was one of my first experiences. And ever since then, I was just like, okay, no more modded products.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, you can see Psycho Syndicate there, my teammate, in that he can vouch for me. It did happen. And it was funny. I was always the guy that was like, "Hey guys, I have an actual issue." Like if it was some like you know how I was always making it extra realism because I'd have a real world issue where my gear was just broken, and I'd be like, "Hey, someone needs to take the car because this isn't working anymore." Looks like Bobby Pennington's mentioning if you switch to second gear, it automatically kicks the limiter off. Yeah, that's true. So if you turn it on and while you're in the pit lane and you shift up to second, it switches off. So potentially maybe it's they're jumping the line on exit and they're getting the drive-through because of that.
It's a strange mistake to make in an endurance race as well, though, right? Because the slightly slower into and out of the pits is less of a big deal than, 15 second, 30 second, or a drive-through penalty, right? You're gonna have a harder time in endurance with one of those than you. Whoa. Sorry. Just watch it cut off there by some aggressive cornering by Manning there.
Interesting. Oh, actually,
I thought he was going to run right into the back of Meyer, but Meyer needs to get out of the way.
It doesn't look like he's going to. And now Eric Neville.
To be honest, I think that's why Manning was so aggressive. He's got Neville right behind him. Ooh, oh, and yep.
That's
too much.
Yeah, and there goes Neville making his way through.
Yeah, but I'm going to say it again, that Audi has felt like it's been wanting to do that for a long time.
Just jump the curb.
It's just like, yeah, I've had enough. See ya.
Oh man, that's terrible. Yeah, I'm not sure what to call it there with Meyer and the blue flags. I can understand maybe not moving on the way down the hill, but obviously into the braking zone. It just seemed like he just stuck it on the inside where he could have been on the outside, let Manning through, but when you're there, I mean, and we had Baseballer come in, mentioned 259 has some damage. That was before they pitted from Deluche now to Carson Meyer, so I'm sure the damage was fixed, but yeah, they've just probably had a hard time. I mean, they qualified in fourth, or no, they qualified in fifth. They were up into fourth, and now they're down in 15th. So they've had, I think they lost out the most. That's 10 positions. Yeah, 3 hours in, and you're 10 down. So, but yeah, you can see it here. He's trying to make up for what they've lost, and oh man, just. He gets. I mean, that was a fantastic move by Carson to get around Larry Foster. Now Larry's gonna fight it out. Larry now takes the position. I mean, I think this shows it better. I don't know if at that moment Meyer just thought, okay, now I can let Neville through because I've made the position on Foster. But in doing that in that section, Larry just dives in and takes the position away. It almost seems like you were better off letting them go before and then fighting it out.
Yeah, I feel like he maybe didn't feel like he had the space to give up. Just the way he was taking the corner. I think he knew they were there, but I just don't feel like he wanted to move too far over the track. Yeah. Maybe he knew that Foster was right behind him. I don't know.
I saw what could have been a tiny bit of contact there from Foster onto Manning. Looks like he got away nicely though. Yeah, this is a tough situation for Foster and Meyer. Not only are they racing each other, but they have to make room for Neville and Manning, who are also racing each other. And we were watching this as Peter was here, but they were nicely separated, where they were both having their battles within proximity, but not interlinked as they are now.
Yeah. It's Manning that you've got to feel sorry for now, kind of sandwiched between them.
Oh man, he just can't get away. And I mean, if you're Meyer, you don't want to make the space because Foster might just slipstream right through.
Yep.
Yeah, Manning definitely has the worst position right now. This might be the best moment for him to just come in and start his fourth stint and just let them get on with it.
That's true, I guess, if
Ooh, and
he's got that opportunity. Oh, okay. Well,
he should have, as Neville just came into the pit, so he probably should have followed. He would have kept his position right behind him.
yeah.
Oh, but you know what this means? We're about to see Peter back in the Melon Lord's car. And we have Santana there pitting as well for the albino macaw. And Larry Foster now coming in, so we'll probably see, if Larry doesn't continue the stint, we might see Durantis Buttkiss back. And it looks like Skylar Rabin now for the big plunder, big Prumble. Man, I feel bad for these guys. I've called them Plumbo, I've called them Problem, Plunder. Now it's Prumble. It's a hard name. Prumble. It's Crumble and Problem. Prumble.
It's been a long race.
Yeah, we're 3 hours in now. I can't believe it finally says 2:57. I'm surprised I'm still here talking, but honestly, it's been good racing, so it's hard not to maintain the excitement.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching now for 50 laps, and it's like flown by. So that's awesome.
And I want to look here at the two. Oh, we finally have Jonathan Corkle back on track. For the first time, actually, we see him on track. And it looks like Davin Sturdivant has now swapped over the car. We unfortunately didn't see much of Davin throughout the race. We did at kind of the start, but then we didn't see too much about him. And looking here at the albino macaw, Eric Berg back in the car. We saw him in the first stint. And it looks like Dan Krebs is trying to get around him. They're not fighting for position, but Dan Krebs, if I remember correctly, might have had a little bit more pace than Eric Berg. I want to look here at my notes for car number 69. They qualified P10 for Dremount Racing. And looking at Eric Berg, car number 21, they qualified P8, so they weren't far behind. So, and both these two guys were, if I remember correctly, who qualified. So they were pretty equal in pace. So, yeah, it's weird, I'm sure, for Daniel to be P15 behind somebody he qualified only 2 positions behind. Yeah, that's almost 7 positions. But yet you're probably like 0.2 slower in pace. So I'm sure that's very weird.
Yeah, but I mean, watching them go around these last couple of sections of the track, they are pretty much neck and neck. You can tell there's no pace between them, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely cool to watch. Makes for a great show. Although it'd be nicer if it was a 9 and 10 battle than 9 and 15.
True.
Oh man, thanks for sticking around, Psycho. That's been awesome, man. You know what? And actually, to all you guys, to all you 25, 26 viewers, thanks for sticking on this long. I'm actually surprised we've retained that amount of viewership through the last 3 hours and 40 minutes. So if you've stuck around from the start when we covered qualifying, thanks a lot, guys, for that. You are the real MVPs here. And quick shout out. I know I don't usually shout these out throughout broadcasts, but as this is a special one, thank you to all the new followers: Sean Suds, Transplant, Hood Geekin, Maestro Damus, Baseballer, Jumpy Whale, Drummond Racing. Thank you for the follows, guys. And I believe a lot of you are in the race, so welcome to 604. Be sure to take a spot in Season 8. Paul and I are going to be covering the Pro League along with Giancarlo, and so that's going to be a lot of fun. Are you looking forward to Season 8?
I am. And I'm looking forward to being around for the entire season. Like, joined halfway through the last one, so I don't feel like I necessarily got some of the rivalries along the way. But to watch the entire thing is going to be great.
Yeah, I'm starting to get the hang of it a little more now with 3 commentators, and I especially enjoyed now having Peter on and just having those little bit of breaks where you can let the other two talk and regroup and figure things out. So that's nice, and and that's going to be a nice change of pace coming into season 8 as well.
It takes a little bit of the pressure off you.
Definitely, yeah. This I think I definitely got a second win when you guys came in, and I think if it had just been me up to this point, I'd be dead.
I'm not surprised. A lot to keep up with.
Jumping on board here with Arlo Alemongo. We saw him at the start of the race. That's car number 4 for Team Big. Actually, that's Big Prumble number 2. Yep, that's Big Prumble number 2. I always forget it. You have a green Audi or a blue Audi and a green Bentley. But we saw Arlo at the start, and he was chasing down Amin. So it looks like D Braze has switched the car. So we've gone from Braze to Friday, back to Braze, and now back to Friday. And these two are battling out for P10 and P11. But it looks like they've dropped in pace. Arlo was within a second just a couple corners ago. And actually someone who does look like they're pretty close is Jonathan Corkle chasing down Carson Meyer. Oh, and there goes Arlo now, back within a second. He's 0.8. Oh, Jonathan Corkle trying to make a move around the outside. Decided he wasn't going to make it. Pulled back. And from the lap time, it looks like Meyer is putting in a 144.2 with Corkle at a 143 flat. So that's quite a pace difference. That's a 1.2 seconds faster. And I guess maybe that'll be a little different now that he's been behind him, and his pace is going to have dropped back just quite a bit. But
This
yeah,
is also going to show up if this Audi is as unstable through the corners as the other one was. We're going to see if this McLaren can take advantage of it as well.
and well, we've had a comment here about the 259 having damage, and we've had it just have unfortunate luck. So yeah, I think we're definitely going to see that same issue. And Corkle did not compete in season 7, but throughout seasons 4 through 6, he's been a pretty competitive driver, especially in the McLaren. So he's no stranger to this track and that car. And potentially the experience difference from Corkle to Meyer, we might see an overtake quite soon here. And not to mention a pretty speedy recovery moving up to Arlo, which actually, from the looks of it, is 25 seconds away. So it's gonna take him quite a bit to get there.
That's a few laps off, yeah.
I was actually confused by the green Bentley of the Golden Jaguars up ahead being driven by Jay Green. Oh, and there goes Jonathan Corkle going wheel to wheel, put the car on the outside, but it looks like Carson Meyer leaving the car on the racing line, getting that nice apex. He's doing a great job of defending Corkle, though, so I got to give it up for Meyer as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. Like, Corkle was going hard there. Like, right on his bumper. And to hold it, and not only that, but then pull away, that was a great job.
Yeah, definitely confident in the car, and it shows.
And it doesn't look like it's as unstable through the corners. So I wonder if it's just a setup thing with, was it Manning?
Yeah. Which, actually, if we look at the board now, Manning is down into 7th now, which the 246. So they've actually dropped down a position from where they started. But if I remember correctly, they were up into 4th not long ago. And actually, if you look at Ethan Chase, he's moved up into 2nd. He was down into the 6th, 7th position when Peter was still here. And even after his second pit within the 3rd stint, he's moved up back into 2nd. So that's been an insane recovery.
Yeah, I didn't see any of it.
Same. I just looked
Like,
at the
it's
board
just-
and he's magically there.
Stealth his way from 5th up.
You know what? Actually, you know what? I think I know what's going on. So, whenever, aside from the drive-through, there was a moment he came into the pits for a second stop. He's had incredible pace because even though he had a drive-through and that stop on top of the planned driver change, he still had enough pace to catch back up. But because of that second pit stop before the drive-through, he extended his stint timer. So I think the reason he's up there is because he's able to go a little longer than the rest of the field. But I think once he comes into the pits in the next couple minutes, once that timer ends, oh no, is that green? He was facing backwards in the pit entrance.
That's gonna mess him up a lot.
Oh man,
Is anyone
that's-
close enough to take advantage of that?
No. Thankfully,
No,
Carver's
Carver's way back.
Yeah. But man, that's I hope that's not a pattern here for the Golden Jaguars. They've had great luck after Oswin's recovery. Not to mention Khalil, great drive. So, I mean, I think the pressure's on John Green. They started P9, they moved down to P17, and now they're in P3. And at one point they were I think they were P2. So, yeah, I think the pressure's on John to really bring
Absolutely.
it home.
Yeah, he probably knows that.
Yeah, he doesn't need us telling him.
He's feeling it right now.
And it looks like Ty Carver now coming in for Team Lamp, which I'm surprised, unless they're because we've seen Carter Irvin before, and they swapped not too long ago. So I'm quite surprised why he's back in the pits. Oh, looks like the car's back down, and it looks like it's been a driver change, which that was an incredibly short stint for Carver, because I feel like we just saw him switch.
Yeah. I wonder if he's got net issues or something like that at his end.
Might be. Looking now at
I
Arlo.
can't think of any other reason you would tap out so quickly.
Yeah.
Unless, because he's risking not only their race, but the drivers around him too, if his internet's going out.
You know what? We can find out, actually. I'm going to let that play out. I'm going to jump into their stream and see what happened here in a bit. But, yeah, jumping on here with Arlo, he's much closer now to Aneem Friday. And it looks like Prumble number 1's also having a bit of a battle here. It might be Ethan Chase getting around him. Yeah, that is. And that's the car's back to Jurentis Butkus. Actually, no, that's Blunderbuss. Would that be McAllister? Yeah, that's McAllister. So not much of a battle there. I just saw they were nice and close, but yeah. Now Aneem, we saw him get away from Berg, but Berg now is back in a contention. He's half a second away from him. And aside from that, it looks like our other battle is Jonathan Corkle chasing down Meyer.
That's the one that I've been watching. They're keeping it lively, but Corkle's not in a position to make a move yet. I've got your stream on beside me, and I'm just boggling at how much better your game looks than mine. I had to drop so much detail to get a constant 60 frames a second.
Oh no. We're gonna have to work on your optimizations there later. What do you know what GPU you're running?
I'm running a 1060.
Okay.
So it's showing its age.
Yeah. Oh, Aneem Friday. That was a tough moment. Dipping the tire outside.
Just to wake himself up.
Yeah. He had to get the fear. He had to light the fire under his seat once more.
Get that adrenaline back up.
Yeah, that's a great save though. It almost looked the car just almost went sideways, but he kept it in. He's going to have to get around Morgan McAllister to keep Arlo away from him. Yeah, and as I look here on Ty Carver's stream, it looks like he is away from his rig, so it's possible that there was just something that pulled him away from the race.
Oh, hopefully nothing serious then.
Oh, and there goes Morgan McAllister making room. Not really lifting though, so he might only make enough room for Aneem to get through. So unfortunately for Arlo, yep, there it is. Arlo's gonna have a tough time now. He's gonna have to find the space. Although it might be that Morgan's giving him a little bit of room, and looks like he did. That's cool. It's always great when someone who's a back marker is also aware that, you know, you're racing the guy you just let by.
Yeah. Being constant mid pack finisher myself back in the day, I was always that guy who had to be aware that the blue flag was for him, making sure that you're getting in the way without also losing 15th position to the guy you're actually up against. Yeah. So I respect anyone who can do that. I know how it feels.
Corkle's doing a great job of chasing Meyer, but yeah. I honestly expected a bit more of a push. Oh, well, there's
not that kind of push.
yeah, not. I mean, I ask and you shall receive, I guess. But yeah, Meyer just putting in a 144.3 and Corkle a 10th behind. Corkle was a lot faster. He was 2 seconds faster when he got in the car as he caught up to Meyer.
Oh, and Meyer's just run wide.
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess that's part of it too. I mean, consistency. The pressure probably got into him and he just totally forgot to brake. Well,
that's a shame. I was enjoying watching that.
I mean,
congratulations to Corkle and everything, but at the same time, Meyer was putting up a really good fight.
Yeah, that was a long time. We broke away to look at Arlo and Armin and Aneem and came back, and now Carter Irvin getting in the way of the battle with Aneem and Arlo. It seems like we might have reached that one point throughout the race now where everyone's kind of spread out for a bit.
Yeah, there's some big gaps.
Yeah, I think with this last stint, it kind of we saw a lot of issues in stint number 3 with extra pits and drive-throughs, and I think now for stint number 4 it's kind of offset, so everyone's kind of moved away from each other. So stint number 5 might be what we need to revitalize the race here. But a quick recap.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be around for that.
Oh no! Don't say this, Paul.
I don't have that much longer that I can hang around.
You came for the good part. You really did.
You mean the part that I came for the part that features me? It's the best bit.
Yeah, you're right. Jumpy well, load the deal with it banner. Or the deal with it weather. Yeah, man. We unfortunately the broadcast the weather forecast is clear skies here, but yeah.
Clear all the way, 0% chance of rain.
We definitely need it. I'm sure Josiah Farrow is pretty happy with the current conditions. He's running first. followed by John Green. Looks like he just got around Carson Meyer, which actually, Paul, you'll be happy. It looks like Jonathan Corkle has lost the position back from Meyer.
Oh yeah, like by quite a way too.
Yeah,
I wonder what happened there.
It might have been with John Green getting through. We saw him chasing them down throughout the entire time, or he was in front. I can't remember now. Actually, yeah, you're right. I'm pretty confused here too.
I wonder maybe they both had to let him past, and Corkle just ran wide or something and let Meyer sneak back.
Yeah, it's possible. But now I'm confused if he was ahead or behind. That's a challenge. Corkle spun in turn 6. Thank you, Prius Repellent. Actually, Prius Repellent, and then I can't tell if Baseballer is part of Prius Repellent, but they're from the same team, so that's cool. Welcome, guys.
I waved at my camera even though I'm not streaming. It's just habit.
You waved at your camera. That's awesome. Oh, there we go. Baseballer is Mitch, and Prius Repellent is Dean. Actually, now that you guys are here, how do you pronounce Lush? Is it Lush or Lugsh? I'll laugh if it's something crazy off. What's your best take on that, Paul? Lugsch. Oh, Lush. Oh,
I was gonna say yeah, luge or luge, yeah.
Loosh. Yeah, Lush. All right, cool. So we weren't too far off then. Ooh.
I mean, the good news is I can just blame my accent if it doesn't sound right. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, looking here at Carson, now is a bit of an oversteer going through the S's. It just looks like the rear end just kind of gave out for a quick second. Managed to pick it back up, so that's great. Yeah, but looking at the board here, Jonathan Corkle is our closest battle at the moment. Ooh, and John Green just kicking up so much dirt. The pressure's really on him because now. Oh, the pressure. Okay, Paul. Why are you leaving, Paul? Are you ready for this?
Because Brennan Schmid is right behind him now.
Yeah. Brennan Schmid is right behind him.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I never said I was leaving right now.
Okay. Well, you will be here to catch it. Yeah, I mean, and just look at the gap now between Meyer and Green. They've actually caught up. I can't remember too well if he was behind him, he got through, or he's been ahead of them the entire time. But the actual distance over these last 2 laps, it's actually gotten a lot closer. Not to mention, he's losing his consistency. So I would bet that he's probably looking at that delta and just seeing Schmid's time just drop.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was was it 25 seconds or something? The last time I looked.
Yeah,
can't be that much. That can't be right.
What was Schmid's teammate? Dean Solomon was the last in the car, and before that,
but there's no way the gap was 25 seconds, and now it's 5. That would be ridiculous.
It's 4.7 now.
Maybe it was then.
Yeah, that man is on a mission. I mean, he managed to put himself 11 seconds ahead of Peter O'Brien. So Brennan definitely, yeah, he's, as Peter would say, Brennan is a monkey driver. He's a monkey. That's Peter. Actually, you know what? Let's have a quick look on Peter. He's Nowheresville at the moment, but there's Peter. We promised we'd show a little Peter.
He's probably pretty comfortable.
Yeah,
He's got a good gap in front and behind, so he's probably pretty chill right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's still stressing over Owen Cripps. Actually, who's the Bentley that just let him by? I believe that's Cesara. Yeah. So Motor Sim Italy. We actually haven't talked about number 70 pretty much at all. And actually, you know what? Looking at the board here, Dan Krebs. Oh, he's still 15th. So that's where we last saw him. But that's not where he qualified, as we talked about. They qualified 6th, and they've dropped down. So that's, forgive my math, that's 9 positions lost for Caribbean Sim Motorsport. And the only other team who's had that kind of a loss has been Prius Repellent Racing, who went from 5th into 12th, so 7 positions. That's pretty tough there. Ooh,
I guess that's the nature of the game, though, right? When you're doing 25 laps, all it takes is being a second a lap slower, and suddenly, that gap opens up. Someone else gets through. Like 25 laps, losing a second at a time, you're 25 seconds back.
Yeah.
There's not many of these guys that are going to let you get away with that for long.
Oh no!
Wow.
What are you doing, Corkle? No! Did you see that?
I just saw the recovery. I didn't see the actual spin.
That was beyond incredible. I wasn't sure what he was planning to do. So going into turn 1, I want to say like 200, maybe 300 meters out, moves over to the left. He's probably right on the pit exit. And it looks like, okay, he's going to let Schmid go by. But then at the same time, we see Carson Myers stick the outside line. He's going to move over towards in the apex. And you just see Corkle just lunge. He's not braking. And I'm thinking, oh man, Corkle's about to make the move. He's probably thinking, I'm gonna trick Myers into thinking that I'm letting Solomon by or Schmid by. Now he's gonna have to let Schmid by. And when Schmid goes into the apex to get around, I'm gonna sneak up right behind him and take the position on Myers. But instead, Corkle just forgets to brake and just sends it past and just goes off. Yeah,
He's lucky he didn't end up further back then.
Yeah,
that was a huge mistake.
I don't know what happened, but would have been a total torpedo if Myers would have just been like a couple meters ahead. He would have taken him out. So, yeah, not sure what the plan was, but that sucks. Now he's 7 seconds behind. And it looks like the Melon Lord has gotten through. Oh, here it is, Paul. John Green, 3.9.
It's happening.
I think it would be pretty impressive for Brennan Schmid to have led the initial stint. I believe he only drove for 1 or 2. 11-second pace difference in the lead for his team to drop down into P5, P6, for him to bring them back up again. Now, once he gets through green, I'm not sure what the delta is for Faro, but he might just pull in 2 more stints and just catch his way up to them.
Do you think he's got that in him? Can he keep that up for another 2.5 hours?
I think he can. The question will be, is Josiah Farrow far enough? And whether or not he's going to drive the rest of this race. He might stick another stint at the end of this one, but he might have to switch the car towards the end and give the final stint. So he might either make the move or put his team somewhere where they can maybe put the attack.
No. Like, his lead is huge right now, though.
Yeah.
Like, the number of cars that I'm having to flick through to get between him and Schmid is just insane.
Yeah, so like right now, as they're entering Sector 2, we have Josiah Farrow crossing the line. So he's almost half a lap ahead of.
Yeah.
And so if we think
it's a
about
lot to make up.
What would you say is half of a 142, 140? Yeah. What's half of 142?
Dear Lord.
Put you on the
It's
spot.
like 50 seconds, isn't it?
Yeah, because 40,
1.5
60.
minutes is 90. Like,
Yeah.
So like 50 seconds, 55 seconds maybe?
Yeah, that's a long ways. I mean, he's 2.4 now, so while we've been rambling about lap times,
Another 2 seconds off.
yeah, so
yeah, I mean, and that's it. I don't doubt that he can do it short term, but chipping away 2 or 3 seconds every lap or every couple of laps for the next 2.5 hours is ambitious.
So he's putting in a 141.6. Green just had a 142.4, and Farrow's at a 141.7. So Schmid is currently a tenth faster than Farrow.
I mean, that makes sense. The amount that he's made up. But they're both pretty consistent. I mean, Farrow's best lap time versus his last couple, they're all within half a second. Yeah, and Schmid's the same way.
Actually,
So
if you look at their overall best laps, they've put in identical lap times. 141.241. I'm not sure into the, further on if it's how identical it is, but yeah, they have identical fastest laps.
yeah.
And like you said, they're both currently running about half a second slower than that. So
That's pretty consistent.
yeah.
So I mean, either one of them could make a mistake. I would love to see it be closer fighting. Maybe not yet. It'd be too early, I think. If we can get the last half hour, with them together, like fighting properly, I'd love that.
It'll come down to their overall pit strategy.
Yeah, I mean, outside of someone making a mistake, which you can't predict.
They haven't yet, at least.
Pit strategies.
They could be due for one.
And I guess if Farrow has to switch drivers, whoever takes over might not be as fast or consistent, right? So you never know.
Actually, you know what? Here's the twist. We've seen Farrow now. So we saw Borden drive for 2 stints. We've seen Farrow now for what feels like 2 stints, maybe 3. We have not seen their third teammate, Charles Saylor, who is a consistent driver in the Porsche. However, at least back in Season 4, Season 5, he never had enough pace to catch up to Robin Borden, who drove the initial stint. So I'm not sure how that compares to Farrow's time, but it's possible if Brendan Schmid keeps it in the car and doesn't change to Derek Anderson or Dean Solomon, if we see Schmid remain in the car, and it's going to be tough to say what that comparison will be between Schmid and Saylor, but I think they might have their best bet will be to keep Schmid in the car if they want to move up into P1.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. And like Schmid's now right on green. There's 0.2 second between them. Like he is on it.
you know, to be fair you know, give some credit to John Green. Over the last couple laps, even though Schmid has you know, bridged a nice gap, 2/10 behind, he actually hasn't been able to make the move yet.
Not yet, no. I mean, I'm expecting it given how quickly he's caught up, but and he's going for no. Just checking.
Probably
just
putting on the
give him a
pressure.
look.
Yeah, let him know you're there.
Just remember I'm here.
It's a good tactic. Just move her, even though you can't make it. Just let them know, like get in their head.
Yeah. Just remind them where you are.
Hopefully,
He's all over the track.
Oh, that was a close one.
He went left there. He went right. I wasn't sure what was happening.
Yeah, we might have a big Prumble here as Prumble number 1. Morgan McAllister is right up ahead of John Green.
See, I'm going to have to go soon, and I don't want to.
At least watch the Schmid Green takeover.
Yeah, I need to stick around for at least that. That's excellent moves by McAllister there. Just not breaking line, just let them go past.
Agreed.
I salute you, sir.
You know, I was thinking, oh, he's just gonna do the casual move, slip in the middle, the fight's gonna break up, but no, he kept it around the outside, let him go in, and it's a great move. And looks like
Green's pulling away a little bit.
Carson Meyer spun, and Corkles now has that position back.
Interesting.
Oh, nope.
So there's a couple of good fights happening right now.
Yeah, I think in the overall view we can't really see too much of that, but if we look at the track map, there are a couple trains, so I'm sure there's battles out of position that are, or at least traffic that's being sorted out.
That can be interesting as well, though, right? Yeah, it can upset the race leaders, force them to slow down a little bit, give some of the.
Yeah, we saw that with
guys.
Eric Berg and Daniel Krebs. Which actually, Krebs looks like he's up into 14th now. He was down in 15. I guess he got around Jurintis. You know what? I did not expect John Green to be able to keep the position as long as he has. From what we saw when Meyer was right behind him, it almost looked like he was just breaking under the pressure. But now that it's on him, it looks like he's handling it pretty well.
Yeah, like I'm surprised as well. I'm really impressed with the display.
You know, one thing when you're in the car that's hard to gauge is just your proximity to the car behind. And oh man, Plumberg in the back just sending it wide. You just see the little silhouette with the dust kicking up. It's hard to gauge the proximity of the car behind. You know, you have the radar, but there. Oh, this might be it.
Oh, time's come. That was an aggressive bit of braking by Schmid there.
Oh, it's not over
Don't
yet.
think he can hold it. No. Oh,
you just got to keep the outside line.
Oh, forced Green to slow down there. That was cheeky. Pushed off the line.
Yeah, I felt like if Green would have just kept the outside, he would have been able to force Schmid to have to brake to make room for the apex, but
it was the other way around.
Yeah,
Schmid forced it instead. That was good. I'm kind of hoping that he doesn't pull away too much now. I'd like to see these guys keep fighting it out, because I don't know if they're going to catch Farrell. So I think this is the important fight.
Man, from that oversteer we just saw from Green, I think he's gonna push a little too hard to get the position back, and it's gonna push his consistency off, and he's just gonna lose the pace.
Maybe. Wow, it's almost a second between them already. What is happening?
I think Schmid we've seen it in season 7. The man will follow behind. He's patient to a certain point. He's aggressive, but he's pretty patient, and then he makes his move.
Yeah.
So I think he just didn't mind being held up for a bit, knowing that he would. And I think, I mean, the difference in the move from all his other attempts is just how close on his bumper he was going into turn one, that at that moment you're just like, oh, it's over.
Yeah, I guess he knew that he could do it. It was just picking the moment.
It's almost as if like all the other moves were just practice. He was just like, all right, cool. He was just gauging the distance to just have a solid attempt. Yeah, it almost looks like John Green's he's just pushing he's just chasing the car now. He's just missing his braking points. He's overdriving just a bit just to catch up. And I mean, we've all been in that point where, you know, you had a great battle, you lost it, and now you're just trying to desperately to get back there, but just costing him more time.
The adrenaline's still flowing. He still thinks he can catch it. I get it.
Yeah. Yeah, 1.9 now. It's about 2 seconds within one lap.
That is.
Wow, and actually,
He's an alien. Basically, he's an alien.
His last lap was a 142.5 for Schmid. Green is at a 143.9, and Farrow actually put in a 144.5. So we have a 2 second difference between our race leaders, and about a 1.5 about 1.5 from Green and Schmid. That being said, though, Peter O'Brien just put in a 142 flat, so he was half a second faster than Schmid. So
the adrenaline is actually helping him.
Yeah, I think that we might see an O'Brien versus Green pretty soon.
Yeah, like Farrow seems to be stuck in a little bit of traffic. I think that's why his last lap was down. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to slow him down enough for Brennan to catch up. Never say never.
Yeah, and we're 16 minutes now, so we're about to come into the 5th stint in about the next 20 minutes. And I think in this moment, Schmid is gonna at least come back in, reset that timer, get back on track, chase down P1, and then depending on whether or not they switch, that's gonna be the difference. But even then, I mean, in this last lap, Farrow recovered maybe a second. He's at a 143.6, but Schmid still putting in that. Actually, Schmid just put in a 142 flat, so he gained half a second, whereas Peter lost 0.4. That being said, Green is still at 143 or 143 flat now, so he gained a little bit of time. He probably, got his head back and he got the control back under control, but yeah, it's still quite a ways different. And then you also have Owen Cripps with a 142.3, so he's a 10th faster than Peter. And then Carter Irvin with a 142.8. So yeah, I think John Green's under a lot of pressure. With 2 hours 15 left, they're either going to have to make a driver change and have someone who can match that 142 to keep that position.
Yeah, Cripps got a bit of airhead in that corner. I hope that wasn't because I was watching him. I was literally about to say his car looks pretty planted in the track, and then he took off. So let's move on.
Well, you know what? Actually, they had a moment with Ethan Chase in the car early on in the race. Well, I think within the first hour, where he took a curb very aggressively, and it actually bounced him off into the grass on the opposite side of the track. So he managed to keep the car in control and get back on. But yeah, it's not the first time, and I think it might be that the actual ride height is just super low. So I mean, if you look at that front, the front skirt is just completely battered. That lip is just destroyed. And you can see it there with when he took the curb. They're very aggressive in the curves, but it doesn't seem like the car is just, I don't know how well it's set up for it.
No, he actually, looking at it, he is hitting those curbs hard.
Oh, you can hear it. I don't know if it's just me, but I almost heard the tires there, just a bit of a lockup. And I mean, it is kind of time. I don't know when they've all been performing their tire changes, but I almost heard the tires just kind of slide through the pavement. And Peter's just doing his own thing.
Yeah, I don't think there's any point in. I mean, he's still podium finishing, right? So there's no need to panic.
And he's in
But
fourth.
I think. Oh, is he? I
Yeah.
thought he was.
That being said, actually, you know what? I think maybe John Green's listening, because he just put in a 142.7. Peter's at a 142.5, so Peter's still a little faster. He's probably still catching him up. And it looks like Schmid is at a 142.3, so he's pulled back just a bit. Although in Farrow is 142.4, so he's pulled in some speed back. So, but at least for the top four, they're all putting in 142. So I don't know how well they're going to catch up to each other right now.
Well, Schmid's kicked the back end out a couple of times recently. I don't know. Maybe he's used enough fuel. Car's a little bit lighter now than it was a lap or two ago. But yeah, it feels like it's not quite as planted on the track as it was a minute ago.
All right, so I like to have my let's see. The Aston is just a wing with paperweight bolted onto it. Take out the diffuser. Good luck driving it. That's funny. All right, so Schmid just crosses the line. All right, we're going to see where he is now compared to Farrow a couple laps ago. I remember we talked about when Brennan Schmid was just getting through into Sector 2, Farrow was coming across the line. So we're going to see at least by that unit of measurement if he has been able to make some distance. So looks like he's coming now into Sector 2. He's going now into the corner. And he's about into Sunset, and there he's across the line. So it looks like he's made up quite a bit of time to Josiah. At least, it's hard to gauge within that. I'm going to have to pull up a track map here to remember the corner names. But it seems like he's about a corner further from where he was before. So he is making up some time. Ooh. It looks like we have a Prumble with number 4, Arlo. Although he kept his position and Anim is still behind. And, you know, to be fair, it doesn't look like John Green's too far away, but uh-oh, there it is. There's the Melon Lord, Peter O'Brien. Oh, man. John Green, they're going to have... Oh, you see that little tap there? A bit cheeky. You know, he probably slowed down on the outside, and John Green didn't expect the move there.
Yeah, I don't think there was no intention there. I think it was just a little misunderstanding.
Yeah, it's always sucks whenever they let you by, but they slow down on the line, and so you're not expecting it then, and then you make contact. But yeah, so he got away from Anim just fine. He's gonna see how Arlo is at letting him through, but yeah, now Peter O'Brien is not too far behind. He's within 4 seconds, but he's right within that same little group of traffic from John Green, so this could be Peter O'Brien's moment of getting his team up into that podium. And you know what? Regardless, I think that for the Golden Jaguars, it's been a great drive so far. They started P9, they're running P3, and I think a P4 finish would still be commendable. Now I'm assuming they lose it, of course, but in any case, you know, they've had great strength, so it's gonna. I guess I'm leaning a little more towards Peter since I've seen him race a little more. John Green is a name I'm not too familiar with.
Is he in next season?
That's
And
a good
any other
question.
leagues?
I'm not too sure on that.
Just because his pace has been really good around here.
Yeah, you know what? I think even if you were to join, I think you'd find great pace within the pro class. So, so John, if you're not, you should be, man. Let's see, Kyalami track map. Let's pull that up. You know, the one thing that I'll say that oh man, he's trying to get around there, Arlo. Yeah, it looks like he will. The one thing I like about endurances, at least, is that it's a little more casual. I want to say, just because of the length of it. You have to fill in more time with more conversation, so you get to kind of show a little more of like behind the scenes versus having to keep the broadcast, like, you know, keeping everything nice and tight and with a yeah, because I mean with a 45 to 50 minute race, there's very little time to do much, so you have to have everything ready to go, and just from the moment you start, there's no break point. You know, here we've been live 4.5 hours, so there's a little more room, I guess, a little more grace to just kind of show all the little errors in the back. All right,
yeah, I mean,
so, go ahead.
I think even you would struggle to fill an entire 6 hours of race time.
Oh, I couldn't. I couldn't. I would have already started talking about random stuff. Or to be fair,
you got the mandatory half-hour section on socks, and I guess Crocs now as well.
Yeah, we did spend a good bit on socks and Crocs. That's fair.
It should be like 25% of every broadcast. That needs to be a new rule.
All right, it looks like Baseballer is now in the car. We have Dean Lush now taking over the 259.
Barefoot for the win in chat. Come on.
I already forgot who Jumpy Will is. Peter mentioned and I forgot. So looking at Jonathan Corkle, who was previously racing with the Prius Repellent Racing, or Carson Myers, it looks like now that stop has pushed them back not only a lap behind, but 3 places behind. However,
that's disappointing.
I think that they're going for a slight bit of an undercut here into stint number 5, because it's about time we see Corkle come into the pits, at least if he's going to extend his stint for a second one, for a back-to-back stint. Oh, he's Arjun. There you go, Arjun. Which, do you remember what team? It's Arjun Lakshmi. Do you remember? Dan Lund. Yes. Okay. P8. Oh, they're the Hello Kitty. There we go. Hello Kitty. Actually, let's have a look. Where is Hello Kitty right now? He's actually right behind Josiah Farrow.
I need to make more notes. I think I need a printer.
Just pen and
I've
paper,
got
my
a
friend.
pen and paper here, but I can't keep up with all the drivers' names and teams and livery changes now, especially for the endurance race. You know, looking at a car going, who's driving it now?
Yeah, no,
I think I need a spreadsheet.
This one's a lot tougher. Just all the liveries are unique. It's not like we've seen them in like a whole series. But aside from that, you have like 2 to 3 people in one car. So, for a while you're like, oh, Josiah Farrow, you associate the name with that car. And then he switches and you see Charles Saylor and you're like, well, who the bloody hell is that guy? So, yeah. But no, I at the start during qualifying, if you watch the replay back, you'll see me just as I'm taking notes, I'm just like writing it all down. And so every now and then I've come back to my original list. And that's the only reason I remember. Just I'm having a look at my notes.
If you can write and talk at the same time, then you're my hero.
No,
Like,
no.
I'd be like, hang on, wait, I need to stop, or I'm just gonna say the things that I'm writing.
No, I have scribbles.
can't spell.
Like I just put like 3.7 in a corner, and I just made myself remember who that was. And I just got lucky that I remembered at times.
Oh yeah, 3.7. That relates to this, which happened 20 minutes ago, and then that was no, I can't do it.
No. If anything, if I at one point if I just forget, I'm like, yeah, that was this guy. Sure, why not?
The good news is I will never try to argue with it.
Some do, and you're like, this guy fact checking me. You're the worst. Yeah, Arjun. I don't know, man. I know Arjun, Lakshmi, Narasimhan. All right, how would you say this, Paul? Narsimhan. Close enough. Good job. I guess. You got to spell it out for us, Arjun.
No, just it's like, yeah, that sounds about right to me. I have absolutely no idea.
Narasimhan. I don't want to pretend like it's Indian. Lakshmi Narasimhan.
Narasimhan, yeah.
Narasimhan, yeah. Lakshmi Narasimhan. How do you say Arjun? I'm guessing it's Arjun, but what if it's not? Do you have chickens?
If you can hear that in the background, that is my son.
Oh.
He is obviously not happy about bath time.
Oh. I thought you had like you had like a chicken farm or something.
No, it does sound like that. A little bit. I can mute my mic for a bit.
No. You're good. You're good. It was a faint sound in the background, and I almost thought, ooh, chickens.
No, unfortunately not. It's definitely a screaming 3-year-old.
Oh man. Oh, looks like it is Indian. All right, so we've been watching Pharaoh for quite a bit. He's pretty much been consistent, not too much there. Brennan, yeah, unfortunately it's hard to tell. Okay. You know what? Yeah, so he's crossing the line now, and he's going through, I believe that's Clubhouse. So he's actually not made up any time towards Josiah. When we first saw them, or at least the first time I made a note, was Josiah crossing the line, and we had Brennan going into Sector 2. Mm-hmm. Afterwards, we had, when Josiah was crossing the line, Brennan was going through Clubhouse, or he was entering Clubhouse. This time around, he was halfway coming out of Sunset into Clubhouse, so it's almost like he's lost a bit of time. And with their last lap time, they're both putting in a 142, but Pharaoh came in at a 142.1 and Schmid with a 142.2. So, yeah, I mean, I think we might have found the answer to Schmid. It's Pharaoh.
Yeah, it's, I don't know if I'm trying to look at the times behind Schmid as well now to see, is it that Pharaoh is just keeping up, or if Schmid is no longer pulling ahead. I think he's just slowed down a little bit. Like the time difference between him and O'Brien now is not as significant. Between him and Green is not as significant as I thought it would have been by now. It's only 10 seconds, and to pick up 4 seconds in the first 2 laps, he's definitely maybe hit a limit. I guess you can't keep up that level of aggression for ever. So it's understandable that he's maybe calmed down a little bit, maybe for tire wear.
Yeah, I mean, whether he just can't keep it up for that long or the car just gives out, something will dump out first. That you mentioned Green though, Peter is now 2.2 behind him, and he's actually doing about 1.4 seconds faster from the last lap. So I feel like Green maybe might be in his head again, just watching that time now for Peter.
It's easily done.
And it looks like it's dropped down to 1.8 now, so I think Peter might be in striking distance soon enough. Oh. No, that's not right. Actually, there he goes. So the current gap, I can't believe I never thought to look at this. The current gap from Schmid to Faro is 50 seconds right now. It's jumping up and forth. It's a little weird. But yeah, it's about what you said. It's about 50 seconds.
Yeah. And both drivers are so consistent that it's still 50 seconds, like 20 laps later. So this might be the way it finishes.
Yeah, it could be.
But I am going to have to tap out in the next couple of minutes.
I think
I'm a bit disappointed in.
What's going to change the outcome is that we still have, it's not like Faro's going to continue the race. They're going to have to
That's
change
true.
for Sailor. And whatever that dynamic brings, if you think about it, that's most drivers at the moment, at least, have already driven their stint. So, like, if we look at Corco, he swapped out for Sturdivant. We've seen Lush, we've seen Dean Lush, we've seen Mitch Lush, Carson Meyer, Christian Burning, he swapped out with Daniel Kreb. Cesara, we've seen him swap out with his teammate McAllister. Dan Lund with his teammates. So pretty much every person, or at least every team we've seen cycle through at least two of their drivers, and the majority have three. The only team that we haven't seen the third driver for has been Charles Sailor, or the North American Porsche team in the race lead. So at least every driver now has had a chance to be on track, warm up. But Charles Sailor is the one outlier here who, in the last 4 or 5 hours, has not actually been in the car yet. So that's going to bring a bit of pressure because, I mean, whether you drove the car in practice or not, it's not the same car that you drove. It's completely different with whatever damage or whatever. I mean, even if you have a perfect stint, the car still feels different. There's still somewhere that it's not the same as when you first drive it. And so being sat out for this entire time, I think that might change. That might have a dynamic that we might not see yet.
It's true. I think his first couple of laps are going to be interesting, getting back into the swing. But I can also understand why they're keeping Faro out there. Right?
Yeah.
Like, they know that he's doing a really good job at keeping that position and building up the leads against, maybe not pulling away from Schmid, but keeping everyone else behind Schmid, like, way, way, way in the distance. So I get why they would want to keep him in the car for as long as possible.
Yeah, he's had a great stint, hasn't made mistakes. Oh, we have, here it is. 4/10 now, Peter O'Brien on John Green for P3. And we have not Jonathan Corco, we actually have Davin Sturdivant back in the car. It looks like Davin's going to go wide. He's going to allow him to get through. It looks like he went off track to allow both to get by. So while I probably would have liked him to stay on track, he made a great move to let him by.
Oh, O'Brien's pitting.
Interesting. Oh, he looks like he hit the wall there coming into the pits. That's quite surprising. I mean, okay, it makes sense because Green is going to have to come into the pits anyways. It's towards the end of stint 4. So as we jump into stint number 5, Peter's pulling off an undercut here. What I'm more curious about is whether he's going to stay in the car or not. He has Pedantic Squirrel, a.k.a. J.D. Daniel, and Eric Neville. they've all, I feel like, have done, except for Peter, did 2 stints. But it might be in the case that if they've all done 1 stint, then, yep, there it is. JD swapped over the car, so. And it looks like Pharaoh's also in the pits. So this is where we will see Charles Saylor, and we'll put our theory to test. So looking at Schmid now, he's about to cross the line. Now Brennan, his stint is going to run out a little longer. All right, there's Charles Saylor now in the car. Brennan Schmid is coming around the corner. They're not going to meet quite up into turn 1, but this is where it's going to come into play. Schmid is right on his bumper. Charles Saylor has not driven the car in the last 4 hours.
That's right. He's cold. Did they do a tire change there as well, or was it just drive on?
I'm pretty sure. I think it was a tire change. I didn't see it. I don't know if the animation would have triggered regardless. I don't think it would have.
So he's on cold tires.
Oh, yeah,
if nothing else.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So out of practice, cold tires, and Brennan right up your butt. That's a lot of pressure and suboptimal situation to be in.
Yeah, there's Brennan now, not too far behind. He has to get through Dan Lund first. And Kevin John Manning. But you know what? It's kind of surprising how these positions have shifted, because we've seen Kevin John Manning running in P2, P3 about 2 hours ago. But it's interesting how much these positions have shifted, where we've had guys that are now in P6 who were P2, right? So and and they have P1 and P2 right on them lapping. So it's kind of interesting
it's
how
crazy.
Yeah.
But before things get interesting between Saylor and Schmid, I am going to have to say goodbye, and probably watch the rest of this in the stream.
Oh wait, before you go.
Oh, Schmid is pitting. Stop doing this to me, game.
They're just pulling you back in.
It just every time I think I'm out, they pump me back in.
Let's find out if he keeps the car or if it goes back to Derek Anderson. There'd be a quick way for me to find out, but I'm gonna wait for the suspense here.
Yeah, keep it in universe.
All right, so Saylor's pretty much nice and away now. He's still being chased down, surprisingly, by Kevin John Manning. He's actually putting a nice push behind Saylor. John Green now into P2. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure John Green's pretty happy. He kept P3 away from O'Brien. He's back into P2 because of the pit. And it looks like Schmid's out.
Solomon is replacing Schmid, yeah.
Which
that surprises me.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll come back later.
Even more, it's possible. I think he might have a last stint. But what's more surprising to me is they went for Dean Solomon and not Derek Anderson. At least in the sense that was the initial order that they had gone in. But we did see Derek Anderson have a couple of issues on track, so he might have opted to give Dean the stint, unless he's gonna pull in the final drive, or they're trying to save Schmid for the final stint.
Cool. Well, I like I said, I will find out that through the stream. But yeah, for now I'm gonna leave you to it.
Well, Paul, thank you for joining. You've actually been here quite a good bit, so I appreciate that, and I believe the next time we'll see you is going to be for season 8. So I'm excited.
Yes, Wednesday.
Yep.
Cool.
Wow, it's already here. That's so close.
I know.
I did not expect that.
A very short break.
Very short.
All right. See you around.
Sounds good. Cheers.
Bye.
Well, that's been quite an interesting 4 hours so far. Looks like we have about a 4:45 run time, but it's been about 4:10 so far for the race. And yeah, continuing that conversation, I'm pretty excited what JT Daniel is going to bring to the table now against Dean Solomon, and not to mention what John Green's going to do here, as probably his stint is coming to an end, and whether we're going to see the return of Oswin or Khalil Rockford one more time. Looking at a nice battle going on here. Christian Burning chasing down Dejas Monroe. Now, I believe we saw these two fight it out earlier on into the race. So it's pretty nice to see them one more time battling it out with each other. Let me go ahead and jump on here into their stream. Let's find out what's going on.
Yeah, and like seeing him drive, he should fall off pretty soon. I think he's gonna try every corner for you though. Like, nice. I'd say this one, like, don't stay closer to the middle or the right side, because he's definitely gonna. Yeah, here. Yeah, he's gonna bomb you for sure. Oh. No, I gotta get some popcorn now. Yeah.
So, I believe that's Jurintis coaching them through. We have Dejas in the car.
I shouldn't be excited, but this is fun for me to watch. So yeah, keep at it.
Ooh, right up on his bumper. Yeah, well, it looks like that was the end of that battle.
And he's off. Good job, man.
Let's go ahead and
He
check out a couple
lost
other
a good
POVs.
like 5-6 seconds, I think. Yeah.
All right, let's swap over now to. Let's find out what this team's going on. Oh, it looks like they're not live anymore. Jump on to Big Promble. Let's see what's going on with Big Promble. It doesn't look like there's much talking here, but that's all right. Let's see. Team Lamp. All right. Just an ad. We'll come back. Hello Kitty. Same thing here. Alright, so it looks like he's pretty much just coaching them through, just following the car. And alright, backboard, or yeah, back road. There we go. We had some success here before. Let's go ahead and resize. So that's Derek Anderson that we see on screen, and Dean Solomon's
first
currently
place
driving.
is quite a ways up the road. They made the pit stop. We caught him. However, I don't know if he's going to fall back into our clutches or not. They've got a huge lead. I mean, Brennan was definitely biting into it, but he can't think of. I think I will hop off now. It was good to meet you. Oh, thanks, Q. I do appreciate you. I mean, you stayed for nearly the whole event. God, it must be like 4 in the morning over there for you. So appreciate it as always. Thank you for stopping on by, and thank you for the bits. And hope you get some sleep and have a wonderful rest of your day on Sunday. And tell Doxy we say hi. Scared to look at the clock. Good rest of the stream. Thank you, Q. For those of you still tuning in, thank you. As always, here we are nearing the latest stage of the race here. Dean's taking over, going to finish his run here. See if he can get around these lamp cars. Some distance between us and third place if we can.
A lot of dirt kicked up.
Oh, there's a drive-through for 69.
Ooh,
Track
Christian
limits.
Burning. That's a tough one.
.42.2, that's a great time for Dean. That's a great time. Let's see what JD's running here.
Yeah, that's actually on par. Actually, that's really on par. So that's a 142.
43.9. He is slow. All right, this is gonna pay off here. This is gonna secure his second.
It's a 142.267 for Solomon.
50 odd minutes.
Sailor's actually doing a 142.264. So Sailor's only 3 thousandths faster in that last lap. So yeah, it's been a great choice now having Solomon because he's actually matching up the times that Brennan Schmid was putting in. And not to mention, it's worked out in their favor that Charles Sailor is matching those times and not really increasing or at least getting away too far from them. Charles just put in a 142.5. As we await now for Dean to get through this lap, it looks like they both might have had a bit of traffic to get through. Oh, that's a little too far out into the gravel that he pretty liked. Burning now coming in for that drive-through. And looks like that's going to be a 143.5 for Solomon. But it's hard to judge based on how much of that was affected by traffic or that last corner. He's sending it pretty wide there into turn one. That should be a lot tighter. It could be maybe slightly dirty tires. It looks like he did take the car pretty far into the gravel. As far as JD Daniel goes, he did mention, they weren't too far, or at least that their lap times weren't as what they were expecting or fearing. But you know what? JD is not too far away. He's just coming into Sunset. And Solomon at the moment, I'm going to have to look at my map. Yeah, through the S's, now at, it says Le Coupe, but I'm just going to say the hairpin. And now going through the mine shaft into the crocodiles. I hope these names are right. But yeah, JD's not too far down. Like, he's just coming down now into the mine shaft. And apparently this is called Cheetah. Interesting names, I will say. Kyalami has some interesting names. At least they're pronounceable, unlike Nürburgring. That is just a whole other conversation. But yeah, so JD is roughly about 12 seconds away. Looks like my timer's just a bit off. I'm gonna wait for him to cross the line. So yeah, 12, 13 seconds away. And Charles Saylor actually now crossing the line. So Charles Saylor's almost an entire lap ahead, which I think that part is the most surprising. So previously what we were using, well, actually, you know what? It looks like they maintained it and maybe gained a little. So every time that the what is this team? Backrow GT Racing Audi has been in between Sunset and Clubhouse, we've seen the 17 car of the North American Racing Porsche crossing the line. And so they've kept that distance pretty much consistent from Brennan Schmidt's stint now coming into Charles Saylor and Dean Solomon. It doesn't seem like that's changed. So until we see potentially Dean Solomon running into the S's by the time that Saylor is crossing the line, I think that pace is, that at least that gap is going to remain consistent. We need to see that kind of a movement in order for there to be any sort of time gain. They're pretty much running identical times, even though Solomon in his last lap put in a 1:41.9, which is pretty incredible. He's so far the only driver to be doing that lap within the last lap. And it looks like he's slowed down quite a bit now to 1:42.8. So he's lost about a second of time, but he's still within that 1:42.7 of Charles Saylor. So really the gap there isn't fluctuating too much. They're pretty close when it comes to their lap times. Same goes for JD. He's at 1:42.8 as well. And now Oswin Wilson in the car. So unfortunately for Golden Jaguars, they have moved down a position. So this was one of the ones we were keeping an eye on. We had John Green running up into P2. It looks like after he pitted for the driver change, they moved down into P4. But regardless, you know, they've had quite a journey, starting P9, dropping to P17, running P2 for a good bit, P3 afterwards, and now into P4. So that being said, you know, they've had a crazy drive. So great job for them. Now that we're into the 135s, we are halfway into stint number 5 and pretty much in the home stretch of this 6-hour endurance. It doesn't seem like there's too many battles going on track, at least as the relative goes. Let's just go ahead and have a nice little stroll. Ethan Chase currently P5 for the Albino Aston team. We have Ty Carver back in the car. We had him swap out after a very quick stint in stint number 4, where we saw Carter Irvin take back the car. And now we have Barry Hill for the first time, actually. So it looks like there were two teams who Jumpy Will, our relatives are just blue and orange. Man, I'm so sorry about that. Yeah. Hopefully you see some white within the next couple minutes here. But yeah, it looks like Barry Hill for Caribbean Sim Motorsport had yet to take on the car. So that was the second team with a third driver who came on cold after the last 4 hours. Looks like he might be putting in that double stint here. Dan Lundback in the car for the Hello Kitty Racing AMG. And let's see, where did they begin? So they started P12 they've had quite a bit of a race as well. I think similar to the Golden Jaguars, they had an initial spin. They stint one wasn't that great. I think they dropped down pretty far back. If they were not last, they were pretty far back on the grid. And so for them to have moved back up and be 4 positions up from their start position, I think they've had a great drive as well. Kamil Sarnecki, we've talked about him a bit for the Albino Macaw. They started P8. They're only down 1 position, so that's not incredibly... I mean, that's not bad after the 4.5 hours so far. It's been a great drive. Unfortunately for them, when it comes to P8, they are about that same distance, about 50 seconds almost behind from the car ahead. Yeah, so it's hard to judge here who is... Actually, you know what? Let's find out. Let's go to our timetables, find out who is a lap behind. Yeah, so he's on the same lap as Dan Lund, but it looks like Lund is about a lap behind Hill. And we have Wilson, Solomon, and Saylor all on the same lap. And coming back down, it looks like McAllister with the big Prumble number 1 are about 11 laps behind. But I mean, we've seen them have kind of a bit of a hard time throughout this race, and they are at least they are self-proclaimed amateurs. I believe that was them who commented on chat. So yeah, I hope that was not Sarnecki, but I also hope that was not Dan Lund or JD. A bit of a dust kick up there on the exit of Clubhouse. JD still chasing down Solomon. He's not crazy far away, but he's not that close either. All right, moving back. So that's about 14 seconds. That's roughly what we were talking about before. He might have gained a bit of time. We mentioned about 13 or 15, so he's still within that group. Davin Sturdivant, P11. I believe they have moved up a position from when we last covered them. They were P12 before they made the switch with Corkle. They started P14, so they've made quite a bit of a jump, or at least 3 positions, which is great. I think if they make it into P10, they'll be pretty proud. I mean, as they should be already. It's been a great race. It's always a great race when you gain a position or keep it. I think when it comes to an endurance, even if you lose some, I think obviously you can still have a great race. But yeah, so D-Braze going up into the hairpin. And Davin Sturdivant now coming in as well. He's not too far behind, so if he can keep up the consistency, I think he can move up into P10. They're putting in almost similar lap times, both at a 145, but D-Braze at a 145 flat and Davin half a second behind. It almost looks like McAllister is showing a little bit more pace. He just put in a 145.2. So McAllister definitely is having a little bit more speed, even though he's running 6 positions behind Sturdivant. Let's find out what those new lap times are. All right, so Davin's moved up to a 144.3, and we have a 144.1 from McAllister. So that's an interesting scenario here. Ooh, who did we just see go wide? I'm afraid I didn't catch that. That's a 259. No, not Lush. Oh, it's the 604 rookies. It looks like that wheel's spinning. Why can't he get the car out? He might have hit the wall and just completely messed up the front axle. I've never seen a car struggle to get out of the gravel before. He probably felt he was too close to the barrier. He had to yeah, that's very weird. Oh man, that's unfortunate. We saw it. Oh, and there he goes again. I almost thought that was a replay we were watching. Yeah, it looks like that. Whether those tires are dirty or the something's broken. Something has to be broken. Hopefully he keeps it on track here. No. Yeah, something's broken. You gotta hold the brakes. Yeah, he's gonna struggle to make it back into the pits. Ooh, there goes Sailor. And Christian Burning now. He's gonna. I mean, regardless, I think Dean has to come into the pit. So, yeah, just. Oh, that was a nice drift, though. Good job keeping it. You might as well just, you know, in this scenario, it's helpful if you just let Burning by. It's better than pushing the car too hard and crashing. I mean, he's gonna lose time in the pits regardless, but I don't know. Maybe he can tell whether the tires are just dirty, whether it's just his driving, or if there's an actual issue with the car. Looks like he had to correct the steering a bit. Hey, he's gonna stay out. That's a bold choice. Probably the car doesn't have damage. It looks like maybe it was just dirty tires, but yeah, it's gonna be tough. Looks like Ethan Chase now is gonna try to get around as it's lap traffic, but oh, Lush is not having it. He's not trying to give it up. Don't make the contact. That's even worse. You just gotta let him on through. Hard to say who moved in on who there, but oh, it looks like Lush is probably not too happy there with Ethan Chase, unless that's just an error with the tires. Oh, look at that. We have Plumbo back. What's going on, Plumbo?
Oh, you know, driving car vroom vroom. How about y'all? How's it going in here?
Well,
oh, it's just you, Rip.
It's just me. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, just going. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so I can definitely say that was Ethan Chase earlier. We saw the contact with him trying to get around Dean Lush. Now we saw the contact as well, trying to get around Christian Burning. I mean, I know they're blue flags, but you still gotta pass.
Gotta respect them. Yeah, no. Whenever I was near Chase, I kind of was scared, honestly. Kind of scared me a little bit. I know he was trying to get around as many people as he could, but I don't know. Gotta respect other cars on the track, man. Yeah. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Dean Lush, he already had quite a bit of a loss. He's only lost one position, but he sent it into the corner and just
I've seen him just get beached, stuck.
Yeah, you know what? I've never seen someone get stuck like that in ACC.
Nor have I. I have never seen the sand actually trap somebody before. That was a first.
Yeah, I almost thought maybe he was thinking he was too close to the barrier. He was trying to get the car to just spin around, or maybe he wasn't putting in the clutch, or it was just a weird scene where it's like, well, hey, there's realism, but I'm sorry, you're stuck.
Yeah, no, that was really odd, but also at the same time, I wonder how he got in there in the first place. It looked like he just forgot to brake.
Yeah, actually, you know what's funny is Corkle did the same move on him. Coming into that same corner, Schmid was getting around right behind them both, and so Corkle moves over to the inside. Almost looks like he's going to let Schmid go by as Carson Myers was ahead. And then, and looks like Dean Lush making the move on Christian Burning. A bit of contact. Wasn't overly clean, but he gains that position back. So
get away with it there.
Yeah, he's back into 14th, but that was dangerous. I don't think I've ever tried to make a move down the hill. Yeah.
No, that's so scary. Because anytime you hit the curb, your car wants to slide away. It's not that it wants to spin around instantly, it's just because of the cambering, you just want to slide.
Yeah. Just making the way through the list to the last drivers. Simone Bonfanti. We haven't talked about him, but he's been in the car before for Motor Sim Italy, unfortunately. You know what? They didn't. Actually, they're holding their position. They started 16. They're still 16.
Yeah. I mean,
It's not much to say, though, because...
there's only 17 cars on the grid.
well, Big Prumble number 1 is... They started 17th. They're still 17th, and they're currently... I believe the last time I checked, they were 10 laps down. Yeah, 11 laps down.
Sounds about right. I think I asked Eric how far down they were.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate. But you know what? Hey, it's a learning experience. They did say they were amateurs, and sticking it out this long is already a win. So
Yeah, no, you got to start somewhere. Especially in endurance racing, it's got to be everyone's got to have a first. So better to do it here in a small grid, I feel like.
Who do you want to spectate for a good 10 minutes while I take my official first bathroom break in the last 5 hours and 11 minutes?
Oh my goodness, such a good question. Huh.
Wait. I know what you're gonna say. I know what you're gonna say. Here you go.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Go ahead and spiel all the Melon Lord propaganda you want.
Ah, yes. This is perfect. All right.
Actually,
JD's in the car. It's lovely.
Would you prefer to criticize his driving?
No, he's been driving really well this stint, actually. He honestly, he didn't really want to be in the car, and we really couldn't decide on who to put in the car, and we were like, okay, well, JD, do you want to do it? And he was like, well, I didn't practice all this time to not drive the car, so fuck it, I'll drive the car. And he's doing really well so far. He had a bit of a scare going into the S's where it just slid, but other than that, he's been driving really clean, putting down consistent lap times, and that's all you can really ask for at this point.
We'll have at it, Peter. Actually, I'm going to
All right.
leave you on this point of view. I feel like when I leave
perfect.
it on the other one, people think that it's my POV driving. So I have to put it on POVs where it's like, who drives like that? And then they realize, oh, he's not driving.
Yeah. I don't know. Spectating is weird for me. I always spectate in the same position that I drive, so I understand that struggle. All right, enjoy your bathroom break. I'll be here for probably 20 minutes before I go do the last stint. It's definitely been a long race for all of us here, but I think it's surprising to see Siler Farrow and Robin Borden holding such a massive lead over the entire field. They've just been consistent throughout the entire race. It's really nice to see, though. I haven't seen them on a lot of fields, and seeing them more or less dominate this race, I feel like that's going to be a big boost coming into the upcoming season, and it's going to be good for them. They will have more confidence in the Porsche life going onto all these bumpy English tracks. All right, JD coming up on Monroe here. Monroe is the team with Mr. Larry Foster, is it not? Yes. Driving the brightly colored Porsche. Gotta respect the brightly colored car gang. Seems like they've been having a decent couple of stints in a row, considering they were back in 16th about 2 hours ago. Now they're up to 12th. A bit of a battle for position that could go on here if Monroe loses a couple more seconds, with Kelly about 5 back from him. Are they on the same lap is the question. Yes, they are. All right, so that's going to be a battle for position here if they can catch up to each other. It's going to be interesting to see. It's kind of hard to find battles at this point in the race. Everyone's so spread out. Yeah, the Porsche boys up front. Elf had an amazing race today. Very consistent throughout. JD locking in the consistent 42s, low 43s. Good driving. I think it's interesting to see the differing of all the Audis throughout the field and how a couple of them kind of are struggling, and one of them's doing really, really well, and then one of them's just kind of stuck in the mid-pack. I don't know if that's necessarily who's in the car or the way the car handles, but all I know is that that Audi in P2 is damn quick. Gotta love that Garrison picked the side dashboard view. Such an odd angle to watch a car drive around from. I now understand the struggle that Garrison has been going through for the last, I don't know how long he's been in here alone. It's kind of hard to make conversation. POV, you driving that, yeah, that's true. Except, not really, because it's still not right. It's definitely weird watching the car go through the corners like this, though. Getting a little bit of oversteer out of the corner there. What can you really expect from the McLaren, though? Ooh, a little bit of a slide there. Good save, though. Not that I have the ability to change the view of Garrison's stream, but I am going to check out how Mr. Davin Sturdivant is doing. P11. Seems like he's a little bit more comfortable in the car now after a bit of a scary stint earlier in the race. Good to see that he's getting a little bit more comfortable now, though. Let's see. Where have we got any battles going on? Charles Seiler coming up on the back of Chase. Still not a battle for position, though. Chase is about, what, 5 seconds off Oswin? Not many battles going on. Everyone's just out there kind of driving around. Kind of getting to the boring part of the race right before the end. And I believe I have now made a whole loop of the entire field, and I still do not see any two cars within more than 5 seconds of each other. Yes, I will be in the McLaren on Wednesday nights, driving around on the bumpy Olton Park track. Or rather, the bumpy English tracks, to be more vague.
Peter, are you talking to yourself?
Yes, sir, I am.
I was just like, is he you were replying so quickly that I was just like, is he answering his own questions?
No, I was just sitting here talking. I went through the field, tried to see if there was anybody battling. No, not a single car that is on the same lap is within 5 seconds of each other. I did a whole loop of the field twice. Kind of just talked for a little while, and now I responded. I don't know.
Well, there you go. That's your first take at your first real take.
Solo commentary.
Yeah. When, and you know what? What's worse is when this happens 2 laps into the race, and now
this is kind of boring.
Yeah, you have 40 minutes left to try to fill in, and you're like, but nobody's racing, and who do I talk to? Like, oh, those are the worst moments.
Yeah, no, it was really really awkward. I was just sitting here and I'm like, all right, well, he left it on JD. So if I talk about anyone other than JD, I'm going to have to like give context. I talked about Davin for a little bit. The portion first. I don't know. Everyone's kind of fanned out though. If you look at the leaderboard, not many cars on the lead lap, and then there's only like 4 on the next, and then 1 on the next, and then like 5 or 6. No, there's a bunch on lap 162, but they're all spread out. So,
all right, Peter, welcome to broadcast school. Let me show you some tricks of the trade.
Fill me in.
All right, my guy. All right, check it out. So we have Charles Seiler up front, and the trick to any good broadcast is bullshit. Okay.
Yep.
And
okay.
so you have to come up with a narrative. You have to get these guys watching and chat. You have to get them excited. So at the moment, I'm looking at Charles Seiler. He's dropping in a 143.1. That's concerning. Okay. So boom, lesson 1, have something to make them want to stick around. Now I'm gonna tell them, look, Charles Seiler's putting in a 143.1. Dean Solomon's a 142.8, and the fact that we have history on Dean Solomon, even though it wasn't an Audi in the GT4, right? We can still say, hey, Dean Solomon hasn't been that crazy fast at a GT4, although we saw him in a GT3 and he's been pretty quick. So, and we did jump into Derek Anderson's stream a little while ago, and he mentioned that a 142 was spectacular for Dean Solomon. So now we have this narrative where Dean Solomon at 142 is pretty rare for him, and having Charles Seiler drop back 143.5. Now, there was a pre-established narrative beforehand where we mentioned how Charles Seiler is one of the only 2 drivers, along with Brian Hill, or at least B Hill, P7, who is the 3rd driver in the car who has yet to drive a stint. So 4 hours, right? So now we have this narrative, right? So 143.5 again, Charles Seiler. I mean, honestly, Dean Solomon with a 142.8, that's pretty fantastic from what we've seen from Dean Solomon. And the fact that, now, here's the other thing. I like to establish, sometimes ACC will be like a lap down or 20 seconds or whatever. So I'll look at where the car is in position to the other car. So right now I've been using Seiler. So when you see Seiler cross the line, every time that Solomon, car number 31, if he's anywhere in between Sunset and Clubhouse, then they've gained no time, because that's basically ever since about, I think, like hour 3, that's where they've been in relation to P1. So if we look at him now, I think he's going to be, I said, if at any point in time, if car 31 is through the S's when 17 crosses the line, they've actually gained time.
Okay.
And I think they have. Okay, he's coming out of Clubhouse. This has been the farthest he's ever been. He's about to enter the corner. Oh, yeah, look at that. Boom. Yeah, they've gained time.
A little bit of time.
Yeah,
I think you were fed bad information, because Dean Solomon was running 41.9 at the beginning of the stint.
Was he?
So I think Derek is sandbagging for his teammate, because I very vividly remember checking the lap times when JD got in the car, and they were like, "What's Solomon running?" Because we were, I think, 10 or 11 back at the time, and they were doing that.
Yeah, that's when, and so we jumped in their stream at the time. He mentioned him at a 142 instead of the 141, but they mentioned JD, and they were like, "Ha ha ha, JD 140 something." They're like, "They're not catching up to us. We're fine." And so they were kind of laughing it off for a bit. But, yeah, I might have been fed that. But still, Dean Solomon, you just got to roll with it.
That's fair.
Even now, right, 142.3, we see Sailor at a 143.5. Sailor started out running what? It was like 142. He was in the 142s for a long time. He was pretty much matching Dean and JD. JD now 142.8, so he's 5/10 behind. And I was looking on JD as well earlier. Oh man, JD actually fell back. What happened?
Yeah,
to
JD's
JD?
falling back a little bit. Nothing. Just driving stints. I don't know.
Oh no, it wasn't JD and him. It was Oswin and JD. I was waiting for Oswin to catch up to JD.
Yeah, no, I also, when JD got in the car, I was like, JD, right now we're in third. A podium is good. Literally just drive the car and keep fourth behind you. That's the only goal. So he's done a really good job of that. He's kept the gap. I think he might have increased it even a little bit to P4. So he's been doing good. Just putting down consistent lap times. He said he really hates the way the car feels in general. So the fact that he's out there driving is good.
All right. You know what's crazy is that Sailor is about to come in to lap Oswin and Ethan Chase. Even more crazy, though, is that we've been kind of bullshitting all this commentary stuff when Ethan Chase is chasing down Oswin. At four
You say that, and the thing is like, when you left about 4 laps, I don't know, like 3 or 4 laps ago, Sailor was on Chase's bumper coming into the last turn.
Oh.
So he's lost a lot of time compared to them.
Interesting. No wonder Solomon's catching up.
Yeah, I think he's lost, but I don't know what that is, like 3 or 4 seconds from the back of Chase's car. So he's definitely losing time. But also at this point, I think he's realized he can just cruise to the finish, because even if Solomon makes up like a second a lap, it's going to be tight at that point. But a second a lap is not going to lose them the race.
You have to consider stint number 6 in the next 10
That's
minutes. True. And there goes Ethan Chase trying to make the move round down the inside on Oswin Wilson. And Oswin Wilson's going to fight it back out. Looks like he's not going to be in the move for a switchback.
Looks like he's going to lose it.
He might. Ooh. Come on, you got to lunge, Oswin. He's not going to lunge.
He's not going to go for it. Well, that position was, I don't want to say inevitable, but Chase has been driving a very aggressively consistent race, is what I'll call it. And he's been making up spots all stint unless he has an issue.
You know, and to be fair, on Oswin's side, they qualified P9, so they're still in a great spot.
Oh, no, they're having a great race. I'm genuinely scared if they put Rickford back in the car, because if they put Rickford back in the car, I'm going to be scared.
Yeah,
I looked at the best lap time for him. He ran a 41.1.
Yeah, 141.96.
Like, can't do that. That's fast.
No, that guy's quick. And, I mean, honestly, it's all possible. You know, you're about to jump in the car at one point. So we might see Khalil back in the car. We might see Robin Borden. Ooh, number 4, plunder number 2, Steve Kelly. Yikes.
Ooh, rest in peace, the Bentley.
Yikes. You know what? I don't. There wasn't contact there with Ethan Chase, but is it a little weird that anytime someone's kind of had a weird moment, Ethan Chase was
with
present?
him?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a little odd. I have been thinking about that throughout the race. Anytime I'm near him, I'm kind of scared. Anytime he's near me, I'm kind of scared. But
Yeah.
hey, at least he's dropping the other cars too, so we don't have to worry about him.
Yeah.
It's
But-
equal.
Look at that. We just did like 20 minutes worth of commentating bullshit.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, I'm gonna have to bid you adieu in about 2 minutes here because I gotta go do stint 6. So.
No, Peter, don't leave me.
Yeah, I gotta go do it. We're fighting, and I'm scared that they're gonna put Rickford back in the car.
No, to be fair, yeah, that's proper concern. Rickford back in. That's gonna chase down Chase if he doesn't give the car back to who was Chase's teammate?
Cripps.
Oh, Cripps, yeah, Owen Cripps. I want to call him Crisp, Owen Crisp. Yeah. So, I mean that's a crazy lineup thinking about it. Khalil Rickford, Owen Cripps, Peter O'Brien, Brennan
Worried
Schmid.
about them putting Brennan back in the car. Yeah.
They might. I mean,
they probably will.
Derek Anderson. If they went like fair stint for stint, then it would be Derek Anderson. But he did kind of have a shaky stint whenever he joined the car. And I think he's only driven one stint. So it might be him unless, they just... I was actually surprised they put in Dean because assuming they went in order, it would have been Anderson.
Yeah,
So-
I was wondering if they were going to let Schmid double stint or if they were going to put him in last. So I'm thinking he's probably going to end up being in the car next
Yeah.
time by.
And Saylor's going to keep the car since everyone else already drove. So we know that. So drop in Schmid, yourself, Owen Cripps, and Khalil. That's going to be an interesting top 5.
Yeah, no, it's going to be scary. I'm hoping that Cripps and Khalil have to fight because otherwise I'm probably going to get caught by one of them.
All right, let's see where they are now. So we have, just look at this. I mean, he's going to 31's going to get held up a bit, but he was entering the S's before when he was at the line. And now
He's going to be a
he's
little
pretty
bit
much-
ahead of that.
Look
I
at
think.
that. Yeah, he's already up the hill. Yeah. So even from when we started, he's already gained time, and this is with him behind traffic. So yeah, Dean Solomon has definitely brought in a lot of pace. And so 143.9 for Saylor, 142.5. So that's already 0.9. No, bad math.
You said 43.5?
143.9.
1.4?
Yeah, 1.4, a second and 4/10 faster. Dean Solomon.
Yeah, definitely. No, that's reason to be concerned.
Yeah, and I mean, considering the fact that you might get Brennan Schmid back, who was clearly faster. Yeah, if I were North American Racing, I'd be kind of scared right now.
All right, well, I'm going to have to bid you adieu. I just told my teammate to do one more lap and then to box. So I will be in the car in about 2 minutes. I hope this pans out to be a good race right at the end.
All right, well, good luck, man.
All right, thank you. Good luck on the last hour of commentating by yourself. I feel bad for you.
Oh, I mean, a last hour. This is nothing. We got 5.5 in.
Okay, that's fair. All right, well, I'll see you at the end then. Have a good last hour, Garrison.
Sounds good, man. You too.
All right, bye-bye.
Well, that's O'Brien gone now. It's going to be an interesting home stretch here as we enter the last hour into stint number 6. All right, so as we enter this last hour, I'm going to take another quick break, and I'll be back within 5 minutes. So enjoy Charles Saylor lapping. Actually, you know what? I'm going to drop into car number 259. Lush. No, not Lush. Yes, Lush. Looks like he's in a bit of a train, so we're gonna watch him. Or actually, you know what? Someone who has not gotten too much attention. Looks like we have 21 in the pits. Who has not gotten enough attention? Let's go to P8. How about... Oh, no, we've talked about them quite a bit. But we can leave it there. Alright, so I'll be back in a sec, guys. All right, guys, I am back. Sorry about that. That was a pretty long break. All right, and it looks like it's happened. Brandon Schmid is back in the car, as we were predicting. So it looks like Schmid will take the car back. Sailor is now out on his out lap, so he will be finishing off the 6th stint for the North American racing team. Got a bit aggressive there on the apex of the S's, or at least into the S's. So now Brandon Schmid into the car. I'm curious how, a little bit of a drift. I'm curious how the pit has affected the back row GT team. Whether or not that has reset them back to where they were. And I don't think so. I think they've actually gained time because, so they're currently going through Sunset out of Clubhouse. Ooh, that's unfortunate. I hope that was not the albino macaw. That was Daniel Kreb, unfortunately. Hard to say what happened there, but just could not catch the brakes. All right, so here comes now Sailor across the line as Schmid is entering the hairpin. So as we saw when Schmid previously had the car, I want to say back in stint number 4, as soon as he was entering Sunset, that's when we had the Porsche of Sailor at the time of Josiah Farrow crossing the line. So for Schmid now to be at the hairpin at the moment they're crossing the line, they've actually gained quite a good amount of time. So as their out laps settle, we'll come back and we'll talk about their lap times to each other. However, the more interesting part here is Oswin Wilson in P2. We've talked about their incredible journey from P9 down to P17, up into P2, back to P4, now again into P2. I mean, what a crazy journey for the Golden Jaguar team. That being said, I feel that the stint time for Oswin is coming to an end. So, you know what? From what we saw, I think their best bet is going to put Khalil Rockford back in the car and have him at least chase down Schmid, if not keep the position away from Peter O'Brien. Now, as we heard from Peter when he was last in here, Peter is very worried about having Khalil Rockford back in the car. That's going to make it a lot harder for him. Not to mention that in P5, we have Ethan Chase swapping over now to Owen Cripps. So, I mean, it's turning into what we talked about. We have Sailor, Schmid, O'Brien, Cripps. So, you know, it's all up to now for Oswin to, you know, swap in Khalil. That's going to bring up that matchup we've been talking about. And so I feel like at this point now, this is going to be the time where Oswin's going to come in the pits. Obviously, regarding his stint time, he's going to have to come in regardless if he's going to take on stint number 6 as well. And this should play into Schmid's hands, allowing him to move up into P2. Or at least back into P2. And it doesn't look like Oswin's coming in the pits. So Oswin's going to continue to fight this battle out. Now for Schmid, I mean, maybe he's letting Schmid go. I think he realizes that he's going to have to come back into the pits once again, unless he's defending early. Yeah, this doesn't look like Oswin's giving it up. Oswin's definitely fighting it out. This is going to hold back Schmid quite a bit to catch up to Sailor. Nope, there it is. He makes the move. And a similar one from before as well with John Green. There we go. All right, Oswin retaking control of the car. Yeah, honestly, I think, and obviously I can't see their stint timer, but I know that it's coming to an end. Oswin might have been better off letting go of that position earlier on, though it sucks to give up P2 like that. But he should probably be more aware of the fact that, you know, they need to driver swap, or at least he needs to come into the pit to reset his time to allow him to go for the distance here. So battling Schmid was just an unnecessary time, not time waste, but, you know, could have saved that time a little more. Regardless, though, they get away cleanly, and It doesn't look like Schmid has lost too much time to Sailor. Looking at their lap times now, Sailor's at a 142.9. So Sailor now with the fresh tires, assuming that he pitted for tires, it looks like he's out of the 143s. He was consistent 143s before in stint number 5. As for Brennan Schmid, he previously dropped a 142.6, and now we're gonna see what his lap time was currently as he was battling with Oswin Wilson, and it actually got faster. He jumped into the 141.6 as we see Oswin now into the pits. We might see Khalil Rockford come back out, but Brennan Schmid, even with the battle with Oswin, put in a 141.6. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle now. With 44 minutes, he has enough time to hunt down Sailor and come in for the race win. Unfortunately for Derek Anderson, this means that he did drive the shortest stint, but I think they made that decision knowing that Brennan could really fight back for that position. As now Peter O'Brien takes over P3. Oswin Wilson still in the pits. And one more time there for the Prumble number 2. We have Steve Kelly back in the car. He lets Brandon Schmid go through. And something weird has happened with Oswin Wilson. It looks like he's disappeared. Is there a double number somewhere? There's still 17 cars, but I don't see Rockford, John Green, or Oswin Wilson. Yeah, that's very weird. Oh, I hope they're still in the race somehow. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. John Green. There he is, P6. Wow, that was crazy. I could not find out where their car had gone. John Green. Okay, so they've dropped back in John Green. And that's surprising to me that they didn't swap in Khalil Herbert. Or sorry, I don't know why I'm saying that. Khalil Rockford. That to me is surprising. Also the fact that they've moved down all the way to 6th instead of coming out in 4th where they were going to. I'm not too sure what would happen to them. But to mention, there was a weird situation earlier with Blunderbuss. It looks like they might have had a blunder. I'm not sure what it could have been, but they had to come back into the server, and it looks like at this point they just decided not to continue the race. So we do have one DNF, and that's unfortunate. As Loki puts it, yeah, he still has 41 minutes. So yeah, John Green can definitely put some time back in the clock. Considering what we previously saw, it's not going to, at least I don't think it's going to be as strong of a push as we would have seen with Khalil. But I think that John Green can put something on the clock. Just a quick look up the grid. Ty Carver being chased down by the number 5, the Prumble number 1. That's Morgan McAllister. Owen Cripps not too far ahead. Peter O'Brien. It looks like he has pretty sizable lead there from P4. And now Brennan, who has gotten a lot closer now to Charles Sailor. So previously, before, they were usually crossing this point about here at the same time on track. So it looks like that distance has widened. It almost looks like maybe Charles Sailor has gained some time back. If you're wondering what I'm looking at the map currently. So we're gonna, if you look at the red dot with Brennan Schmid as he approaches the hairpin, and now right there, Farrow crossing the line. So yeah, Brennan Schmid has gained a lot of time from stint number 4 when Farah was Sailor was, or at least at that time, Farah was crossing the line. Brennan was going through Sunset. So that's quite a time to gain. Sailor's current time is a 1:42.7. Schmid's last time was a 1:41.8. Let's find out whether that time is consistent. It's a 1:42.5. So yeah, Brennan has lost a bit of time from his previous lap, but he's still lapping a bit faster than Sailor, though not too much that could potentially warrant, at least at this pace, an overtake. That being said, Sailor is going to have to contend to 4 cars of lap traffic, and he has another 3 pretty close together once he gets through those 4. So that might be enough room for Schmid to get by. Schmid has about 3 cars ahead, all pretty spaced out. Dropping back on with Sailor. Looks like Steve Kelly is doing a good job of pushing on Daniel Krebs. Unfortunately for Daniel Krebs with Dremont Racing, we have seen them have quite a bit of issues in these last couple stints. As also we've seen with Steve Kelly and the Prumble number 2, we saw them have a bit of an issue into the wall outside of Sunset, or outside of Clubhouse. Let's have a look at where they started this race. So we have the Prumble number 2 qualifying P15, so they are a position ahead. So moving into 13 is great for them. I'm sure that's boosting morale. As far as Dremont Racing goes, they qualified P10, so being 13 might be a little different for them, because now they're competing for a position that they've already lost. I mean, they've already lost 3, so now they're in the potential to lose 4. So as the mental game goes, you know, it's probably a little harder on them as they're fighting to keep what they've already lost, versus Prumble number 2 is still gaining positions overall. And it looks like they're going to have Carter Irvin in the middle. A bit of an interesting position for the Team Lamp. They've started 6th and they've maintained 6th. Or actually, they started 7th, so they're a position up. So they're still in a good position to keep racing. Or at least pushing. It's harder to keep pushing, at least at this point of the race, whenever you're down from where you started. If you're at least up, you know, you have that push to maintain it or to push for something else. It's a different mentality versus being, you know, 4 positions down and trying to keep that. You know, that feels a little defeating versus this. You know, it's, that being said, that's my POV. So let's go back on with Sailor. And so we've kind of had this interesting switch where now Sailor is into Sunset as Schmid is crossing the finish line. Quick look on Jonathan Corkle. Looks like he's trying to get around John Green. It's not for position. And so it looks like Jonathan Corkle will finish out stint number 6 for Scuderia Free Candy in the Itachi McLaren. Just a quick shout out to all you guys who've been here from the start. Thanks for watching. If you just joined not too long ago, this is the 6-hour race the 6-hour endurance of Kyalami here at Sim Racing 604. If you guys aren't familiar with Mike from Sim Racing, go ahead and check him out on YouTube. I can type it here in the chat. YouTube.com. So go ahead and check him out if you haven't before. And if you're not part of the Discord and you'd like to take part in these kinds of races, go ahead and join the Discord. We are about to start Season 8. And so those are our sprint races. They're about 45 minutes long, but it's a good 6 weeks. And yeah, go ahead and join in if you're not already there. And it looks like, hello, surprise, surprise, he has entered only for the glory. Giancarlo Lenzi, a.k.a. Landros Radic. You know him, Super Craig. What's up, man?
Hey, I figured I'd come in at the very end of the stint, take all the glory, and finish out the race. But hey, how's it going? I apologize. I was busy for most of the day. I thought I was going to be able to get back for about an hour or two stint. But looks like the race is shaped up to be pretty exciting still.
Yeah, do you know how long Paul was here? 3 hours.
Well, thank you, Paul. I'm sure it was a great experience on his part.
Yes, Paul has become my new favorite co-commentator.
Burns right now. I'm going to the hospital.
You know what? Even O'Brien was here. Christopher Greer was here. And you know,
and now
funny?
I'm here.
You know, what's
and
funny?
that's what counts. You know.
I was just like, how ironic would it be? I was just like, it's such a Lenzi thing. He's gonna come in towards the end. I knew it. But I'm quite happy with that because now I can have my third wind.
Oh boy, 6 hours. You've been doing a great job for 5.5 hours, I should say, as we got 32 minutes left, or 30 minutes
6
left
hours
in the race.
Because I actually did qualifying for once.
What?
No, I was tricked. I was tricked into doing it.
So here's a real quick question, just a troubleshooting question. How do you join?
No
As a
password.
spectator? Okay. So
Yeah.
I just join.
Just join. It's the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah, I just feel like I'm gonna take a pit spell. It's just not intuitive.
Yeah. No, I don't know what happened there. So if you guys are familiar or not familiar, if you're in the Discord, here goes Pharaoh passing Corkle, not for position, but just getting through the lap traffic. Well, actually, to catch you up on stuff. All right. So if you guys have just joined the broadcast, welcome. I think there's like 5 of you who just jumped in. What's up? And you just left. Anyways, 2 of you stayed. What's up? How's it going? So this is, and I was mentioning this, 6-hour race for 6 hours of Kyalami. There's the links in the chat for SimRacing604, the link to the Discord. So anyways, to fill you in, Giancarlo, it's been quite an interesting 6 hours, or at this point, 5.5 hours. We started the grid with Brennan Schmid qualifying P1 with Backroad GT Racing. P2, we had the Melon Lords, which is Peter O'Brien's team with JD Daniel and Eric Neville. P3, we had North American Racing. That was your old friends, Robin Borden, Charles Saylor, and Josiah Farrow, who are currently running in P1. We moved down to P4, which was the Albino Aston, which started P4. They're currently running, actually P4 again. That's Ethan Chase and Owen Cripps. They have been our most aggressive drivers, which oddly enough, the most backmarker accidents, quote unquote, we've had has been around that Albino AMR. From our point of view, none of it has been intentional, but it's been an interesting coincidence to say the least. But they've definitely been very aggressive drivers. The biggest story that I can say to avoid you the rest of the grid is P5 right now. John Green, that's the team of Oswin Wilson and Khalil Rockford, the Golden Jaguars. They started P9. They had an incredibly unlucky stint number 1. They fell down all the way to P17. They worked their way back up throughout the last 6 hours. They jumped into P2 for a good bit, down to 3. Then they were running second towards the end of stint number 5, and during stint number 6, we were theorizing that we were going to get a driver swap from Oswin Wilson to Khalil Rockford, who Khalil was putting in his fastest lap was a 141.196. So Khalil was quick. I believe Khalil actually has the fastest lap of the entire race, 141.9. The closest next to it, get this, is the team of, I don't know who put it in, but it's Charles Saylor, the North American Racing P1 right now, and the Back Row GT currently driving Brendan Schmid P2. Their team has an identical best time of a 141.241. And so
I noticed that. I was looking at the live time board. I'm like, oh, that either that's a bug or they got the same time.
Yeah, it's intense. I'm not actually quite sure who had the slightly faster time. But anyways, that being said, yeah, so we were expecting, even when Peter was here, we were talking about how Saylor was going to keep on that double stint because he was one of the there was only 2 drivers with a team of 3 that had their third driver not drive until stint number 5. And so we were theorizing how his pace might steadily start to drop as he was slightly colder throughout the day, did not get any sort of a stint, as we saw like teams of Peter O'Brien or Davin Sturdivant. Their teams had 3 drivers, but they quickly swapped out every other stint. And so if we look at the times, it's a 143.3 for Charles Saylor, and that time has consistently dropped from a 142, whereas Brendan Schmid is continually pumping out 141s. And so his previous drive was Dean Solomon, and so we had the swap to Brendan Schmid. They decided to not give that other stint to Derek Anderson, so Schmid has ended up doing 3 stints overall. And so now we have this crazy battle where we've been monitoring it. And if you actually look across the line, every time that Charles Saylor crossed the line, back in stint number 3, we had that was currently driven by Josiah Farrow. So every time Josiah Farrow crossed the line, we had Brendan Schmid coming through Sunset, which later on turned into Clubhouse, which later on turned into the S's. So now this is the closest Schmid's ever been with 27 minutes left in the race. As Charles Saylor crosses the line, Brendan Schmid is coming out of or approaching the cheetah chicane. What do you call that?
Yeah, cheetah would be 15.
Yeah, so he's coming out of the crocodile.
It's almost like a kink.
So he's in between that turn 14, right before the cheetah kink. These are weird names for tracks. I feel like it doesn't roll off nicely as I'd want it to, but not the point. So anyways, that's a quick summary. Oh, and one more. The team, the 259, currently driven by Mitch Lush, and I believe his brother, Dean Lush, and Carter Meyer. I believe his name was Carter C. Meyer. They are a team of all 3 rookies from the Rookie League, and they actually qualified P5. But unfortunately, they've just had crazy amounts of bad luck. Different things happened. They are currently running P12. And then we had 2 self-proclaimed amateur teams with identical names. We had Big Prumble number 1, which is the current team in P16. They've pretty much qualified in P17. They've been there the entire time. But you know what? Props to them for continuing the race. And then Prumble number 2, which qualified P15 and is currently P14. And we had 1 DNF, and that was the Blunderbuss, driven by Jurintis Butkus and Dejas Monroe. And unfortunately, they qualified P13, but had some sort of issue where they had to disconnect, and they came back, but then they didn't rejoin. So anyways, that's your recap for the last 6 hours.
I got most of that, but it sounds like, most of the exciting things right now is that Brendan Schmid is possibly catching, I don't know what that 153 of his last lap, but is trying to catch Saylor.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing at the moment. When we had Peter O'Brien here, he mentioned how his biggest fear. So coming into stint number 6, we had a bit of a moment where Oswin Wilson decided to extend his lap for a few more laps, battled with Brendan Schmid, lost a bit of control, lost the position, but kept the car on track. He pitted. The ultimate move we were thinking of is that he was going to put in Khalil Rockford with a 141.1. He's, aside from Josiah Farrow, the only other driver on track who's had similar, if not better, pace to Brennan Schmid. But instead, they swapped out for John Green, who John Green has had a great drive. He did a great job defending from Brennan Schmid for a good 5 laps previously, but just overall didn't have the similar pace as Khalil did. So anyways, their team lost out down into P7. They're actually moved up now into P5. So whether or not John Green can come back on Owen Cripps, that's one battle. Owen Cripps coming up on Peter O'Brien, who previously swapped out with JD. That's another battle. And now Schmid on Sailor. So those are the main ones we're looking at.
And Grumpy Geriatric Gamer says Schmid must have had an accident. He dropped way back. You are right. His last lap was a 153. That's 10 seconds back from Sailor. And, we're not sure what might have happened. We'd have to go back and actually look at the replay. That's kind of a tricky business here in ACC during a live broadcast. But sounds like, Prius Repellent says we've had a lot of mistakes, unfortunately. Mitch is going to need to catch Corkle by the end. Not quite sure what team Prius is referring to.
He's talking about their team. The 259, the rookies. They're running in P12 right now.
I see. Oh, Lush.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, hey, team, the 259 car, 12th is not a bad result, being a all rookie team.
They qualified P6.
Yeah, and that qualification, that's pretty great.
Yeah, but I mean, that's 6 positions lost. But then again, I mean, the consistency, if you're consistent enough in that time, then obviously you'd keep that time. But they ran up pretty high. They were maintaining within the top 10 for a long time. I think just terrible conditions caused them to lose out, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that happens to even pros. So it's like, you can end up qualifying P1 but still lose out for the rest of the race. As long, like you said, having that consistency during the lap, you'll be able to gain those positions back. We've seen some of these, really great drivers, Joel Dallas, Eric back in the last season, come back from being very last in the grid to finishing top 10. So, having that consistency, doing really well in qualifying is still a good indicator. But sticking with it is one of the better things to do on a drive. If you're joining a race, always just be in the top 5, top 10, and then if you're not in that result and you just decide to quit, you're not helping anybody. You're not helping yourself, and you're not helping your team. So them sticking it through, learning everything they can from being in that number 12 position. If they're able to catch Korgel, that's another learning experience and a great triumph, and I'd put a feather in their cap.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we've had all 17 teams stick around, aside from the Blunderbuss team who had whatever issue that was, but it was a disconnect. Everyone's pretty much stuck around, so they've all done a great job of rolling with, what is it? The rolling with the marbles? What's the saying?
I'm not sure what saying you're going for.
Yeah, it's like going
rolling with the
flow.
punches.
Yeah, there you go. Rolling with the punches. So everybody's done a great job of that. And to comment before on what was said about Schmid losing time, yeah, it looks like he has lost quite a bit. He might have just gained it this lap around. So before, when we first started commentating on this, he was coming out of the hairpin as he is now, as Farrow crosses the line. But as you joined a couple laps ago, he was approaching the cheetah kink as Farrow was crossing the line. So he's lost about whatever that distance is from the exit of the hairpin to about where he is right now.
Yeah, and that is about 10 seconds. I don't believe he's going to be able to make it up. He is making about a second per lap, but with another 20 minutes, I still don't think it's going to be quite enough. Unless Sailor makes a big mistake, and then things could get really interesting.
Yeah, if he continues a second per lap, I mean, how far do you think he is right now?
Let me take a look.
It unfortunately,
it's reporting the gap as like about 30 seconds, 40 seconds. So no, I don't. Unless Sailor helps that gap go down, I don't foresee him actually catching him. what's interesting is the gap between Peter O'Brien and Schmid is actually closer. It's about 10 seconds. So it's, but yeah, that gap still won't appreciably diminish simply because both Peter O'Brien and Schmid are running almost near identical lap times. Last lap, Brendan Schmid was a 141.9 and Peter O'Brien was a 141.9. Now it's 142.1 and versus Schmid's 141.9.
Yeah, so it looks like JD might be on your side. He's not too convinced that Brendan's gonna be able to do it.
Yeah, it's. I think what we're seeing now, unless something horrible happens, commentary, racers commentary, curse forbid. I think we've got our finishing order for the next 19 minutes.
Hey, Oswin, if you're here, I'm curious. What influenced your decision to jump in John Green instead of Khalil? I saw him chat in a little while ago, and I'm curious.
I'd be interested to actually have these guys up in the booth if they're interested in hopping in the green room.
Looks like Khalil had to go. Man, that's unfortunate. Yeah, we were theorizing that at the end of your stint, we were going to see Khalil back in the car to chase down Brennan. And it almost seemed like you guys would have come out P4 right behind O'Brien. But it was weird that you guys came back like, what, P7, P6? Well, it looks like Friday's chasing down Corkle.
Yep, less than a second between them. Lush close behind, so Corkle now running this truly train of 3 cars. McAllister's not in that battle. McAllister running the very last position on track. Back there with the Audi. You know, Lush making a move on Friday on the inside. Friday taking a very wide line, a very, very wide line, going off track on Igwe on the very last turn of 16 as they come up into the kink. Lush now being hunted down again by Friday, saying, I want that position back. Not going to make it happen, though, not on the inside. Lush taking a very aggressive inside turn, going to go out a little bit wide. Corkle kind of running away with it if these two keep battling, so they got to kind of keep their heads on straight, and maybe they can both keep Corkle busy.
Yeah, we had, as we mentioned with Mitch before, as his teammate Dean came in here and mentioned he's doing his best to catch up to Jonathan Corkle, but we've seen that unfortunately that Audi just take a ton of damage previously. And Aneem, we haven't really seen too much of his competitive side. We have seen him chase down the Pro number 2 previously, but yeah, not really much from the NSX. So quite an interesting battle. But to fill you in before, we had a bit of a reversal here with Corkle and Mitch, where Corkle could not make the overtake on Mitch. And so if he gets ahead of him, I don't think that Corkle will be able to get that position back.
Yeah, it's looking like Lush is lapping quite a bit faster than Corkle. Corkle was running a 145.2 last lap. Lush, a 144.4. So there's quite a good 0.8 difference there. And if it's, any indicator of all of the consistency of their laps, then I imagine Lush is just going to catch him this lap. And that gap is less than a second. It's 0.8 right now, and he is running away from Aneem. As we see, Lush on the outside, looking for an inside track, but Corkle there on the inside. Corkle getting a little bit of oversteer. That's going to allow Lush a better exit. He's going to get the run up onto the inside. As he goes Oh, sorry. It was on the outside there. Looks like he's going to lose out to Friday, though. Friday taking that position back. Quite a bit of heavy braking as they come into Sunset, or Clubhouse, sorry. As they approach the turns 8 and 9 of the S's, they'll be taking this right-hander into Lucop. Jonathan Corkle doing a good job at defending, but he's going to be on the inside here. That's going to allow Lush maybe possibly a better exit. No, it looks like Corkle is going to run away on that exit. Oh, I'm
And
sorry. I got
actually-
these cars backwards.
McAllister just completely lost it coming out of the S's.
Oh, unfortunate for McAllister. Probably just
He
Just
was running
watching these guys.
16, so he was jumping in the battle for fun. It wasn't for position, but yeah, that coming into the cheetah there.
Aneem taking the position lead right there in the kink as they come into Ingwe for last corner of Ingwe, and now approaching the kink after the start finish. Aneem just taking that spot, like, hey, you're going a little all over the place. I think the pressure for Lush was, or the excitement for Lush was just causing him to not quite focus on his line.
Yeah, and a bit of an update there on Sailor and Brennan Schmid. It looks like he's caught up now. He is, as Sailor crosses the line, Brennan Schmid is approaching the Crocodile, so he still has time to make up that gap, but currently he's behind McAllister, and then he still needs to get through this Truly train, so it might be P2 for Schmid.
It's a very interesting color for Schmid. It's a nice livery for their team. It's almost Picasso-esque 80s, I would say.
And it looks like Brennan Schmid has now gotten through Morgan McAllister. And he's now going to be a lot closer to the battle with Aneem, Mitch Lush, and Jonathan Corkle.
And, Peter O'Brien not too far behind still. But I don't think he quite has the pace to catch up to Schmid in the next 11 minutes. As I jump back to Corkle, Friday and Lush still battling it out, very close together. Corkle still leading that Truly train of 3, with Anim Friday just behind him and Lush pulling up the rear. And, I apologize if I start commentating on things that you guys won't be able to see. I can't actually see Gerson's screen at the moment. And if I do watch it, it's, on stream, it's a bit delayed. Looks like we got a drive-through penalty for Kelly and the number 4 car.
Yeah, that's been a pretty consistent thing here. Well, that one could be track limits, but the auto pit limiter has not been set on, which it never is to my recollection. And so a lot of drivers have had stop and go 30s and drive-throughs going in and out of the pits because they're used to the auto pit limiter.
Maybe they wanted to really keep that as an equalizer. Be like, you guys got to be really good on your pits for these 6 hours. I could see Brian, being that sadistic.
And we have Seco GG saying P9 McLaren is the best. You're not fooling anyone. I believe that is... I know the name, but I'm forgetting it. But it's also a CZ name. I wish I could remember right now. He's actually on their team, I believe. And that's for... I believe that's Dremont Racing, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's the number 9 McLaren. So that would be albino, the albino McLaren.
Oh, that's the albino McLaren? Yeah, it is. Wow. And who was your teammate? Not Kreb. Man, I've already forgotten. It's been a long time, guys. I've already forgotten who was who. All right, so here comes Charles Saylor down the line into crossing it right here. So Schmid has made up a good time. He's now into the Crocodiles. But he's going to have to get around Mitch Lush, Aneem Friday, Jonathan Corkle, just to have a chance. Yes, here it goes. Adam Santana and Eric Berg. And you know what? I think at the moment, Aneem is holding up Mitch Lush enough for Corkle to feel safe to keep that P10.
Yeah, I think Aneem is really starting to build that gap against Corkle, and really he really shouldn't be fighting Lush. They should be working together, getting in front of Corkle, and then fighting it out.
Yeah, and it's not going to make it easier now that the blue flags are going to come into play with Brendan Schmid right behind him. We have seen, though, the 259 kind of a bit blind to those blue flags, so it might be harder for Schmid actually to get through.
Yeah, and it looks like Aneem taking a bit of a wide line there. This is you see the flashing from Schmid saying, "Hey guys, I know you got a battle, but you're kind of slowing me up here." I don't think it's going to matter though for Schmid because there's 7 minutes left. He's got more than 10 seconds of gap time between him and Saylor. I think he just wants to get through this cleanly, but it's really up. It's really up to Schmid to make sure that his passes are clean. These guys are fighting for position. It's his responsibility to make sure that he doesn't interrupt their battle too much.
And it doesn't look like Meech was too keen on letting him get through. Brennan definitely had to fight that one out to just get by, but
now he's on Aneem, yep. So a little bit of a flashing from Lush. Maybe it wasn't quite the pass that he wanted. But now it looks like Aneem is really trying to put the fire to the stoker to the fire on Corkle.
Corkle's definitely slipping a lot more than before. And Aneem, like you said, is just right on him. Looking on Brennan here. Brennan's pulling back.
Yeah, Schmid knowing that they're being pretty close. He doesn't want to mess this up. He doesn't want to bump them. He doesn't want to draft them. He doesn't want to really help them too much. But if he's got to find that inside line. He's got the flashers going. He's saying, look, can I get by? Ooh. And he gets the door shut on. That was a risky maneuver. Saying, hey, I'm going to your inside. And there's a little bit of a bump. Schmid, you can't. I gotta say, it's like you gotta be patient with these guys. Yeah, you're wanting to get by, but you're not really being slowed down.
I mean, he's at a 143 at the moment. We've seen him with 141s consistently, so I don't think he's too happy about the 2-second drop.
Yeah, it's gotta feel pretty slow at this point in time.
That being said, though, I mean, it's been about 2 laps now. I think in some ways, they could be a little more conscious and make the move. I know you don't want to lose pace to the guy ahead, but if the guy behind is truly faster, then it shouldn't matter too much.
Yeah, and it's looking like that NSX just has a little bit more straight line speed coming out of that corner. Schmid had a pretty good line going into it, but that NSX was just able to take off. So it might be maybe fresher tires or just the power itself able to topple that Audi for right now.
Yeah, with 4 minutes left at this point, he's not going to make it.
No, and what's actually, I said earlier he's not really getting slowed down. He is actually getting slowed down because now Peter O'Brien, less than 10 seconds, less than 8 seconds back from Brendan Schmid. So there is a little bit of a light at the end of Peter O'Brien's tunnel because he got 4 minutes. If Schmid is continually being slowed down, as they make contact, that is not good. Brendan Schmid just colliding on the inside. Here comes Peter O'Brien coming right by.
Yeah, and Brendan's gonna blame them for that. And
Yeah.
To be fair, I kind of would bet that maybe he should. I mean, sure they could have had the same pace, but like if you look at Aneem now has dropped behind Mitch, and so you probably would have been better off letting the guy through after the first lap maybe, and then continuing your race behind Corkle.
Yeah, if I were in that situation and I was Aneem, I would have let Peter O'Brien or Schmid go, or Schmid come by and use the draft. Let him slow down Corkle,
yeah.
So you might be able to get that pick. I mean, there's all sorts of strategies in there that these guys could have done, but continually saying, hey, I know you're faster than me, and keeping him behind you is only going to frustrate him and cause an incident.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that this is a 6-hour endurance and it's a blue flag, P2 is right behind you. At that, I mean, if this was like a 45-minute sprint, I'd be like, okay, you could be a little more aggressive, sure, because maybe you're only a lap down. But the fact that, let's look at that. That's Brendan Schmid to Aneem. Aneem's at a 2:01, so he's 4 laps behind. There's no point in keeping a guy 4 laps ahead of you behind you. It's just, you see the blue flag, let him through, keep going. Like in an endurance, I would argue that this was more the back marker's fault. If this was a 45-minute race, I'd be like, okay, that's Brendan's fault. He was too aggressive. But yeah, after 6 hours, that's gutting for Brendan to lose it out like that.
Yeah, as we saw Peter O'Brien just go a little bit wide, take a little bit of grass. This could get a little more interesting, though. I mean, it's not what we kind of wanted. Definitely Brendan Schmid is angry at what's going on, but if he keeps a cool head, he might be able to catch up to Peter O'Brien and still make that pass.
Oh no! Oh, I was worried that Aneem was just gonna get right in front of him again, which it also doesn't make sense why Aneem decided to pull up in front of Carter Irvin, who is running P6. So a little weird by the back marker there.
Yeah, we got quite a few comments saying the NSX should have let him go ages ago. 12 should have just let him through. Yeah, it's one of those situations where you just kind of have to analyze and think, is this helping me or is this going to be hindering me? And for me, it's like, if I got a faster guy, I'm going to follow that faster guy.
Oh no, we got a 3 wide now into turn 1. Oh, Jonathan Corkle's under pressure. I mean, Morgan McAllister, he's here. He's just adding to the fun. It's not for a position gain, but he's just out there having a good time now.
Yeah, Corkle. It's entirely possible he's got his teammates, watching the broadcast saying, you're doing fine. Just keep them all behind you. And just as we see him take the inside line. He's got quite a truly train.
Oh, man. I mean, you have Corkle leading this train, right? So you have a guy for position, a true back marker, and then you have P2 and P3 fighting it out, and then toss in P6 just for the fun of it.
Yeah, this is really interesting here.
All right, so it looks like O'Brien gets through. Mitch is going to block Schmid.
As we got 20 seconds left, and the Sailor is on the final lap. As Peter O'Brien goes to the inside of Corkle, causing Corkle to go a little bit wide.
I mean, it's hard to tell the guy to lift in that moment. It's a hard place for Peter O'Brien to make the overtake. That was dangerous on Corkle hitting the grass, but it's just not a win-win situation for anyone right now.
Yeah, and Schmid is going to get a better launch so he can get by Lush. Lush is going to lose out to Corkle. That's going to...
It doesn't look like he's backing out.
And it looks like we have a drive-through penalty for Corkle.
And we have contact with Mitch Lush and Brennan Schmid. He didn't back out into the apex. He just went into it.
That's unfortunate. So Peter O'Brien going to pull up that second position. Brennan Schmid, unless something happens, with Peter O'Brien on this last lap, I think that's the finishing order.
What's going to happen to Corkle if he crosses the line without making the drive-through? Is that a disqualification?
That's a good question.
He might be disqualified unless he finishes in the pits, but can you even do that?
And I wonder if that last inside push for Peter O'Brien, when he took the inside line and Corkle had to go to the outside, if that's what caused the incident, too many off tracks that caused him a drive-through penalty.
And there it is, guys. P1 for Charles Saylor for the 6 hours of Kyalami. And it looks like it's going to be a P2 for Peter O'Brien, which I'm sure he did not expect. But you know what? Considering that he started P2, I'm sure he's happy to come back to that position. It's been a crazy race for everyone. So that's P2, Peter O'Brien, and that's going to be a P3 for Brennan Schmid.
And we also have a drive-through penalty for Aneem Friday.
That one might be deserved. There's no stewarding, but regardless, I think that one was deserved. And so that's going to be 30 seconds added to Corkle's time, so that will push him back behind Lush and Friday. So he kept the position ahead of all of them, but unfortunately he's going to lose out after all.
Yeah, I think that even puts him behind Krebs, but still in front of Cesara.
Yep, which this was a crazy 6-hour race. This is very abnormal for me, but I actually have to go. So we're going to end the stream here, guys. I know it's very abrupt, but there are your race leaders. And it looks like John Green will come into P5 for Golden Jaguars, and Adam Santana is going to come in P9 for the Albino Macaw. And we are going to have Giovanni Cesara in P14 and Steve Kelly come in P15. So that should be the overall finishing board there. We might have Jonathan Corkle and Neem Friday move a little further down. But anyways, guys, sorry to cut out on you guys. It's been a crazy 6.5 hours. It's been a great drive. I want to say thank you to Peter O'Brien, Christopher Greer, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name, Paul Muir. You guys know him, the Gamer Scott, a.k.a. the Flying Dodgeman, as well as Lency here, who came in and really came in clutch and brought in that final energy push we needed in the home stretch. But thank you all. Thank you to everyone who set this up, and to all you, at least 20 of you who stuck around for the entire 6 hours. Thanks for watching, guys. To all the new followers, thank you. Any last words there, GC?
No, you did a great job, man. I'm sorry I wasn't there to be for more of it, but hopefully next time. And I'll probably be seeing you on the track sometime soon because I got my new wheel.
Nice, yeah. Season 8 is about to start, guys. So if you have not already joined the Discord, go ahead and do that. Jump into Season 8. It's going to be a great time. And we hope to see you guys for the Season 8 round 1 starting here November 5th, and I believe that's this coming Wednesday. So to everyone, thank you for watching, thank you for being here, and we will see you next time. Goodbye.